What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. We're just getting set up, headed out onto the water. How you guys doing today? Alrighty, getting out on the water. What's up, what's up, what's up, guys? We are live fishing. We're down at Broadwater Bay in Great Falls, Montana. I woke up a little too late to take the boat anywhere else, so we're down here. We're gonna see if we can pull in some Northern Pike, maybe some walleye, maybe some Rainbow Trout. There's lots of different stuff in here. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. How's everybody Saturday treating them? We're gonna get out here a little ways and I'll cut the motor and I gotta get rigged up. Just trying to get away from the dock. There's too many people here. Pulling in with boats. Somebody let me know the audio and mic are all right. Andrew Boyder, welcome to the stream. We are at Broadwater Bay on the Missouri River in Great Falls, Montana, central Montana. We're doing a little pike fishing, a little walleye fishing. Depending on how that goes, we might swap over and try and get some rainbow trout, some brown trout. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Alrighty, we're just gonna point her out into the abyss, and I'm gonna get one of the lines rigged up here with a crankbait. Alrighty. So I think today we're gonna start with my old faithful, the Bandit series shallow diving crankbait, and it is. Oh, we're pretty sunny. I think I'm gonna go with the white one here, pearl white with the red eye. Had really good luck with Pike on this guy. Walleye like them too. So we're gonna rig that guy up. Bear with me a moment. We're gonna, I think, troll for just a little bit before we get into casting here. Good afternoon, Fishing Geek. Welcome to the stream. It is a killer bait. Not many people use them. I stumbled across it, so last year? Year before last. And it's just cleaning up everywhere I went with it. It has quickly become one of my favorite crankbaits to throw. They make the 100 to 200 to 300 series. They all just have slightly different diving depths. But this body style, Berkeley makes one. It's called the Dredger. They're a deep diver. I think Rapala makes one as well. I forget what that one's called. But this one's just a shallow diver. I think this one goes to about 6 to 8 feet, something like that. But we're gonna get her in the water. We're a little shallow here still. We're at 6 foot. I'm gonna try and get into slightly deeper water. Welcome to all those joining. Appreciate all those thumbs up. That really helps bring some people into the live here, especially when the stream is brand new. But we're using our Okuma Classic GLT Pro trolling rod here. It's a 8.5 foot rod. It collapses down. They're really handy if you guys have never used them. They collapse down about a foot. Makes it very manageable on a small boat. And we're using the Okuma cold water reel. It's the 300 series. Love these reels. They're a little bit spendy, but they are excellent rods. You got the depth counter, the clicker, really good drag system on them. We're gonna let it out about 60 foot or so. We're using leaded line, which helps drop the line down a little bit further. But we're gonna get this, we're still really shallow here. We'll be coming into slightly deeper water here in just a moment. We're gonna get that guy set up. Feel like the price tag scare people off, but not every lure needs to be $20 plus. Yeah, they're not a very expensive lure. I think they're, last time I bought, I have a whole tackle box full of them, various different colors and sizes. I think they're about $8 a pop, something like that, US dollars. Very reasonably priced. The only drawback, the thing that I really don't like about them is the split rings that come with them. Oh God, I wish people wouldn't roll by me so fast. I'm in a 16-foot flat bottom John boat, and she gets tossed around like a rag doll. Apologize for the wooziness here. I'm gonna try and get away from where all these boats are. But yeah, the split rings, they put really weak split rings on them. So that's usually the first thing that I do when I crack open the package is throw on some heavy duty split rings on them. There have been numerous big fish that I've lost, and they just peel the hook right off the dang thing. Split ring turns into a big round C. Wonderful lures. But how's everybody's day going? It's a little toasty out here today. It's mid-80s. Very few clouds. The breeze is basically non-existent, so it's going to be a little warm today. But that's all right. If it gets too bad, we'll swing under some shade here and throw the anchor down and cast some lures. We'll throw some crankbaits, maybe some jerk baits, might jig for a little bit. I did bring some leeches so we can jig for some walleye. Can somebody let me know how's the audio quality? This is the first stream I've done from my boat, and I unfortunately troll with my jet boat here, my jet motor, and I know it's a bit loud. It shakes the helm. The audio and video seem alright. Somebody could let me know, I'd appreciate it. I am thirsty. I need to get some beverage going here. 28 people, let's go. Hopefully should be a good stream here today. We'll be at it here till probably dark, so we got a good 8 hours or so to stream. And I hope y'all stick around and hang out. We'll see if we can get a decent Northern Pike in the boat, maybe some walleye. Right down here year before last, we pulled in a 42.5-inch pike, a little over 22 pounds. She was a monster. So they are in here, and I pulled in almost a 30-inch walleye last year as well. So there's there's some big fish in this area. It's one of those spots that I love to fish it and I hate to fish it at the same time. It's right in town, and there's usually so many people down here jet skiing and boating, and it makes it tough to fish. And oftentimes, I think more often than not, I do get skunked here. But this is where I have pulled the biggest pike and biggest walleye of my life out of. So it's got the pros, it's got the cons. Hopefully today will be a good day for us. Tracy Blee, sounds good. Thank you. And for all y'all, Tracy, that's my mom. My mom is in my YouTube stream. Say hi to Rod's mom. Where are you fishing at? We're in central Montana, just downtown in Great Falls, Montana, on the Missouri River. I didn't know you watched my streams live, Mom. I thought you always watched them after I posted them. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. All right, we're in a little bit deeper water here, about 8 foot. In fact, I'm gonna cut over slightly into the deeper channel here. Don't want to snag up and lose my crankbait. SoCal on the boat, yeah. I was gonna go to Pishkin, but I decided to sleep in today. I haven't had a day to sleep in, and it feels like in an eternity. So I woke up late, and the weather here in town is so nice today. I decided just to pop the boat in at the local boat launch. Plus, again, I've pulled the two of the biggest fish of my life out right out of here. So maybe today we'll get lucky and snag another one. James Arneson, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Alan Malone, how you doing, man? Welcome back. Tracy said, I never know when you were live, but I watched yesterday and you said you were taking the boat out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was back and forth trying to decide if I was going to take the boat out, where I was going to take the boat out. And Pishkin was the only place besides here in town that the wind wasn't going to be just absolutely brutal. And I've fished Pishkin so much this year. I needed a little change of pace. That dirt road leading to Pishkin is gnarly. It's 19 miles of the bumpiest, most washboarded, washed out. It's gnarly. I cringe every time. So we're here in town. We'll see if we can get on the pike. And I'd really like to pull another walleye out of here. I keep having people tell me that they clean up a walleye down here, and I've only ever caught one, but it was the biggest walleye I've ever caught. So hopefully we can get on him. James says, I've been thinking about moving out there to live and hunt. Oh, if your plan is to live and hunt and fish, Montana is one of the perfect places to do it. And it's a fairly low cost of living state. There's no sales tax here. I think it's one of 2 or 3 states that you go to the store and something says $1, you give them $1. You don't gotta count change and all that crap. It is very rural though. If you're coming from a bigger city, it'll be a bit of a culture shock for you. I always tell people there's more cows than people here, and they think I'm joking. And I'm not. There's very few people. Great Falls is, I think, the second, it might be the 3rd largest city in Montana now, and there's a population of about 50,000 within the Great Falls area and about 80,000 in the general vicinity. And then you go about an hour in any direction, and it's just nothing. SoCal says, I dropped my boat in the water super early today and it wouldn't start. Oh man, I had that happen to me last year. My fuel pump, one of the diaphragms in it was crapping out and it was just sucking air through. So I'd get it to start and then it would die, and I'd get it to start, and if I kept pumping on the little bulb, you know, to keep the pressure up, it would keep running, but as soon as I quit, it would die. Ended up having to buy a rebuild kit and rebuilding the fuel pump on it. Bass Fishing TV, YouTube's new policy is dumb. I can't even do a live stream. Yeah, Bass Fishing TV, you gotta have 50 subscribers, and then it takes like 2-3 days or so once you get those subscribers for it to recognize that you have the subscribers, and then it'll let you go live. Alan Malone says the tax here in the UK is already in the price, so we just pay what it says. Well, that's handy, Alan. Here in the States, when you go to a store that has, you know, in a state that has sales tax, they just list the base price, and then you get up at the register and they calculate the tax on top of it. I always found it annoying. James says, no kidding, there's no sales tax on anything. Nope. No, we do have, they make up for it. I mean, you have slightly higher income tax, slightly higher property tax, but zero sales tax. Bass Fishing TV says, I do have 54 subscribers. Okay, so you're there. When did you cross the 50 threshold, though? Again, it takes 2-3 days minimum for them to recognize. You basically have to, you look at your analytics tab, and if you look at the analytics, it'll always say data as of like this date, and it's always like 3, 4, sometimes 5 days behind. You have to wait for it to catch up to when you actually got that, hit the 50 subscriber mark. It's frustrating. I had the same issue once I got my 50 subs. It took, I think, 3, almost 4 days for mine to activate. So Dollar Tree is just $1. Yeah, that's right. You got it today. Yeah, so Bass Fishing TV, you're gonna have to wait 2-3 days before you'll actually get to stream. SoCal says, I think he's talking about no person under 16 can do live video without. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Dang. Yeah, no, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, man. James, I live here in West Fargo, North Dakota, and our sales tax is 7.4%. Yeah, 7-8%. I moved back recently from Southern California, and it was 8 to 10% in Orange County. Can't remember what specifically it was. Yeah, it's a dumb policy. Ah, man, that's a shame, Bass Fishing. Justin Duke, what's up, Fishing Maniacs, Cooperstown, NY, shout out to y'all. Hey Justin, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you stopping through and hanging out. How's the fishing over there in New York? 8.25% New York. See, that's absurd. That's just, man, that's too much. Too much. All right, holy crap, that's high. Yeah, East Tennessee, 9%. It's highway robbery, man. But they gotta take your money to pay for stuff. They're just terrible at balancing budgets. As of July 22nd, no kids allowed to do lives. There are way too many issues caused by kids, and YouTube had enough. That's it. I didn't hear that, SoCal. That's interesting. I think honestly a lot of platforms are gonna go that route. There's so many people that try and take advantage of kids, and I don't know, man. We are no action yet on the crank. I'm contemplating whether I want to keep trolling or if I want to pull up and hit my spot here where the lunker pike came out of. I will roll around. We'll make a couple of quick passes with the crankbait here, see if we can get any crankbait action. And if not, we'll swing under the bridge here into the shade and throw an anchor and see if we can get one hooked up on the crank or a jig. It's super shallow in here. The water level is really down this time of the year. And I hate losing lures, I really do. It's so frustrating. Too many pedos, way too many problems caused by children. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame, but that is the world we live in these days. 12 thumbs up, let's go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the thumbs up. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday afternoon. I am well rested. I feel great. It's a little toasty out here, but when we move, the breeze feels nice. I'm marking, I always mark fish all over down here. There are so many fish. Shoreline bait stinger, welcome. Slinger, welcome to the stream. Got a really bad glare. Waiting for my, I got myself a little umbrella to clip onto my phone for the heat and the glare. So next week when I stream, I shouldn't be, you won't be staring at me doing this all day. Hit that sub button, y'all. Almost at that 500 goal. Yeah, we almost hit our 500 last night on the stream. We're a little bit shy. We're getting real close though. So if y'all like fishing content, if you like live streams, if you like underwater camera content, hit up my channel, hit the subscribe button, and check out the content. We're a fairly new channel here, but I'm having a blast streaming with y'all and hanging out. Rude, welcome back. How you doing today, buddy? Sorry, I missed some of the comments in here. Trying to not run into anything, trying to watch my fish finder here, trying to watch my poll and read the chat. It's a what mute? Am I back? All right. Yeah, it does that. So, like, battery should be fine. It just, I think it's because it's Bluetooth, it loses connectivity sometimes. But thank you guys for immediately letting me know. If you guys let me know, I can fix stuff like that. All right, where are you fishing? Central Montana, just outside Great Falls, Montana, on the Missouri River. Josie, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're on the boat today. I was gonna go up to Pishkin, but I can't stream from there, and I slept in today. So I figured I'd drop the boat in the water here in Great Falls, where I do get, in fact, I have 5 bars. This is probably the strongest connection I've had anywhere I've streamed. I kind of love and hate this spot. There's usually so many boaters and jet skiers down here. So I tend not to fish here a whole lot. But it's 2 of the biggest fish I've ever caught in my life came out of right here. Big old pike down here, big old walleye down here. It's good fishing if you can get on them. Your mic's supposed to be here Wednesday, finally, right on. Yeah, that should, SoCal, I really think that'll improve the quality of your stream. You do good fishing, you catch a lot of cool fish. It's just, yeah, the wind noise. You're like me, it's windy there like it is here. And once that wind picks up, if you don't have a wind muff on your mic, it's hard to watch. So yeah, that's good. Skipjack, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Cindy? Welcome, welcome. Got the whole posse in here. Justin, we after walleye and muskie. Unfortunately, we don't have muskie here in Montana. We do have tiger muskie stocked in a few ponds and reservoirs to try and control the white sucker population. But we do have quite large northern pike here. 2 years ago, I caught a 22.5 pounder here. But we do have very big walleye here in Montana. Last year, almost a 30-incher I pulled out of just right upstream from here. I think we might have picked up some weeds on the line here. If y'all troll, you'll probably know what I'm doing right here. You just kind of give her a yanky yank, and oftentimes that will clear off any debris you may have picked up. And every once in a while that debris ends up being a fish, which is always a little funny. But yeah, when the rod starts dancing like that and it ain't the action of your lure, it's because you picked up some weeds. Yo, 570 PA, welcome my friend. Hit that like and subscribe if you've not already, guys. Appreciate that, Alan. Yeah, we are getting real close to those 500 subs. Hopefully we'll get that today. Tiger muskie is a bucket list fish I want to catch. Me too. I've only been once this year so far trying to catch the muskies, the tiger muskies. Last year I had one hooked up next to the boat and fumbled the netting. It wasn't a monster. It was a little over. It looked like about 30 inches, so good size, but not a trophy. But I almost had her. We're gonna wait until a little later in the year, and I will take a trip back I fish Ackley Lake for them, which is east of Great Falls, about an hour and a half. I think it's about 75 miles or so. Looking at the area there, I'd be on the tree line behind you throwing baits like madman. Yeah, we're gonna troll for a little bit. The tree lines, the shallows here are actually really good for the pike and the walleye. Throwing crankbaits, throwing spinnerbaits, jigging. I'm gonna troll for a little bit here. We'll probably take one more loop around, and if there's no action on trolling, we'll anchor up either under the bridge or along one of these shorelines. We may do some drift fishing a little bit later. Unfortunately, I don't have the fancy trolling motor, so I can't spot lock or do any of that. I troll with my old Evinrude 75 horsepower jet motor. So it's a little loud. It goes a little faster than a lot of fish like, but that's all right. But when I want to stop, I got to throw my actual anchor, which is a little bit of a pain in the butt. Everyone knows what I'd throw at the bridge and the trees. You still on the donkey rig there, eh? I've thrown it a couple of times. I haven't quite figured out the cadence on it. But when I'm throwing lure, my go-to is always a crankbait, a jerkbait, or a spinner. Though the big pike that I got here, I did get it off of a jig and a plastic. One of the few fish that I've managed to catch fishing like that. Jet motors are awesome though. They are. I could get in some really shallow water with this flat bottom boat. The only thing I really don't like about it, other than their freaking gas guzzlers, is a lot of the shallow, like where I go tiger muskie fishing, for example, Ackley Lake, there is a lot of weeds, and the tiger muskie hang out in the super weedy areas, and the jet motor sucks that crap up and it chokes on it, and it's a pain in the butt. Makes it really, really hard to fish. Such a great search bait, I'll throw it no matter the situation. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I might bust her out. In fact, I think I left the one that I have tied up in my truck, unfortunately. We might swing back to the dock later and grab it, or I could tie another one up. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. We're at 18 already, not too shabby. But let's get hooked up on some fish. Come on now. So SoCal, any ideas what you think's wrong with the boat? Is it a battery issue? Is it a fuel issue? Almost 4:20, folks. That's not here. We're a couple hours behind you, apparently. We are Mountain Standard Time, so it's 2:18 here. Shorten up the leaders by half, and it seems to work better. Oh, really? It's interesting. I would have figured that a longer leader would work a little better. Oh, she is toasty out here today. Alright, I think I'm actually the topology of the river bottom here is, we go from deeper pools to like super shallow, and then it'll go to a deeper pool, and I should honestly I should throw a bottom bouncer on so I don't get snagged up. Take a dip in that water. Shoreline, I'm not much of a swimmer to begin with, but the Missouri River here, this stretch in Great Falls is one of the most dangerous places you could swim. There are massive undercurrents, eddies. There were, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, somebody drowned down here. There have been numerous people that have drowned in this stretch of the river. So not a good idea to swim here. I see people doing it all the time, but not the way that I want to go out. I think I'd rather get hit by a bus than drown in the river. Yeah, forget that then. Yeah. Justin says it's 87 and 55% humidity in upstate New York. Well, that's moist. We're coming into super shallow here. Let me bring this guy in a little bit. We're gonna bring her to 45. Nope. No. Took a pretty, oh yeah. That's alright, we're fouled up anyway. I'm gonna come upstream here a little bit. Get into a little bit deeper area. This time of the year, this is also one of the reasons that I don't particularly like to fish the Missouri River this time of year. It is so weedy. Unless you're jigging, you're gonna be cleaning weeds from your rigs all day long. They have found bull sharks in that river. In the Missouri? Well, probably not around here. We're in Montana. This is where the confluence, where the Missouri River starts, just outside of Three Forks, Montana. Three Forks? Yeah, Three Forks. But it is the longest river in the United States, arguably. There are some people that say that the Mississippi apparently is the longest. I think there's a difference of about a half mile or so, depending on how you measure where they start and where they end. But I assume that if you're talking about bull sharks, that's probably over on the East Coast, where the Missouri, I think the Missouri, doesn't it dump into the Mississippi? I don't know, I'd have to look at a map. Using a counter reel. Yeah, when I troll, I use an Akuma cold water reel. You got the depth counter on it, the clicker, really good drag system. They are my absolute favorite for trolling. What's on your head? Is that for making dreads? No, it's just it's kind of the same material as the fishing shirts. It's just a do-rag, a beanie. I get that question, and that's not the first time I've been asked that, though. I was fishing at the local pond, I don't know, it was a month or so ago. One of my first streams that I did, and there was this old Hooterite guy that came by. He's like, yo, what's under that hat of yours? I'm like, hair? It's like, oh, I thought you had dreads or something. Nope, no dreads. They're in Illinois. Man, that's crazy. Sharks in Illinois. Alright, here come the jet skis. Oh geez, what is that word? Susquehanna is the biggest one on the East Coast. Yeah, it does empty in there. Okay, that's what I thought. What kind of fish you got? This is the Missouri River. There are so many different kinds of fish in here. Today we're targeting Northern Pike and Walleye. There's Rainbow Trout, Brown Trout, Ling. There is suckers, carp. Oh God, what else is in here? Sauger, saugeye, catfish. The Missouri River has pretty much any freshwater species you can think of that's found in Montana. If you go further down, there's sturgeon. I don't know, it's a fun river to fish. You kind of never know what you're gonna pull out. Crappy Man Jigs, how you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Shoreline says, SoCal, when it rains, it pours. Oh, he was talking about his... It starts in Cooperstown and runs all the way down to Chesapeake Bay. The darn extension cord is 4 foot too short to put the battery charger on the boat. Oh, God. Yeah, I have... my shop where I keep my boat, I rewired my house after I bought it, and the buried electrical wire that was run to the shop, somebody had hit it with a shovel or something, so it was split. So I don't have power out in my shop. I gotta run a freaking 100-foot extension cord from my house out to the shop to throw the charger on the boat. We're in a little bit too shallow water here. I'm gonna duck over. We're at about 6 foot bottom here. It's one thing about the Missouri that's kind of weird. It's a big river and it looks like it's deep as heck. Most of the Missouri River around here is super shallow. Ooh. What was that? Oh, we might be ticking off the bottom there, actually. Don't hang up on something. I'm getting you into deeper water. Don't worry. Hold on. Hang in there. Oh, here come the waves. Apologize for the nausea. Hope y'all don't get seasick. Every time one of these jet skis and boats flies by me, we go for a little ride. Just making sure about sent it without making the custom spinner. I was in the zone. Yeah, I was watching you make them spinners the other day, Crappy Man. Those look cool. I do love throwing spinner baits. They're really good for pike. Bass too. I've caught quite a few largemouth off of spinners. And I have a whole selection of big old gnarly ones for musky fishing when I get out that way. Iran, welcome to the stream. I have no idea what the squiggles are though, my friend. Oh man, I wish I could take you guys to Fishkin. Honestly, the pike action up there is almost non-stop. I catch fish all day long. Little ones, big ones, everything in between. Oh, here come the jet skis again. This is why I don't like this spot. You prefer spoons? I have got quite a few pike off of spoons. Crankbaits and jerkbaits have been way more effective for me the last few years. I do troll with spoons quite often though. I think I've caught more trout off the spoons in the last 2 years though than I have pike. Go figure. I catch trout off the pike lures and pike off the trout lures. Oh, hold on guys, don't fall out. There's the game warden. He didn't stop to harass us, that's a first. Crappy man, those worms with another color in the center look awesome. I'll be ordering soon. Yeah, the injection molds, the stuff that if y'all have never watched anybody make lures, check out Crappy Man Jig's channels. It's really fascinating watching him make some of this stuff. Oh. Oh, these. Gotta love flat bottom boats. They just get tossed around. Don't have to be worried about getting run over. What size cranks you run? So right now we're running just a little. In fact, I can show you. I got a whole bunch of them just like it. Oops. So right now we're running the Bandit. This is the Bandit 200 series. They got a dive depth of about, I think it's 6 to 8 feet. They're just little guys. I love this body shape. I fish the Bandits, there's the Berkeley Dredger, and there's a Rapala one just like it. That's what I like to fish for trolling for pike most of the time. Though recently, the last couple of trips out, I have started fishing with really, really big jerk baits. All right, we're in some deeper water here finally. We're 14, 15 foot. There's a little hole right in here that I like to try and go in. Give me a moment to dig in the old box of treasures down here. All right. So these are the guys that I've been fishing with the last few weeks at Fishkin, and oh Lord, they love them. They're the Rapala original floating minnow. Some people call them a stick bait, some people call them a jerk bait. They're 7.5 inches, and I took off. They come with 3 trebles. It's a nightmare trying to deal with 3 treble hooks when you got a thrashing pike on the line. But this one, and the heck did I do? I don't know what I did with my Brown Trout one. The Brown Trout one they really like too. But I find it ironic. I love fishing for pike with pike. I think I have almost every lure that I fish with, I always try and buy a Rainbow Trout, a Brown Trout, and a pike color. And the pike seem to like all of them. And I'm not paying attention here, and I think I just dropped my lure on the bottom there. Probably pull that in, clean the weeds off of it. Huge compared to the normal ones I like. Floating one with bass or on the beds, top water. Yeah, I've been eyeing them. SoCal, just gotta make sure the kids have everything for school before I spend more money on me. Oh yeah, school supplies you end up spending a small fortune on school supplies. But I troll with a whole variety of different things. I mean, I troll with crankbaits anywhere from, you know, tiny to humongous. I mean, I've got a wide assortment of some pretty redonkulous lures here. This is one of the ones that I troll for pike and muskie with, and that one's about 9 inches. We have, these are the ones, I don't know if any of y'all have checked out my underwater videos, but this one, it's a Berkeley Magic Swimmer. It's the largest size they make. And the perch last week when I was fishing, oh my God, they love this thing. I think I have about 5 or 6 videos of whole schools of perch following these things, biting at it. They're bigger than the perch are. Yeah, but there's that saying goes, you want big fish, fish with big lures. So I have an enormous amount of really big lures that I use for pike and muskie fishing. Got this one, I have so many follows and so many different species on it, but I didn't get any fish off of it. I fished with this 2 or 3 trips out and haven't managed to pull anything off of it. One of these days. But we're not getting any action on the troll here. So we might, this spot right here, there's a big deep hole that drops down here that goes down to about 15 foot. We might anchor up and throw a jig and some leeches here for a few. See if we can pull a walleye out. We had 3 fish on and missed the hook set because they all started flopping in the air and I lost them. Oh man, that's frustrating. I know how that goes though. All right, let's. Go. Dang it. All right, I'm gonna cut the motor here for a second and float. We're gonna get an anchor set. I'm gonna get a jig set up here with a leech. We'll go back to trolling a little bit later. This time of the day is usually not the most productive for me trolling. Once the dead heat of the day sets in, I have more luck throwing cranks or jigs. Oh God, it's hot. But unfortunately, it looks like I tossed one of my lures in the old anchor bucket last week, and I gotta dig a treble hook out of the rope here. Give me just a moment, guys. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was fishing with the other day. Really cool lures. I think this is the X-Wrap. That's what that one is. All right, where is our hole? All right, we drifted past our hole here. We'll get this anchor out and ready, and we will zip back up river a little bit and toss the anchor out. Unfortunately, in the Missouri River here, in rivers in general, rivers and streams in central Montana, you're allowed a whopping 1 pole with 2 hooks. So I can only fish with 1 pole at a time here. Let's get ahead of this deep hole here and get the anchor dropped out. Hold on for a second and get a little bit loud here. All right, drop the anchor out. I'm sorry guys, I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's comment while I'm I'm doing this. Like I said, fishing on the boat, there's a lot more stuff to deal with than when I'm shore bank fishing. We'll try and get to some comments here in a few. All right, we're anchored up, and I think we're actually gonna. Now that hook is a wee bit small for the walleye. We're gonna toss a slightly bigger hook on here. All right, where are my hooks? Now we're not going to be too picky with the hook selection here. Walleye are not super timid about their bite, so we're just going with a 1/0 snelled bait hook here. And I am actually I'm gonna see if I can get this little corky on there. And we'll try this for a little bit with, oh, come on. How'd the snake do, Rod? We still have not managed to catch anything off of the snake. We might try once it cools off later this evening. I'll probably go anchor up underneath the bridge here, and we'll throw some top water and do some jigging. And that's one of my favorite spots to fish for pike around here. I don't know what it is about bridges. Pike love the structure. Come on, I'll hit the subscribe. I can only sub once. You are absolutely right, my friend. We understand. Take care of what you need. Yep, the boat is kind of a pain when you're streaming. Yeah, it's all right. There's just a few more working parts to it, and man, this knot is too big for this little corky. We might have to go without. In fact, yeah, let's just skip the corky for now. All right. Got our hook on. Let's get our leeches out. Now, if y'all have ever fished with leeches before, they're one of the few things that walleye like to bite on around here. They do. I get hits off of crankbaits, but you don't thread them like a worm. Don't go through a bunch of times. Find the head, the toothy part, which is this end. It's got kind of a flat spot on it, and just below the head, give them one nice poke through, and let them dangle. And then they kind of shrink and expand and do their twirly. If you poke them more than once, they tend to die real quick, and you don't get a whole lot of fish off of them. But yeah, we got fish marking all over the place here. Hopefully we can. I'm gonna drop her down to the bottom, and then I'm gonna reel her up a couple of feet, and we're just gonna slow jigger here. Oh, it's the structure and the current flow around it. I can't even see the name. Is that SoCal? Okay. Bridge pylons are good. Ambush spots for the pike. Yeah, that the monster that I caught a couple of years ago was right underneath the bridge there, right against the pylon. And it's one I actually caught him, got him next to the boat. I was on the boat by myself, fought with a solid 15 minutes. I fought with that fish trying to get him in the net, and finally he busted my line off. I was so sad. I called my buddy and was telling him about it, and him and another friend came down and brought me a pack of cigarettes, and I picked them up at the boat launch. Drove back over to the same spot and was basically doing a reenactment. You know, I was using this lure and I cast it right here, and you know, on the first crank, and bam, same fish. He hadn't moved an inch. So I ended up catching the same fish twice in one day, and got my jig head back and everything. It still had the jig hanging out of his mouth. It was a once in a lifetime experience. Hate leeches. Oh, they're not that bad. When I was younger, my uncle bought leeches for bait, and they kept attaching themselves to me, kept hooking myself. Oh, they take a good, you know, 20-30 seconds of gnawing at you before they get a good grip and actually break through the skin. Is that the game warden coming back? I can't tell. I think it might be. What are the chances he rolls by me twice without stopping? Nope, he's just going to be a butthead and kill me with his waves. Nah, that's not the game warden. Caught the same bass with the crooked tail bass a few times now this week. He just can't get enough, huh? You catching them off the same lure or different lures? Yeah, we're marking on a bunch of fish here. Come up a few more cranks. Oh, too much. Green Pot, welcome to the stream. Where are you from, bro? We're in central Montana. This is on the Missouri River in Great Falls, Montana. We're down at the boat launch is called Broadwater Bay. Shoreline says, I've seen that, SoCal. You have a new pet. He just wants to be your friend. Yeah, the current doesn't look too fast here. It's really deceiving. It's actually quite fast current. I might have to throw a little bit heavier weight on here. It's actually, I think I have a ½ ounce weight on here right now, and it's picking it up, and it's going downstream. Now you got to give them a treat every time you catch them, right? Which country? Oh, we're in the United States, Green Pot, central Montana. And I am actually, we're right at the tip of the hole. I'm gonna lift my anchor for a ½ second here and float down just slightly deeper. In just a moment, guys. We're at 10 foot, almost there. That's new. Got a boat pulling another boat like an inner tube. That's one way to do it, I guess. When you don't have an inner tube, but you have two boats, I mean, do what you must. Oh, good Lord. Anchor's a total pain on a small boat. It won't keep you in place or it gets snagged. Yeah, I've been snagged up a couple of times and I thought I was going to lose the anchor, but I've always managed to get it back. And yeah, I do have issues when it gets windy. If it's not windy, usually I can always anchor and I keep myself pretty stable. But once it gets windy and choppy, it's hard to keep the boat in one spot with the anchor. What time is it? It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That boat sounds nasty. Yeah, there's so many people around here. There's a lot of people with speedboats. Everybody's about the speedboats. And they have these, you know, just redonkulous horsepower freaking big blocks. Like motors pulled out of, you know, a big car or a truck, inboard motors. And they zip up and down here and they're all about who has the biggest rooster tail, who could shoot the stream of water the furthest. And they're absolute jerks about it. You know, people are on the shore swimming and fishing from the bank, and they go through and they rooster tail and try and spray the people that are sitting on the bank. It's just ignorance. Looks like my StarCraft boat that you in. Welcome, Whiskey Rebel. Yeah, we're in a little, it's a 16-foot flat bottom aluminum John boat. It's a boat, I bought it from my neighbor across the road a couple of years ago. It's beat up, it's tired, it's been to hell and back. But it was cheap, it runs, and I'm on the water. I take this thing all over, man. Green pot time there. We're just before 3 p.m. It's 2:51. That's when you call DNR. Ah, they're driving around here. We passed the game warden on the way over. We're full of fish here. Like, let me turn this around and show you guys. And they're coming up. You can see them all over the dang place. I don't know if you guys see that. It's all these little lines here. Those are all fish. And when they're swooping at a downward angle, that means they're going down. If you see them coming up, you know, at a angle, that's coming up to the boat. But they're all over around here. Spot's absolutely full of fish. I don't think the fish finder shows up real well on the stream screen. Flip you back around. In fact, before I forget, I gotta plug y'all in. Where's my plug? There we go. As long as it floats, that's all that matters. It's not cool either, I just want to fish, right? And I bank fished for a long time. This is the first boat that I've owned. I bought, you know, like 3 years ago now. So I'm loving being able to fish from the boat. You can access so many different places. When you're bank fishing, it's always like, man, I wish I could get over there. That spot looks so much better. When you got a boat, you can pretty much put it in wherever you want. That's where a big 6-ounce weight on a big rod comes in. They come by. Being a-holes, you rail the weight out of them. Oh God. It makes me think of a neighbor that lived across the road from my grandparents' house when I was little. There were these kids down the street that did stock car racing, and they always had, you know, old American muscle cars, and they would race up and down the streets, you know, all hours of the day. And the dude who lived across the road from my grandparents' house was a bit of an old crotchety man, and the one day he stood out there just waiting for him to come by, and he hucked a freaking hammer at their car as they're racing down the road, beamed it off the side of the car. They stopped. I thought they were gonna kick the crap out of the old dude. I'm not like that. It's annoying, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. That's so you. Wise man says, stand on shore, cast out as far as you can. Stand in boat, cast ashore as far as you can, right? Why is that? When you're on the bank, we're always trying to get it out as far as you possibly can, and then when you're on the boat, you're always casting right back at the shore instead. That is funny. Never really thought about that. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. I don't know. Hopefully we can get into the fish today. Like I said, this spot is, I love it and I hate it at the same time. I am skunked more often than not when I come here, but at the same rate, again, some of the biggest fish I've ever caught in my life came out of right in this general vicinity. So it's one of them things, we're either gonna catch nothing or we're gonna catch something monstrous. Hopefully it's the latter. Whiskey, my grandfather always said that. It's funny. My grandfather always said, smoke dope with the Pope. Or he'd say, it sounds like shit in a handbasket. God, he had some weird sayings. What was the one he used to, he was a motorcycle guy, big gearhead. He loved loud motors, loud mufflers. But I remember we were working on the motorcycles and he'd say something like, sounds like a hooker farting in a rain barrel or some shit like that. I don't know, man. You never knew what was gonna come out of that man's mouth. It was funny. Glenn said hi. Welcome to the stream, Glenn. I don't know what these fish want. I park over this hole. I've caught a couple of fish out here in the past, but normally I don't. It's this pocket that I'm sitting over is always full of fish, and they're always coming up, going down. You can see them on the fish finder. Like right now, there are 2 of them coming up looking at the boat, 3 of them. But I don't know what the hell they want to eat. I usually fish with worms here, and they generally don't like to bite them, so I brought the leeches today, hoping that that's what they wanted. Tie on a potato, it works. I watched that video last night, SoCal. I figured you were going to be using like a chunk of it. It looks like you were using small strips of it, which is actually a pretty good idea. Who was it in, I think it was Cindy's stream I was in last night. Good God, man, this guy would not shut up about fishing with a blade of grass. Swore up and down that a blade of grass was the best bait you would ever fish with. And he was just adamant about it, every few minutes. I can't say that I've ever tried to fish with a blade of grass. Maybe he's onto something. Hey Rod, just so you know, 502, congrats. Hey, heck yeah, thank y'all. That's awesome. We hit the 500. Now we are on the slow climb to 1,000. But I appreciate every one of you guys that's subscribing and helping support the channel. We're nearing retirement here, I think, in the next few years, and I think that this is what I'm going to be doing for my remaining days on this planet. We're gonna try and grow the channel, and I would love to do some traveling around the country, not just Montana, but the country and possibly the world. Yeah, I've been growing up watching, what is it, Jeremy Wade, you know, River Monsters. You know, he traveled all over the world catching, you know, exotic fish in exotic places. And I've always said to myself, I want to do that. So that's kind of the plan. And if we can grow the channel big enough, you know, maybe it can help me make that journey. But thank you, SoCal, and thank you all. Appreciate the support. Now let's catch some fish. Oh, I wish I could throw another rod in the water. I always feel so uneventful fishing with one pole. Oh, it's toasty. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to sit in the sun. We might have to pop over under the bridge for a little bit. It's warm, real warm. You know what I should do? I did bring my freaking camera. The water here is pretty murky. I don't know how much visibility there's gonna be with it. But now that I'm saying, you know, I wonder what these fish are doing. I got a freaking lure camera. I can toss my camera down there and we can see what the fish are doing. We'll bust that out here in a little bit. Empty some of this crap out of my pockets. Oh, let's rig up another pole. That leech is hanging in the water there. Wondering how some bass tactics would work for walleye. You're only allowed 2 poles in NY, should be 3 for veteran fishermen. Yeah, so it differs here depending on which fishing district you're in Montana. Central Fishing District is fairly restrictive. This is where everybody comes to do trout fishing. We have world-class trout fishing here. So rivers and streams, they only allow, rivers, streams, and creeks, they allow 1 pole with 2 hooks. If you're fishing in lakes, ponds, or reservoirs, you can have 2 poles, 2 hooks. If you go over to Eastern Montana Fishing District, all the rules are thrown out the window. They allow you 6 poles with up to 6 hooks on each pole. You can use live bait. I mean, it's like the Wild West of fishing. But yeah, so here in central Montana, it's super restrictive. No live bait, 1 pole, 2 hooks. And I think they're just trying to preserve the trophy trout fishery here. Which annoys the crap out of me, but it is what it is. Josie, congratulations, 502. Thank you, Josie. We are there. Amanda Gerhardt, welcome back, Amanda. How you doing today? Oops. SoCal, walleye, honestly, you fish for them kind of the same way you would fish for pike, which is kind of the same way you fish for bass. They're all apex predators. They're highly voracious predators. They pretty much will bite anything that moves. For whatever reason, I don't know why walleye are so preferential to leeches, though. Like, you could be fishing right next to somebody who's fishing with worms and they'll catch nothing all day, and if you're throwing leeches, you know, the same exact jig, the same depth, the same spot, you'll catch walleye and they'll catch nothing. I don't know why that is, but they bite off of crankbaits, they bite off of spinner baits. Pretty much the same thing as bass or pike. Shoreline says, the way I see it, veterans shouldn't need a license or have a limit on poles. As long as you stay within the catch limit, you should be fine. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the regulations in fishing are probably unnecessary. But without them, it's one of those things that unless you set the laws, people always take advantage. There are people, you know, that would come and they'd have 100 poles in the water, you know, just because somebody didn't tell them they can't. And so many people, they keep everything they catch. That drives me nuts. You go to a fishing hole and you got people with stringers full of like 2-3 inch fish. It's just, it's absurd. Yes, Amanda, I remember you. Welcome back. I remember you from the stream yesterday, and you've been in here a few times. How does the two hook thing work with lures that come with 3? That's honestly an absolutely wonderful question, and I have thought the same thing. I've mentioned it on a couple of my videos, actually. I don't know, and I keep forgetting to ask Fish, Wildlife, and Park when I run into them. I'm assuming you're supposed to take the 3rd hook off. I'm not 100% sure, though. I fished with them for a long time with the 3 hooks that came on them, thinking, you know, that's how it came. You know, I can't imagine they're requiring you to actually peel a hook off of it, but the more that I thought about it, I figured I might as well be safe than sorry. I don't want to get in trouble with the game warden, so I pulled them off. The 3 hooks is usually unnecessary anyway. It's, especially with pike, they thrash around so much, it's already sketchy enough trying to pull a pike off of a lure that's got 2 treble hooks on it. When they got 3 on there, it's just a matter of time before you hook yourself. Oh God, these boats. Do they make you use barbless hooks for 2 and steelhead there? No, there are no restrictions, at least in central Montana, for using barbless. I know a lot of places do that. Here in Montana, they don't require that. Amanda says, I love your videos. I appreciate that, man. Amanda, thank you for checking them out. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Leeches are normally in the water, worms aren't. Glenn, that's actually a good point. I never really thought about that. Maybe it's just because it's a recognizable food to them. Huh. Green Pot, you're from India. Well, hello to you there in India. You are on the other side of the planet, my friend. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the comments here. Yeah, I see a lot of that out here, seeing a guy catch small pike and put it in his book bag. People everywhere I go, they keep every dang fish they catch. And you know, I mean, if you're gonna eat them, I guess that's fine. But what drives me nuts is not necessarily the small ones that people keep. People catch the trophy ones and keep them. You know, you catch a 40-inch pike, you know, a 20-pound pike. Your first mission should be to try and get that pike back in the water. You know, those are the good genes that you want to be reproducing and making more babies. And the big ones, they're no good to eat anyway. Unfortunately, the big one that I pulled out of here, he was so hammered by the time I got him out of the net. I did try and let him go, but we ended up having to keep him. I hate to do with the big ones like that. They're not great to eat. You're pulling those good genes out of the water, and it's not good for the fishery. But like the local bass pond that I stream from all the time, every dang big fish I see people pull out of there, they keep. It's insane. Throw it back. Let somebody else catch it. You know, not only are they the big ones, they're the fun ones that everybody's going after, but that pond is right next to a sewage lagoon. You know, don't eat that crap. That's disgusting. So how does a drop shot work for walleye? Drop shot can work. In fact, a lot of people, that's kind of their go-to when you're using leeches. And I commonly, I probably have one in my tackle box. We can break it out here in a little bit. I usually tie a double drop shot. So you got your weight on the bottom, and then about 8 to 10 inches up from your weight, you have your first hook, and then another like 12 inches or so, you have a second hook. And I like to tie them with, the hooks actually come with 2 eyelets on them, and they're spinning. So you tie to the top eyelet, you tie to the bottom eyelet, and it keeps it, you know, in that horizontal position, and it allows it to you know, spin in the current. So you actually get more movement off of it, less tangling. But yeah, drop shotting is highly effective for fishing for walleye. I apologize. Yeah, every time one of these boats comes by, it rocks it. That's where I need to. In fact, from here, I probably could do it. I didn't think about it, but next time that I stream from here, I will stream from my GoPro. And the GoPro has a feature on it called hyper stabilization. So that rockiness in the boat, it somehow, you know, programmatically always keeps your horizon level or fairly level. So it cuts out so much of that rocking motion. Awesome fishing, Ma. How you doing, buddy? And the fishing. We're doing great. We're out here on the water. This is bliss for me. I love this. I don't know what it is about fishing. It does it for me, but anytime I'm out on the water, I am happy. How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Justin says that's what they use in Australia. Dynamite. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Oh God, what am I missing here? Shoreline. Yeah, you gotta know what a good eater is and what wants to toss back. Yeah, for pike, I like to keep anywhere from 19 to 24 inches is kind of on the bigger side, but you know, 2-3 pounder. Anything bigger than that is too big. They're not great. Tiki Loves God was timed out. Oh, was somebody in here preaching the gospel? Thank you, SoCal. I appreciate you taking care of that. Great summer baits when the bite is slow. Hope you have good luck. Motion sickness sucks. I'll see you later. Congratulations again. Oh, thanks, Josie. Yeah, sorry about the rocking. I know that even me, when I'm watching videos like that, it's hard. So no, I don't blame you for bailing out if you're getting motion sickness. But thank you again. I always use the GoPro for dirt bike videos. The stabilizer built in makes the video actually watchable. Yeah, definitely. Dwayne, welcome to the stream. What size pole are you using, medium light or medium heavy? So we have a couple of different options on the boat right now. Right now I'm using my go-to. It's a medium light fast action ugly stick carbon. My absolute favorite go-to pole. Unless I'm throwing big lures, you know, 1 ounce plus lures, I go with this pole. It's a little on the light side for the bigger fish, but I've pulled in 20 pounders with this, so it will definitely handle a big fish, and it's sensitive enough that you can pull in, you know, 2-3 inch fish. Really versatile pole, and they're light as heck. You can throw lures on them all day. They're really nice. But I also have another ugly stick, the ugly stick light graphite. I believe that one's a medium heavy, moderate action. And I brought that one because we might be throwing slightly larger lures today. And then I have my Akuma trolling reel or trolling rod over there that we'll use if we do a little bit more trolling today. What size reel? 2500 or 3000? I in fact, this one I'm running, I think I'm running the 1000 series right now. And I do have a pole exactly like this with the 2000 series. I like the 1000 series better. It's lighter. They have slightly different drag systems on them. But again, as light and small as this reel is, I mean, 3 weeks ago I pulled in an 18.5 pound carp on it. You know, they are quite durable. It's the Piscafun Carbon X 1000, and the Carbon X 2000 is a good reel too. They're a little bit heavier, and it's not as smooth of a reel on it. This one is just like butter. The bigger ugly stick that I have, the medium heavy, I think I use a 2500 series on that one, also a Piscafun. Now this one's the Carbon Prism 2000, so the 2000 series. I usually don't go with 3000 or bigger unless I'm trolling. Like my trolling rod here is the Okuma Coldwater Pro. It's the 3000 series, and that one is hands down my favorite reel to use for trolling. What gear ratio? It is a 5.2 to 1. I think the 2000 series is a 7.2 to 1. It's a slightly different gear ratio. So this one's, again, it's on the low side. It's a lighter reel. It's not really meant for big fish, but they're so durable. I beat the crap out of this rod and reel, and they're I don't know how many times I've stepped on this rod and bent the eyes over on it, and the reel, I mean, it's dirty. I take her out in the shop and blow it out with the compressed air a couple of times a year, lube her up, and she's good to go. The only drawback on the smaller reel like this is your retrieve. You don't get as much retrieve for every reel. And that's really the only drawback that I've found at all using it. Come on, fishy. I don't know what the heck these fish want. Is that the game warden coming back, or is that another? No, that's not the game warden. Maybe it is. No, it's not. Other people pulling inner tubes. SoCal says, I'll be back in a bit. Gotta make a phone call about getting on a boat for some tuna. Right on. I'll be here. We're not going anywhere. Well, damn, voicemail. I'm back already. Well, that was quick. I don't know. I think we'll give the old leech here another. What time is it? 3:17. We'll say 3:30. We'll pull up anchor here and drift down towards the bridge, and then I think I'll anchor up again under the bridge for a little while. I am sweating bullets over here. The sun is hot, and we'll switch to either a jig and a worm, or some crankbaits, and we'll see if we can pull a pike out from underneath the bridge. XA, you're on. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? How goes it? What's biting? Oh, it goes wonderful. It's warm out here today. A little too warm. No bites so far. We are marking fish all over the dang place. I think we're gonna swing under the bridge here shortly and anchor up to get out of the sun for a little bit, and hopefully we can get a pike to bite under there. Usually that's where I have my best luck pike fishing around here, is directly underneath the bridge. But we're trying to get a walleye to bite here. I brought the leeches out, and we're sitting over a deep hole here that is just full of fish. But we have not yet convinced one to come out and play. One of my subs, and I think he subs to you also, says he can get me on a private charter and have it comped. Well, hell yeah. A free charter, that sounds like a win. Sign me up. Are you from the Midwest? Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is Great Falls, Montana on the Missouri River. We're kind of right in the city center here. Downtown is just right over this direction. That is, in the background here, you can see it's called Warden Bridge. And there are, I don't usually catch a lot of fish when I come here, but when I do get on the fish, I catch some big fish here. Big pike, big walleye, big carp, big trout. There's some monsters in here. There's just, my guess is because there's so much boat activity in the area, it really kills the bite a lot of the time. Hello. But I always mark tons of fish when I'm down here. They're everywhere. They're finicky. They're hard to get to bite. If we could get a period here, you know, a half hour, an hour where the boats quit zooming by, I think we'd probably have better luck. But we'll keep trying. They're in here. We just gotta coax one out to come and play. Why is walleye so popular in the Midwest? Walleye is popular. They're one of the best eaten fish around here. They get quite large here in Montana. I think the state record is 32 inches and something like 17 or 18 pounds. So they're a quite sizable fish. They're a big toothy fish, which makes them quite fun to catch. They're good fighting and they're good eating. I am by no means an expert walleye fisherman. I've caught, you know, only a handful in my life. But I'm trying to get better at it. It is one fish that there are quite a lot of them around here in water bodies. And it's another species that you can target when you go out. Right now I mainly target Northern Pike, and I'm getting, every year I think I feel like I improve on pike fishing. I'm learning more about them, what they like, where they're at, how to catch them, how to handle them. But I have not spent nearly as much time dedicated to fishing for walleye as I have for pike. So we're doing a little bit of walleye fishing today, trying to improve. Popular because they're in so many water bodies. That's another thing. Again, they're in a lot of water bodies, and people just, they like, you know, to catch something new. But they're fun as heck to catch. When you get a big walleye on the line, that they are good fighting fish. Are you saying you don't like to fish for walleye? Is that what you're getting at? SoCal says, I want to set up a charter next summer for all the YouTube fishermen to come out and fish for tuna. That'd be fun as hell, SoCal. I think I think a lot of the fishing community would go for that. Some of them might struggle coming up with the funds to, you know, fly out to California. I don't know. Maybe we could set up a GoFundMe or something to sponsor a YouTube community fish gathering. That'd be fun. Though, like I've mentioned on a few previous streams, I'm kind of terrified of fishing in the ocean. Of being on a boat, you know, in the open ocean. I think I'd do it, but it just makes me uneasy. I suck at swimming. I've always been a terrible swimmer. I had a couple of experiences swimming at the local pool over here when I was little, and I almost drowned, and it kind of scarred me for life, so. John Fishing YT says, I went fishing earlier and it was way too hot, bro. Yeah, it is pretty toasty out here today, which does not typically lend to a very good bite. Carp are about the only fish that I can typically get to bite when it's super hot out. It's not too bad. We're in the 80s right now. It's just the sun is barreling down on me. Looks like we got a few clouds that might come and give us a little bit of shade for some time, but I only get to take the boat out every once in a while when it's not super windy, and today was one of those days that the wind is calm enough for me to bring the boat out, so doesn't matter whether it's raining, it's hot as heck outside, I'm out, I'm fishing. I ran the numbers and it would cost about $300 per person for charter, depending on how many sign up. Yeah, 300 plus the, you know, grand at, you know, $500 to a grand it's going to cost per person to get on a plane and fly out there. Plus the, you know, extra however much it's going to be for hotel stays for I mean, you're talking probably $2,000, $2,500 a person to make a trip like that. It's not cheap these days to travel. Well, we got some fish angling up at the boat here. They're looking at the lure. This is when I wish I had one of the fancy live scopes. All y'all out there fishing with your freaking live scopes. You can just turn it around and you can see exactly what's going on. I'm hating, at the same time I'm jealous. It's a little bit of both. You're in the southeast and have caught pike just running a jig head with a good sized grub on it. I fish normally for crappie bass and catfish. Yeah, pike are generally not super picky. They will, I mean, last month I caught a pike off of a frickin' bread ball when I was fishing for carp. Like, they'll bite at anything, but a jig and a grub or a plastic is just right under that bridge. 2 years ago I caught a, you know, a 22 plus pounder. So yeah, a very simple bait like that rig could be very effective. For me, it's like 100 degrees because I'm in Florida. Ugh, hot and humid. No, thank you. Hello, good fish. Welcome, Matthias. How you doing today? Roman, smoking is bad, man. I know. Welcome to the stream, Roman. I know it's a bad habit. It's no good. It's one of my vices, though. One of these days I'll quit, hopefully. What country? We're in the United States, Green Pot. You asked that already. Rip Lips, oh yeah, fishing brother. Welcome to the stream, Rip Lips. We're out here. We haven't had any bites yet, but we're on the water and we're fishing, and that is pretty much paradise. Sean Fang, you got fish? No, we haven't caught anything as of yet. We've been on the water, hour and a half. A little over an hour and a half. This is one of those spots that I usually don't catch a whole lot, but when I do hook into something, it's almost always good sized. But we're running just inline weight and a hook and a leech right now. And we're kind of jigging it above a deep hole here that is full of fish that don't seem to be very hungry. We're in the United States, Green Pot. How are we doing? We're doing good. It's a wonderful day out here. A little hot, but we're in the boat, we're on the water. Not a whole lot to complain about. Hoping we can get into some fish here. Oh yeah, I said 3:30. Okay, we got about 1 more minute to run this jig, and then we're gonna pull up anchor, and I think we'll keep the jig on and jig as we float down towards the bridge there. John says the only time I can go fishing is early in the morning or late evening. Yeah, that's honestly the best times to fish. Here in the dead heat of the day, the bite is usually absolute crap. It should pick up as the sun starts going down. Usually around 6, 7 o'clock around here is when the bite starts to pick up. Though if I can get over in the shade, we go over into the shade underneath the bridge, the bite tends to be better all day long. Same here, John. I just want to fish. I feel you guys. I hear you. But that's where the fishing streams come in. Y'all can live vicariously a little bit here. Hopefully I can catch a fish for you. I thought for sure they were gonna chow down on the leeches here. We brought their favorite treats, but thus far they don't seem too interested. Any bass? There are smallmouth bass in the Missouri. I've never caught one above, so if you go downstream from here, there's a series of 5 different dams. The first one being Black Eagle Dam. Once you get down past Black Eagle Dam, I've caught a handful of smallmouth bass. I've seen people catch and heard of people catching them upstream from there. I've never caught a smallmouth upstream from Black Eagle Dam though. Seems like the bass fishing gets better after you get past all of the dams. So the last dam is called Maroney Dam, which is about, I want to say 15 miles downstream from here. And that's in the Eastern Fishing District. And that's where the fishing really picks up there. You get big channel cats are down there. You can catch pallid sturgeon, shovel-nosed sturgeon, walleye, sauger, saugeye, all sorts of stuff down there. But my best luck with smallmouth bass has been below the Maroney Dam. Rip Lips, your name's got to be the greatest fishing channel name I've ever seen. I appreciate that, man. I get really mixed reactions with it. Sorry, we got boaters zooming by here. Oh, God. So loud. Sorry about that, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Those are those speedboats that you see zipping through here, and they are just the most obnoxious things on the planet. But yeah, I get really mixed reactions with the channel name. Some people are instantly offended and like, you're a pervert, you're a weirdo, and other people are like you, they're like, oh my god, that's fucking hilarious, that's the funniest fishing channel name ever. And that's what I was going for, you know. I mean, me and the girlfriend sat around for about 3 hours when I was trying to create the channel, and we went through the gauntlet of names and could not find anything that wasn't taken. And finally I threw in "Wanna see my rod" just jokingly. It was like, it's available. I'm like, sold. That's it. We're doing it. I'm done. I'm over it. But that was the reaction I'm going for. I'm glad you like it. I thought it was, you know, I'd say it's a little tongue-in-cheek. It's a little dirty, but it's a perfect channel name for fishing. John, like, bro, you calmly fishing until speedboat comes. Oh, I know. They're ignorant. And you know, people could be a little more courteous. Like this guy right here, he's slowing down. He's coming by, he slows down the speed so he's not creating a wake. Most of them though, they zip by and they'll go 10 feet away from the boat. You know, you're supposed to keep at least 100 feet away from any water, or any boat in the water body. Howdy. How you doing, man? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Oh, not too shabby. It'd be better if I could get the fish to bite.
Oh, man, I was just gonna ask you if you had any bites yet.
No, it's a little warm. Normally, I have better luck when I fish directly under the bridge. There's a really deep hole here, though, that's always full of fish.
That's kind of what I've heard too. Is at the bridge there, maybe even some walleye.
There's 30-inch walleye in here. A couple of years ago, I caught a 22.5-pound pike. There's monsters in here. It's with all the boat activity though, it kind of kills the fishing. They're in here though. If you can get on them, they're monsters. Oh yeah.
You probably know that.
Yeah, no, I'm from around here. I fish this water body quite often, but
Well, I'll try to stay out of your way.
oh, it's all good. I'm used to it. Y'all are out here having fun.
I like your setup.
Oh, thanks, man.
Nice. Perfect for fishing.
It is. It's a small enough.
You got a live scope and everything?
No live scope. We're just a fish finder. I'm
That's cool.
streaming on YouTube right now.
Oh, okay, hell yeah.
But
Dude, there's nothing better, man.
it is. It's a good day out.
I used to do that with my dad all the time.
Oh yeah. It's one of my few hobbies, and I enjoy the crap out of it.
Great, man. Never quit, bro. So I just wanted to say hi. Good luck. I hope you catch him. I hope you get him the plans.
Appreciate that, man.
Anytime, bro.
And I appreciate you not zipping by like the other guys. I was just saying, these speedboats come by, and this little flat bottom John boat just.
I don't like to do that because I know how it is.
No, it just takes you to slow down a little bit, you know, be a little courteous. We got these jet boat or the speed boats. They come like, you know, 10, 15 feet away from the boat.
No, that fucking guy just. Yeah, I know, man.
That's all good though. But
Have a good day.
appreciate it. You as well. Have fun. All right, we're gonna anchor up and we're gonna float downstream here, guys. We're gonna head for the bridge and see if we can pull a pike out. The walleye don't seem to be feeding right now in the dead heat of the day. So we're gonna anchor up and we'll just drift down towards the bridge there, and we'll anchor up again and see if we can get one of the pike to come out and play. Oh. There goes all the possible bites. Yeah, when they zoom by like that, it kills the bite. We might go upriver a little later. It gets a little spotty. It gets really shallow in places, and I can take the boat through there. It's no problem. It's just, you know, trying to troll through it or anything like that gets a little tedious. But that's actually upstream from here is where most of the jet skiers and boaters go. We're gonna head down and park right under the bridge, and we'll fish there for maybe an hour or so. We'll throw some crankbaits, we'll throw some jigs. I usually have fairly decent luck with the pike down there. My favorite boats are definitely bass boats, though. Yeah, this is a ghetto old boat. I picked it up for pretty cheap, and I've done a bit of work to it. I rewired the whole thing, and it works well for me. One of these days I'll pick up a nicer boat, though. Do you notice any change in bites as boats go by? It makes the fish bite where I'm at, salt species, delta fish. It's kind of the opposite here. Seems like every time a boat goes by, the bite dies off for me. Fishing with Ryan says, see, this is my dream, to be honest, just on a boat and just going fishing. It is, man, it is. Like I said, I don't know what it is that I enjoy about it so much, but it's just, I am at peace when I'm out here on the water. Got a fishing pole in my hand. Even if I don't catch anything, I'm still having a blast. It's definitely more fun once you start catching things, but I would much rather be doing this than almost anything in the world. There is not any fish still now. No, green pot, still no bites. Rip Lip says, usually if I'm not getting hit in the first 30 minutes of my tournaments, I go to another spot, so good on you. Yeah, I've not done any tournament fishing. I've been thinking about getting into it, though. And I usually do. I shouldn't stay in places as long as I do. I usually overfish a spot. I have a bad habit of saying, you know, just a few more minutes, just one more lure, and it very rarely pays off. Except for certain areas, like again, this spot under the bridge, there are days when I come here and I'll anchor up and I'll sit there all day. I know the fish are there, and I know the big fish are there, and sometimes it's just a matter of waiting, you know, for the bite. If you're a tournament fisher, you know how it is. There are feeding cycles, you know, throughout the day. The fish bite, it'll turn on and it'll turn off. And sometimes you just need to be in the right spot when that bite turns on, and sometimes that means you gotta wait there for a while. A lot of the times though, when I'm in a boat, I like to troll. I have, especially when I'm fishing for pike, it's a highly effective method for catching pike. So I troll around a lot, but oftentimes during the heat of the day like this, the bite really dies off. And I do end up going and either, you know, drift fishing, or I'll go anchor up somewhere and throw lures or jig fish. Rip Lips, dude, are you mainly bass fishing tournaments or what? Skater, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Yesterday I was abducted by aliens. Are ya? How'd that go for you? Yep, crazy aliens everywhere. Did they probe you, Skeeter? I think that's usually the point of the abductions. They got to get their probes on. Yeah, I fished the Texas Angler of the Year Bass Tournament. If you don't find any aggressive bass, it's really hard to get on them. Yeah, see, I've never been all that great at bass fishing. We do have some bass fishing opportunities here in Montana, but they're not great. It's one fish I'd like to get better at fishing for, though. I think most people here in Montana are all about trout fishing. Trout fishing is really what's big here in central Montana. And I've never been much into. I like catching trout. It's fun. I mean, I like catching any kind of fish, but trout definitely they don't do it for me like pike do, like walleye do. Catfish, like carp. I like bigger fish, and the carp, or excuse me, the bass here, they don't get that big. POV bass, when they see a Senko, I saw the thing a million times, you think I'm gonna fall for that, right? Well, and that's the problem I run into around here with bass fishing, is there's so few places to fish for bass, you know, bass ponds, that they've seen everything, you know, you're throwing out there a million times over again. One of the game wardens I was chatting with at one of the spots I was at a few weeks ago, and he's a huge bass fisherman. He said that's all he fishes for here in Montana, and he was telling me to take out all my musky lures to the local bass ponds. Basically to throw out something, you know, just big and gnarly that the bass have never seen before. He said he's been doing that the past few years here and has had absolutely wonderful luck. You know, throwing out 9-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch lures that, you know, nobody in their right mind would use for a bass. And he said he'd just get eaten up. John, but then they still bite it. Sometimes, there is sometimes. Usually the smaller ones. I think the bigger bass you're gonna have a hard time catching on, especially in, you know, the ponds that are overpressured. You're gonna have a hard time catching them on stuff that everybody's throwing, like Senkos and wacky worms and appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Thank you. And if y'all haven't checked out the channel and hit the subscribe yet, feel free to do so. We finally hit the 500 subscribers today. Pretty stoked about that. Now we're on the slow crawl to 1,000. That's the next milestone. Faith and Tackle, welcome to the stream. We are not having any luck yet. We've been out on the water for a couple hours now. It's so nice out today. Everybody and their brothers out with their jet skis and speedboats, and I think it's kind of killing the bite. We're drifting right now. We're headed down towards the bridge over here, and we're gonna anchor up and we're gonna see if we can pull a pike out. Right now we're jigging with a leech, and while there are fish all over on the finder, they don't seem to be digging the leech right now. We do finally have some clouds though, which is nice. The temperature just dropped about 10 degrees. Doesn't look like we're gonna be in the clouds for long though. What are you trying to catch? We are targeting 2 species today. We're after Northern Pike and Walleye. So right now with the leech, we're targeting Walleye. We're just jigging for them. Once we get under the bridge here, I'm going to swap over and probably throw a crankbait for a little bit. And if we can't get them to bite off that, I'm going to switch over to a jig and a plastic. Rip lips, I'm going to head out to the lake. Keep doing what you're doing, man. It's badass. Earned a sub from Texas. Well, I appreciate you swinging by and supporting the channel, Rip Lips. Good luck out on the lake today. I hope you catch some monsters. And again, thanks for the subscription. Swing back through anytime. Do you stream at all, Rip Lips? If you do, hop over to my channel. Do me a favor, leave a comment on one of my videos, and any of y'all that are in here. If you guys stream and I have not yet subscribed to you, hop over to my channel, drop a comment on one of my shorts or one of my videos, just pick one, and let me know that you're a streamer and you stream fishing, and I will sub back to you and I'll come check out your stream when I'm not fishing. Went out today and picked up old 14-inch V-bottom aluminum, has 25 horsepower Yamaha 4-stroke and trolling motor. I'm excited to get it registered in my name and put it on the water. Heck yeah. Yeah, this is I picked this boat up a few years ago. It's a 16-foot John boat, flat bottom. And we got a 75 horsepower jet on the back. So it's a little bit bigger than yours, but you will have an absolute blast. It is so fun to get out on the water and fish. Man, we are drifting right. Are we drifting into this guy, or is he coming into us? I think he's coming into us. Maybe a little of both. But yeah, you're gonna have a blast with the boat. Just be safe. Make sure you keep your throwable flotation device, and you got life jackets and stuff on the boat. Real easy on small boats like that to have things go real bad real quick. So just be safe and have fun. I'm gonna kick the motor on here for guys and move away from these guys that are anchored. Oop. We're drifting right into them. Every time one of these boats passes, the weight kicks us further and further out of the middle. Green pot, we have not caught any fishes to show you yet. I will definitely show y'all when we get in on the fish. Hopefully once we get under the bridge here, we can get some pike to chow down. Fishing with Ryan. A couple of months ago, I caught a 45-inch Northern Pike. That is an absolute monster, Ryan. Heck yeah, congratulations. Biggest one that I've caught was 42.5 inches. It was just over 22 pounds. It was right down the river from here. I'm still trying to pull in a 50-incher. One of these days. One of these days I'll get it. Rip licks, heck yeah, man. Just finished streaming last night. I fell in the water 4 or 5 times. I'll comment below on one of those streams later, man. Good luck, Rip Lips. Thanks again. But yeah, I'll definitely check out your stream if you do stream. Ryan, what'd you catch your monster pike off of? You guys doing all right over there? Yeah. Okay, just making sure. All right, and I think I am actually we're gonna retire the leech here momentarily, and I'm actually gonna. Oh no, let's not retire her quite yet. What we are gonna switch to is a search bait, and I should throw a leader on here, but I am not going to, and I'm probably gonna regret it. But we're gonna switch to this guy. Forget who makes these. I want to say, whoa! That was a big ass walleye. You guys just missed it. There's probably a 25-inch walleye that just leapt up out of the water right in front of the boat. She was chunky. But maybe we can, let's get this rigged up here. So this is a search bait, and we're gonna throw, where'd our leech go? We're gonna move our leech over to this guy. Sometimes the slow jig is not enough. They want some real action. I'm actually gonna cast right over there where that big old monster just jumped. Maybe we can get her to come out and play. I don't know what it was jumping out of the water for, though. Normally you don't see walleye jump. I think maybe it was biting at one of these dragonflies that's sitting on top of the water. God, do I need to start throwing some topwater action for walleye? I didn't know that was a thing. Is topwater walleye a thing, guys? And I forgot to take my inline weight out here. Hold on. Oh, we might as well. I got it off. I'm gonna throw the leader on here. I do have, I think there's 30-pound braid on here, which has excellent tensile strength. It doesn't break pulling on it, but it does shear quite easily on sharp rocks and sharp teeth. So we'll throw a leader on here just so we don't lose my lure here. Dang it. And I lost my leech the first cast. I should have poked her through a different hole. All right, and again, we're baiting her up. Find the head of it, the spot with the end with the flat spot on it, and you poke her on once. Don't poke her more than once; they will die quite quickly. All right. Imagine throwing a frog for a walleye. What's a search bait? A search bait is it's a bait that you cast and quickly retrieve, and it allows you to cover a lot of water with it. You tend to use them when you're looking for where the fish are. I troll with these sometimes, and they're fairly effective for trolling. Oh, there was a bite. Shit. Dang it. Yeah, I forget who makes this particular one. I want to say it's Lure Jensen. Maybe not. But it is gold in color, which usually works good on a nice sunny day. I like to use gold color. When it starts getting more cloud coverage, darker, I switch to silver or nickel. Gold and brass tend to work good in sunny weather though. Tube or full piece hot, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Okay, them old torpedo frogs with spinner blades on the back work sometimes pretty good. I'm already skippy fishing mixed. We'll catch them all. And we're in pretty shallow water here. It's only 5 foot deep. We're drifting closer to the shore. If you pee in the water, it'll help. You think so? That'll work for you? Gotta play the field. I'm leaving, just turning and burning. Well, thanks for swinging through the live here. Yeah, so we're just gonna kind of fan cast around us. So we're casting in a small circle, seeing if we can lure in some fish. But welcome to those joining, and I apologize to those that I have not gotten to your comments. It's a little difficult to throw lures and respond to comments at the same time. And our primary goal here is to catch some fish, so we're not going to get to everybody's comments. Once I get anchored up, we'll be able to get to Moriel's comments. I'm going to actually switch over to a worm here. And this search bait has a slow death hook on it, so it kind of twirls in the water. The leeches don't hold great on these. I just went through 3 leeches in 5 minutes. And at about 50 cents a pop, that gets expensive real quick. So we're actually going to throw a worm on here, which acts as a nice long trailer and spins in the water. Oh, good God. Hold on. Tangly, tangly. There we go. Fixed itself. Ah, shit. Well, that was a worm. Now we have a nub. Jesus. God, these are some nice chunky worms, man. Normally I buy crawlers from just the gas stations out of their crappy little coolers. I went over to North 40 today and bought some, and these are some of the beefiest night crawlers I've seen in a while. They're nice. Search bait, and we are searching for fish. We're not casting to anything in particular on the finder. We're not casting to any particular structure or hole. We are just, you know, every cast we go, you know, 10, 15 foot in a different direction here. And it's fairly shallow water, so you do a fairly quick retrieve here. We don't want it bouncing off the bottom. We want to keep it up in the water column. And this particular lure, it's a straight cast and retrieve. You don't need to do anything fancy. The color of it and the blade, the spinner on the back, and then the twirling of the worm is really what draws them in. When I'm in more open water and I can go a little bit faster, I like trolling with these on bottom bouncers. You throw a bottom bouncer on and a good like 5-6 foot leader on there. And I've had pretty good luck. Oh, here come the jet skis again. Howdy. Oh, nothing so far. We just had a giant walleye jump next to the boat a couple of minutes ago. Big old chunky one. But no bites yet. Kalin, that's who makes this. Kalin. Howdy. How's everybody doing today? on our worm. All right, we're gonna actually switch to the old container of worms here and use these guys up. We had these at the pond yesterday, roasting out in the sun all day. I don't know if there's anything salvageable in here. I'll see. No. Well, we just dropped 3 of them off the side of the boat. Dang it. Chum in the water with all our bait. Alrighty. Yeah, we're coming over a small school of fish right now, it looks like. A couple of good-sized ones in there. Robert Hale, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Kalen has been around for 1 billion years. Are you doing this with cell phone connection? Yep. Yeah, I'm just inside Great Falls, Montana, so we have actually really good cell connection here. Whoa, I almost put that in the power lines. Oops. Yeah, this is one of the few locations that I know of that I can drop my boat in and I actually have a cell connection. And it's not the greatest fishing here in the sense that I don't always catch stuff, but it is wonderful fishing in the sense that some of the biggest fish I've ever caught in my life came out of this spot right here. In fact, right where that boat is going. Oh, god damn it, don't stop there. You bastards. I should have went over there. They're taking my spot. Oh, maybe they're just rolling through. Okay, maybe I'm good. I should get over there before they anchor up. Yep, we're just on the cell phone today. Next time I stream from here, I am gonna rig up my GoPro and use that so I can do the hyper stabilization. I didn't think about it when I set the stream up today. My GoPro drops the stream after 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, I only have tried streaming once from my GoPro, but the cell signal at that particular location was too crappy, and I was dropping stream, every few minutes, so I switched back over to my cell phone. But I think from here, because I'm between 3 and 5 bars at any given moment, which is excellent connectivity compared to what I've been using to stream. I should be able to drop a hotspot on my cell phone here and connect to that and use it to stream the GoPro through. Amanda, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Any bites yet? Nope. We did have one bite on the search bait here. Second cast I threw it out, but no fish yet. It's pretty hot out today, and there's so much boat activity that it's not ideal for fishing, but we're on the water. We're gonna keep at it. Hopefully we can pull something out here. I'm not sure if it's a setting or what. I'm technology disabled, so it's probably a me issue. Well, so when you stream from the GoPro, you have to set up basically a hotspot on your phone. So you're basically turning Wi-Fi on your phone, and you're connecting from the GoPro to the Wi-Fi on the phone. So you have to start out with, you have to have a good connection, internet connection on the cell phone to be able to provide a good, connection for the Wi-Fi for the hotspot. And different cell phones have really different capabilities for their Wi-Fi hotspots. If you're not on, a next gen, a really good phone, the Wi-Fi capabilities, how well your hotspot is going to broadcast is going to be greatly different. I'm using an iPhone 16 Pro or whatever the hell it is. I mean, it's top of the line. The Wi-Fi chips in them are very good quality. So as long as you start out with a good strong cell signal, and you keep your GoPro within relatively close distance to the cell phone that's acting as the hotspot, I don't think you should have much of a problem. But if you start out with a crappy cell signal, it gets worse. It degrades the moment that you're then passing it through the hotspot. Yeah, I'm on a Samsung, so it's probably the phone. It may be if it's an older, kind of janky phone. True, hot here as well. Bite slowed down as well. Yeah, the temperature's actually dropped 5-10 degrees in the last hour. But that's mainly because the clouds came out. We got a little bit of cloud coverage finally. Biggest problem here right now is, in addition to the heat, is all the boat activity. We got jet skis and boats passing by every few minutes. I'm gonna try and get off over into the shallows here underneath the bridge, into the shade, and the pylons from the bridge kind of block a lot of the wave action from the boats and the jet skis. We're just gonna do a few more casts here with this search bait, and if we don't get any bites, I'm gonna motor up and putter over to the edge here. Today's the first day you haven't put a line in the water this week. Oh man, I've been jonesing. I had 4 days of crap weather. We went from tornado weather to just super windy, and I couldn't fish. So we finally got a nice few days, and I'm taking as much advantage of it as I can. But I feel you, man. I jones when I don't get to fish for a few days. I'm hating life. The winters here are really hard. I hate going 3-4 months without being able to fish. I'm gonna have to get into ice fishing. As much as I hate being outside in the cold during the winter, I'm gonna have to do it. You're gonna go hit the pond for a bit for the evening bite? Yeah, not a bad idea. It'll cool down. It's nice having a fishing hole like that, so close to the house. Especially, you got some nice fish in there, it looks like. I wish my local pond had nice big fish like that. Mine's full of dinks. I mean, it's still fun, but pulling out 3 to 6 inch fish all day is not nearly as fun as pulling out 2-3 pounders. 42 likes. Thanks for the thumbs up, y'all. Appreciate that. All right. They're not liking our search bait here. We're gonna get a drink here and then tootle over to the anchor spot. That bass and cat this guy yesterday were big for a small pond. Heck yeah. Now you're catching some good sized fish out of that itty bitty little pond, man. I'm honestly envious. I wish my local pond had nice catfish in it, nice bass in it. All right, I'm gonna be a little loud for about 30 seconds or so here while I move over underneath the bridge. You missed the big cat on stream because the stream froze. Ah, that sucks. I don't know, oftentimes I will also have the GoPro on so I can catch stuff like that just in case I miss it. Such a pain having all the camera gear on though. Alright, we're gonna swap the search bait out and go back to our, this is the Bandit 100, this is the super shallow diver. This one goes about 2 to 5 foot. Alright, here's the spot. We're gonna pull a pike out here. We're just drifting right now. I'm gonna have to back up and anchor here in a moment. Shit in the way here. Trying to get into position here to somewhere that I can anchor. Sia says hi, welcome to the stream, Sia. Wheezy says nice boat, thank you, I appreciate that. Oh god, I thought it was a fish. We just got a swamp thing over here. Not quite the fish I was looking for. I'm gonna kick the motor on here for another second. get away from this pylon, almost to the spot that I anchor up at. That jet system on your motor, is that just a lower end replacement? Yeah, it's just a lower end replacement. It originally was a prop motor. At some point in time, somebody swapped out the lower end for a jet. So it's rated at 75 horsepower. You're only, I think they say you get about 75% or something like that of the horsepower, which is honestly, it's way oversized for this little boat. I think this boat, the sticker on it, it's only rated for, what does it say? 30 horsepower or something like that. Shut up, I know we're in shallow water. Yeah, so this spot's super shallow, but the pike love it. Once we get just to the other side of this bridge, I'm gonna anchor up. I like to drift right through here though. Every time I come here, I reenact my catch of the monster. Right over there is where she was. I'm just hoping one of these days a new monster moves into its old hole. Considering doing that to my boat, I got a 130 horsepower Johnson. How big is your boat? That's a big motor. What do you, is it an 18 footer? Yeah, the jets are nice. They use a heck of a lot more fuel than a prop motor does. Oh, oh. Ah. Dang it, he got off. Well, there was our first solid bite. They're under here. I'm marking fish all over the place. This spot is pike heaven if they're biting. Oftentimes I fish here and you can see them. I mean, you can see them in the water. It's so shallow, but they won't bite on anything you throw out there. But we've had one bite so far, so it's promising. "18-foot Stratos." Okay. All right, I'm gonna, after this cast here, I'm gonna throw the anchor down. All right. We're gonna get the anchor in the water, and this is where we're gonna fish for a little bit. Yeah, no, the jet conversion, it definitely has some benefits. You can usually get in a little shallower water. Certain types of weeds it does better in, but again, it does have its drawbacks too. When you get a lot of loose weeds in the water, you end up sucking a lot of them up into the intake, the grate, and so you get to fish them out instead of fishing. I've always liked it because I've seen so many people stranded out, you know, in a lake or a reservoir or a river because they sheared their frickin' prop pins off running into something. Man, I've run over some gnarly shit with this boat, and she just keeps on plugging. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. You son of a bitch. Get out of my way. All right, there we go. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, no, I think that's probably the main advantage is you're not as likely to get stranded somewhere because you hit a rock and sheared a pin off. You know, I mean, the worst case scenario, you gotta bend over the side of the boat and clear handfuls of weeds off the intake grate. There's much fewer moving parts to have to worry about with maintenance. Oh, there we go, fish on. Oh, damn it. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, did he come off? Damn it, we lost it. That one felt good too. Oof. They're in here. All right, let's get her right back over there. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this bridge, man. They like this spot. Dang it, we lost our first good bite. I didn't get a good hook set on it. I thought it was a snag at first. Oh, that's disappointing. I almost had y'all a pike on stream. We'll get her though. Thanks and welcome to the stream. We just missed our first solid bite. I'm pretty sure that was a pike. Oh, dang it. We had it on for about 15 seconds and then I lost it. I didn't get a good hook set on it though. Now I'm tangled in my net here. Oh, damn it. There's one thing I hate about having the big landing nets are wonderful for pike, but they also get in the goddamn way. I'm trying to cast. So I'm gonna take this guy and tear down. Dark cacao cookie. I'm a Texas and Oklahoma fisherman. Welcome to the stream. It'll come back. Yeah, they tend to. This area, I think, because it's the shallow part of the river, the very last pylon, and it gets blocked from most of the waves from the boats going by. And I think that's why they hang out here. Shit out of the way. Tripping over everything. See, I wish I had about a 18 or a 20 footer. I really want a slightly bigger boat so there's just more maneuverability. Now, that was another bite, it was a snag. We're actually going to I'm gonna lay these guys down. Get them out of my casting area here. Welcome to those joining the stream. I apologize if I have not yet greeted you individually or responded to your comments. Get out of my finger. Oh, come on. What is with, I swear to God, treble hooks are the sharpest thing on the planet. But we are here in central Montana, and we are fishing for northern pike in the Missouri River. And we just missed it. It felt like a decent sized one. That was probably a 5-6 pounder, it felt like. Not a monster, but not a baby either. But we're anchored up near a bridge, near structure, which tends to be a fairly productive spot to fish for pike. We're gonna see if we can get one on the line here. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday afternoon. I know y'all wish you were out fishing, but you're welcome to hang out and fish with me. I have a feeling we should be able to get a pike on the line here for you guys to check out. They're here in fairly large numbers, and there are some big ones in here too. Got a bit of an overcast sky, the clouds finally came out, and that also, I don't know what, pike tend to bite better when there's overcast sky, I've found. So we'll hopefully be able to get one or maybe more to latch on here. We're throwing right now just a shallow diving crankbait. It's a Bandit 100 in pearl color with white eye, or black eye, red eyes. Jesus. Pearl color, pearl body, red eyes. Take 10. It's a shallow diving crankbait. It dives down to about 2 to 5 foot. Our bottom here is quite shallow. We're sitting over 3 to 5 foot of water. So this lure is hitting bottom, and that is kind of key to using this type of lure. You want it to hit bottom. You don't want it to drag bottom the whole way in, but you do want it to tick across the bottom. And they are, this particular design of crankbait they're not snagless by any means, but out of all of the different types of cranks that I run, this one, I lose less of them. I get it hung up less often. They just, when they're in the water, they kind of have this angle that they float at, and they end up just the nose, your lip, ticks off the bottom of the rocks, the mud, and it just, every time it ticks down and hits, it causes a disturbance in the water. And pike, they're a super curious creature. They're one of the fish in most water bodies. They don't have really any predators. They're an apex predator. They're the top of their food chain. And whereas a lot of smaller fish that aren't predatory fish have things that are coming after them and they spook easy, pike don't. When pike sees a commotion in the water, whether it be a loud thrashing, a big, pound lure slapping the surface of the water, they come towards the commotion instead of away from the commotion. And every time your lure ticks off the bottom of the riverbed, the lake bed, oftentimes it'll kick up little clouds of dust. You pick up little bits of weeds, and the pike key in on it. They come over to check out what it is. They like to see what the commotion is, because they're not afraid of something eating them. They're coming to see if it's something that they can eat. So I like these. I like fishing the crankbaits that are gonna tick bottom every once in a while. And everybody's kind of got their retrieve that they use for cranks and jerk baits. I have a very erratic retrieve. And again, I found that the more erratic you are, whipping it, slowing down, speeding up, it attracts more fish. So again, I'll crank, I whale on it. Sometimes I'll reel really fast. Most of the time a couple of reels and I do a tick, and then a tick. And then you switch over, from right to left hand. So you're changing the direction of the lure in the water. And your lure's just kind of doing this all over the place. And the pike love it. They're like, what on earth is that? And they go check it out. And oftentimes, if you can keep it erratic enough, they don't get a whole lot of time to look at it and think about it. They just bite it. It looks interesting. They'll put it in their mouth. They're like a child. They're like a baby. They put things in their mouth to feel. And if it tastes like food, they'll swallow it. If it doesn't, they spit it back out. So it's all about just getting their attention and getting them to do the thing that toddlers do and put it in their mouth. But sometimes they'll slow down, but there's always that jerking action. And oftentimes it's on that jerk, you'll set the hook. They'll bite it on that momentary pause, and that quick jerk you're doing actually sets the hook. See, you'll do a quick jerk and you got a fish on the end of the line. Another effective is just if you kind of tap, and you could just kind of do that the whole way. But I've found, again, reeling and then just a nice hard jerk, that tends to be the action that I get the most pike hits on. Well, we'll see here. We had one on the line here just a few minutes ago. He seems to have moved on or lost interest. But we'll keep going. This area right here, they swim in and out of here constantly. Like I said, when I fish here, oftentimes I will sit right here or right in this general vicinity, and I'll cast for, hours. Ooh, that one almost went up on the bridge. Y'all ever done that? Cast a lure up actually on the bridge? 46 thumbs up, appreciate y'all. Thank you, SoCal, for answering some of the questions. Josiah, welcome back to the stream. Sorry I can't be in your life right now. I'm about to go fishing. Have to go by. Good luck, Josiah. Hope you catch some monsters. Fishing for PB. How you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. We are on the pike here. They're here. A little miffed that I did not land that last one. I didn't get a good hook set on it. It caught me off guard. I was bullshitting with you guys not paying attention, and I thought I had a snag, so I let the slack on it and went to tighten my drag, and she was gone. But hopefully we can get them to come back. Fishing for PB, I'd like to see your rod. What kind do you got? We are currently fishing with Ugly Stick Carbon. It's a medium light fast action pole. I believe it is, 7'6"? I should know this. I think it's 6'10". 6'10". And we're running the Piscafun Carbon X2000 series. It's just a cheapo reel off of Amazon. They're about $50, and they are one of my favorite little lures reels to use. Super lightweight, super smooth action, decent drag system on them. I fish for anything from dinks with them, and I've caught upwards of 20-pound fish with them. They're a great all-around rod. You guys are looking for one rod that will kind of do it all. This guy right here is what you want, and I highly recommend them. This rig, the pole varies in price. The Ugly Stick Carbon, you can get them on sale for $50-60. I think they retail for about $100 if they're not on sale. But they are, just check your big box stores, check Sportsman's Warehouse, check Amazon. They go on sale quite frequently, a few times a year. I like to, my bigger fishing purchases, I like to do around the holidays, whether it be Father's Day, Memorial Day. Seems like every holiday that comes around, most of the tackle stores are really trying to make sales. So they'll discount stuff significantly. So if you can find it on sale, you can get this rig, this setup for about $100. Otherwise, it's, you know, 40, 50 bucks more, 150 bucks. Which is not bad for a fishing rod and reel setup. What's your PB out there? My PB is literally from this exact spot we're sitting in right here, 42.5 inches and just over 22 pounds. Very nice Northern Pike. And I've caught a couple other, you know, 10 plus pounders right in this general area. But the monster that I pulled out came from this exact spot. Although I was not using a crankbait, I caught it off of a jig. I think it was one of the Callan's Google Eye jigs with a white paddle tail plastic on the end of it, which we can switch to here in a little bit. And I think I just smacked the camera there, sorry. Not trying to abuse y'all, I promise. But this is a really good fishing spot. So if you can see, oh shit, we just had a big one coming right up at the boat. If you see right here, if you look, let me try and pan the camera around. Oh, I'll take it out. Hold on. So one of the reasons this is such a good spot, other than the fact that we're sitting right under a bridge, so this is what I'm fishing at. We're fishing right underneath the bridge, super shallow water. It's 3 to 5 foot deep. You wouldn't think there'd be big fish in here. They're everywhere. But if you look over here, right where that rock is sticking out is the confluence, where the Sun River comes into the Missouri River. So if you can see the difference in color over there, the water shades, over kind of towards the trees, you see it's much browner, milkier water. And then towards us, it's clearer water. This is the Sun River flowing into the Missouri River. And anytime you can fish where two rivers meet, you know, a stream flows into a river, one river flows into another river, there tend to be a lot of fish and big fish there. They come there because the bait fish hang out in those areas. And it's an absolutely wonderful place. Some of the biggest fish I've caught in my life came from right here in this general vicinity. And it's a really good spot. Didn't realize it was a river. Must be some monsters in here. Yeah, the Missouri River has really big walleye, really big pike. There's really big rainbow and brown trout, monster ling, sturgeon, catfish. Not one of the cleanest water bodies on the planet. It's definitely usually dingy, murky, full of weeds floating around, but there are some big fish in here. Do you ice fish out there as well? Ice fishing is really big around here. I've never been ice fishing. I got a couple of buddies that got into it the last few years that have been trying to get me to come out. I might try and do a bit of ice fishing this year. I struggle, you know, for the 4+ months of frigid cold we get here, not being able to fish. So we might get into some ice fishing this year. It is really popular here though. Sales. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Did we catch a pike? We had one on the line a few minutes ago. He got off. I didn't get a good hook set on him. I was busy chatting with you guys and reeling it in, and I thought momentarily I had picked up a ball of weeds, and I laxed off of it and yanked once on it, and she popped off. But yeah, we've hooked up on one so far. And it felt like a good sized one too. Not a monster, but I would estimate probably 5-6 pounds. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes on these lighter rods. Again, I'm on a medium light fast action rod right now, which is quite undersized. Most people would not fish for pike or bigger fish with a rod this small. I love it though. They're so light and I can cast these things all day long. And they do hold up. These ugly sticks, they come with a really good warranty on them, and if you break them, they'll replace them. They really, it's one of the few companies that really stand behind their products, and they're not a super expensive rod either. But I know that I've broken a couple of ugly sticks in the past, and they don't even ask for your receipt usually. They'll ask you to send a picture of the rod and a description of what happened, and as long as it wasn't complete negligence, they'll send you a new one in the mail. Yeah, they're not going to send you a new one if you step on it and bust it in half. But, you know, if your eyelet breaks on it or your tip busts off of it, or like these ones, that I guess is one of the drawbacks of using these lighter poles, especially because I always run them up. I'm using 30-pound braid on here, which is quite heavy line for a small pole like this. They're not rated for line this heavy. They're not rated for bigger fish, and over time you'll notice that, I don't know if you guys can see that, it rubs little grooves into your eyelet. So that's about the only drawback of using light action poles like this for heavy fishing, heavy lures. Carp, I use it a lot for carp, I use it for pike. But you can usually repair it yourself if you take and use some clear nail polish. You can just dab a ring around it, and it smooths it back out, it fills in those gaps, and you're good to go for another few months. Every few months I bust out in fact, I don't use clear nail polish, I use a clear nail polish top coat, which dries harder than nail polish. But yeah, that's probably the only drawback that I found with these rods is the metal they used for the top eyelet is fairly soft. And again, because it's rated for much thinner line and not such big fish. And these are my go-to carp rods, so I catch, oh good God, these hooks. Over time, it just wears the grooves in there. Let's get one more on the hook here. Come on. Come on, fishy, fishy. I know you're over here, come back. Apologies to those people who get motion sickness. We got boaters swinging through here and kicking up wake. Andy's fishing. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Beatty the Magnificent. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody's day going? We are trying to get the pike that I just lost back on the line here. They seem like they stay in the general vicinity around here. In fact, the last time I was here, I swear I caught the same fish, I think 3 times in the same day. I was looking at the pictures that I posted on Fish Brain. I'm like, Man, they look really similar when I pulled it up out of the water, but after I started looking at the photos, I'm pretty sure I caught the same fish 3 times in one day. So that they don't seem to roam much. It's just kind of where they're at is their spot. Okay, we got a fish on the line. Fish on! This is probably a female. It's not fighting super hard. Oh, she's a good size. Oh, guys. She's not a monster, but I would say at least 6 pounds. Oh, she's a pretty color too. Wow. Oh, stay on there, stay on there. Nice, and we are landed. First fish of the stream, guys, and she is a beauty. Oh, I'm excited to show this to you guys. All right. Give me a moment here. I did not prep out here. I don't have any of my pliers or scale out. Oh, she's pretty. Really timid bite on it. It almost felt like a snag. So again, like most species, the female, and I'm fairly certain this is a female, the females tend not to be as aggressive and thrashy when you catch them. The males are the ones, when you get those big head shakes and they're jumping up out of the water and they're just thrashing around, those almost always are male. Let's give you guys a peek here. Look at her. That's got to be pushing 30 inches. And I would estimate 6 to 8 pounds. Let's get the hook out of her and get a weight and a measurement on her. Fish on, heck yeah. All right, so if you guys have never, and this is where I wish, actually, let me turn the camera around. This is one thing people ask me about a lot, and is one of the trickiest things about pike fishing. They're dangerous. You're oftentimes fishing fishing with lures that have multiple treble hooks. The fish is thrashing around, and you can really, really hurt yourself if you're not careful. So what I like to do is always go at them at the back of the head. A lot of people go straight under the lip. Don't do that with a pike. Get them from the back of the head, right underneath the gill plates with your hand. Don't get on the gills, because you don't want to hurt the fish. You can cause them to bleed, you can cause them to die if you don't grip them right. But get them behind the head, gently, but get good pressure on it. Go slow, take your time, don't rush in there. You'll get a hook in your hand. If the fish doesn't get you, the treble hook will. So get in there, take your time, hold on. Hey! You're all right, you're all right. Man, this fish is thick. And it may take you a few times, but go slowly. God, this fish is thick. But get just a grip on it so you can get the hook out. Get that out of the way, and then immediately switch to under the front lip. This is how you want to get it under your front lip here and get under the belly and support it. Good God, that is a nice fish. That is one of the nicest pikes I've caught in a long time. She is an absolute beauty. Look at that. Look at the teeth on these guys. Absolutely beautiful fish. But you always want to, especially when they're thick like this, support the belly. Don't just hold them upright. Their guts shift around in their body and you can hurt them. We catch and release mainly around here. This is way too big to keep. This would not be a good one to eat. But we are going to let's get a quick measurement on it. All right, we have 31 inches. Over 30, good size fish. And then we are gonna get a quick weight on this. Oh, easy, 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 easy girl, easy girl. And be careful also, the gills on these things are damn near as sharp as the teeth are. You do not want to grab a gill plate. Not only, oh, yes. Quit it. .2 pounds. 8.2 pounds, 31 inches. Oh. We'll get one more good look on the camera here. 8.2 pounds, 31 inches. And I'm gonna get just a very quick picture for fish brain here. And we want to try and get this back in the water as quickly as possible. We don't want it to die. I'm gonna put her on Fish Brain. If y'all use that app, you can find me on there at Vox, V-O-X. Oh. All right, absolute beauty of a fish. She is gorgeous, and we are gonna get her in the water. So you want to let your tail end of in the water first. Oh. And continue to hold it by the lip. And then once you've got the mouth in the water, the head, switch under the belly and to the back end of the tail, and give her as long as she needs. When they're ready to go, they'll let you know. Oh, and there she goes. No, she's gone. Sorry guys, this is where I wish I was streaming from the GoPro. But yes, that is what I'm talking about. This is what I love, pike fishing, man. There is nothing better. Absolutely beautiful fish. And she was chunky. Not the longest fish in the world, but you saw how thick that is? All right, thank you, SoCal. I told you, John, and I've mentioned this a couple of times in the stream. This particular fishing spot, I usually don't catch a lot, but when I catch, they're good quality fish. This is the same hole that I pulled the 22 pounder out of a couple of years ago, and I've caught a handful of other 10 plus pounders. They're in here. Rip Lips, welcome back. Thank you. It was a very nice fish. Very beautiful colors, you're right. Beetle the Magnificent. Ooh. Fish cam on that one? No, unfortunately I did not get a lure camera on that one. We're casting. Normally I use my lure camera when I'm trolling. It's got a bit of weight to it. They're a pain in the butt to lob around. But that one, if you saw, so again, like somebody was mentioning earlier, you're fishing from the shore, you try and cast out as far as you can. You're fishing from a boat, everybody's casting towards the shore. We cast just right over into the shallows underneath the trees here, and within 2 seconds, I had a couple of cranks on it. It was a dead weight, and I thought I had a snag, but keep that tension on there and wait, and you'll feel that jerk, and you'll know it's a fish, and then get a good hook set on it. But let's finish posting around Fish Brain. I'm gonna advertise myself on Fish Brain here live now at youtube.com/@ wanna see my rod. And that was a Northern Pike. What did we say? 8.2 pounds, 31 inches. 31 inches. Did we release it? Yes. Gear used. That was off our Bandit 100 shallow diving crankbait, and this is my absolute favorite for if you're casting, if you're throwing lures out for pike. Try one of these. They're cheap. They're about $8 a pop. Just do yourself a favor. First thing you do, replace the split rings on them. The split rings are garbage on these things. But this one's a Bandit 100 series shallow diver. It goes about 2 to 5 foot deep. It's a square bill. And we're in about 5 foot of water, so this thing is constantly ticking off the bottom, and that is key for it. But let's see here. Let me finish posting this, guys, and we'll get the lure back in the water. And if y'all have not yet followed me, if you use Fish Brain, find me on there. It's at Vox, V-O-X, Vox 406. And I don't post all my catches on here, but I do post a lot of them. Anything good, anything interesting is always going to go on Fish Brain. But you can get an idea of what kind of lures I use, where I'm fishing, and you can find in your own local areas good places to fish. Lures that are working for other people. And again, I just have a few cranks, a nice whip, and it's normally on those little whips that you'll get the bite. But they're in here. There are some absolute monsters in this hole. That's a dice puppy. Matthew, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Black Smitherines. Black, what is a dice puppy? Is that a kind of bait? What are you talking about? Fishing Boy 7 says, I'm fishing tomorrow, and bait should I throw fishing for bass and catfish at a lake house? Bass are I'm not a huge bass fisherman. For catfish, I usually don't throw lures. For catfish, my most productive that I've ever been with catfishing, I use cut bait and I bottom fish. White sucker, lake chub, creek chubs, pretty much any kind of cut bait. Some people use carp for cut bait, but get a good sized hook, a 4/0 or a 5/0 bait hook, and throw a good sized chunk of cut bait on there. Throw her down and let her soak. I know people do catch them off of lures. I've never caught a catfish off a lure. I've always caught them with cut bait. Cut bait or hot dogs, or people use chicken gizzards, chicken lizard, or livers, chicken hearts. If you hit up your local produce store and go to the butcher's counter and ask them if they have chicken livers or, just chicken parts, turkey parts, oftentimes they'll sell you a whole container full of them, like a bait container, for a few bucks. But bass are highly predatory. They'll bite off of almost anything. It's more about finding where the bass are. They like structure, they like cover, so fish around down trees, down logs. Like we're fishing out right now, over here, if you look, we're underneath a bridge. Structure, any type of object in the water. And they tend to hang around those areas. But especially fallen trees, fallen logs, anywhere that looks snaggy as hell is usually a good spot to try for bass. And like right now, we just pulled this pike out. There's a tree with overhanging branches over here, and that's exactly what we pulled it out of. Super shallow, but in the cool, they sit. Oftentimes the bigger predatory fish, they're not out searching for food. It's usually the smaller ones that are out running around searching for food. The big ones, they don't get big by rolling around everywhere. They find a good spot to sit and wait, and they wait for the food to come to them. They jump out of the shadows and mug you. They're not going to chase you down the street. You walk past an alleyway and they're going to jump out and snag you. That's big fish. The little ones, they're constantly out searching. They're not as stationary. The big ones are much more solitary and, what is the word I'm looking for here? Oh, geez, my brain. They like the area that they're in and they protect the area that they're in. I know there's a word for it. My brain's not bringing it up. Oh, let me just beam the lure off the side of the bridge. What's Black Smithereens doing? Territorial, that's what I'm looking for. There you go, thank you. Oh, that's what he's talking about. You caught bigger pike than that. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's a big fish. I've caught bigger pike than that too. We're not. Nobody's saying it's the biggest one ever. It was a nice fish though. But he's right, man. Be nice. We're not in here to cause drama or be mean to each other. Enjoy yourself. You're here to watch me fish, not to nitpick how I fish. Anyways. But yeah, the SoCal, thank you. Territorial, that's exactly the word I was looking for. I'm telling you, man, COVID brain is a thing. Ever since I had that first bout of COVID, I forget the stupidest things. And it's so frustrating. But anyways, I hope y'all are enjoying watching me fish. I'm glad I finally got a nice pike on a stream for you guys. But there are much, much bigger ones lurking in here. She was chunky though. That was a nice solid. They're definitely packing on the pounds this time of year. Mr. Beff Tackle. I don't know what that emoji is, but it's cute. Yeah, fishing's supposed to be calm. Yeah, we're all just here having a good time. I don't go in people's streams and crap on the fish they're catching. You know, maybe you're just joking around, but let's be nice. Big fish will sit in an ambush spot where they can get biggest meals with the least energy expenditure. Exactly, and that's what I was trying to explain. That was much more eloquent than I was saying. No, SoCal. Thank you. But yeah, that's how they get big, and that's why they get big. They don't expend all of their energy running around looking for itty-bitty little meals. They sit and lurk and wait, and they snatch anything that swims by that looks good. The smaller fish, though, tend to be much more mobile. They move around a lot more. They don't have the luxury of just sitting around and eating whatever swims by. They got to actively look for things that are small enough for them to eat. The big ones, they can pretty much eat anything that swims by. I mean, I've seen pike try and eat pike that are the same size or bigger than they are. But we'll throw this lure for a little while longer. This one has always been one of my most productive lures, especially in shallow water like this. There's not a whole lot of lures that I can throw out in 3 to 5 foot of water, you know, that doesn't have a nice, clean, even bottom, because it's a rocky bottom here. There's rocks sticking up every which way. There's sticks and branches. You'll lose a lot of lures fishing in shallow water like this. And these bandits, the square-nosed, any of the square-nosed crankbaits that you fish with tend to not snag up as often. You do still lose them every once in a while, but they're not nearly as bad. Mr. Buff Tackle, good luck, tight lines. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Appreciate you hanging out and the support. If you like the content, hit that thumbs up. Feel free to subscribe. We go live quite often, and I do post some short content, some long content. I've been doing a lot of underwater videos recently. I got a new camera, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's such cool footage. It's interesting, really interesting to see what the fish are doing under the water while you're sitting there waiting for a bite. You'd not believe how many fish swim up and check out, your gear in the water. Sometimes the 2-3 of them swim up and they're having a little committee meeting trying to decide who's going to be the first one to bite it, and it's crazy. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of the underwater content yet. I have not yet been able to, one, bring it out on the water that much yet, but I also have a whole ton of footage that I have not yet gone through to edit and post. But there will be a ton more underwater content coming in the near future. I think it's going to be a large part of my channel moving forward. It's so cool. It's just unique, and there's not a lot of content on YouTube like that, especially for pike fishing. Thanks for showing your rod. Oh, you're quite welcome. Yeah, if anybody's looking for a good rod, I highly recommend these. Ugly Stick carbon fiber, medium light, fast action. It's a 6'10" pull, and they are nearly indestructible. They'll pull in, I mean, you'll struggle a little bit, but it'll be a fun fight. You can pull in 20-pound fish with these rods, no problem. You're stubborn but don't want to see the rod. That's all right, man. That's all right. Appreciate the sub. But again, I'm fan casting here. I'm going, a little deeper, a little shallower towards the structure. This is a good bait to use as a search bait. You don't necessarily have to cast it in one particular spot. A lot of people who live scope do that. They're just after one target. When I'm out here fishing for pike, oftentimes I just cycle around. I'll go in a complete circle. Go 10, 15 foot more in one direction than the other. Another tip, and that's something that I haven't really mentioned, and you guys might know it already, but so we're looking out here, and when you look at the water, you're gonna see oftentimes bubblies coming up, like right over there. That's not a good one, but if you watch, you'll see a spot where it's just abnormal. There will be a whole bunch of bubbles coming up, and that's oftentimes fish sitting at the bottom or rooting around and stuff on the bottom. But pike in particular, I found that if you cast to the bubbles, you'll oftentimes get strikes. Oftentimes in areas like this, those little bubbly spots that you see popping up are going to be fish. I don't see any right now. Nope, right there's. No, that's a bug on top of the water. Never mind. We'll look. We'll see if we can find some. Let me get my line in here before I snag it. And I'm not just talking about like the one bubble. You'll see a whole stream of them, and they just keep coming. In shallow water like this, it's oftentimes the pike. I don't know where the hell they are. I don't see any right now. But keep an eye out for that. It's usually a good indicator that there's fish near. Actually, I'm going to take a quick break here. I need a drink. I've been talking too much. I am parched. Is that a Rapala lure? Rapala makes one just like it. I don't know what it's called. Berkeley makes one. It's called a dredger. This one is an off-brand. They're called a Bandit. They make the Bandit, the 100, 200, and 300 series. They also make another one that I really like for deep diving. This guy right here, they're called a Bandit Walleye Deep. So these guys right here, That's a bandit walleye deep. That's a bandit walleye deep. Bandit, they're cheaper. They're the lower end lures. They're not a $20 lure. You'll spend, you know, $8-10 on these. They're very good value, but they make really good lures. Another one that I really like for pike are the Rapala floaters. You can get them. This is the F18. It's a 7.5 inch. I have them all the way from, you know, the F2 up to the F18. But yeah, these are some of my most effective for pike trolling. These work really well for pike trolling as well as walleye. But the bandits, the bandits are hands down. The Bandit 100 is my most effective shallow water pike lure that I have ever used. But again, pike are a highly voracious predator. They will bite on almost anything if you can get the lure in front of them. Now, X-Rep, in fact, I have a handful of X-Reps here. They're not the same body shape. Hold on a sec. Now, so that's an X-Rep. They're a completely different body style. They're more like a jerkbait to stickbait. They're long and skinny. I might have a Rapala here. Let me look at my tackle box real quick. Because I have them all the way from the small, but they make deep divers. I have some that dive down to 27 foot that I use for trolling. But it's this body style that I really like. They have a nice little, a short wiggle, and most of them have integral rattles in it, so they make a rattling noise as well. But yeah, so these are the bigger ones. You'll notice the bill on them is much larger. These are deep divers. These ones I think are, what is that? Okay, it's the Rapala. They're the Dives 2 series, the DT, Rapala DT. So these ones are 16-foot depth. These ones, again, big bill, and then they actually have a weight in the bill. These ones I think are 17.5. These ones down here are 27.5. But these are the Berkeley. These are dredgers. These are the Rapala Dive 2s. But you'll notice that they're all that same form factor. They're short, stubby. They got a fat front end, a skinny back end, and they just have a wonderful little waggle in the water. Yeah, we do have some jointed. This one's a Rapala. These work well sometimes. Sometimes the pike really key in. If you have a water body that's full of perch, the perch usually work well. This has actually been one of my most effective. Again, when I'm doing deep diving, this one, you'll notice it's all chewed up. This lure's probably caught 50 fish all by itself. But anyways, we're gonna put the lures away and we're gonna do some more fishing. Everybody's leaving because I'm talking about lures and they don't care. They just want to see fish. Right, I get some of this stuff put away so I don't trip over it. Yeah, it seems like every one of the lure manufacturers makes a similar lure in that style. But yeah, the DT, the Dives 2 are, I think, Rapala's version of it. Where is that trimmer? Right. He came in here like 5 times last stream. Can I see your tackle box? Now, I don't know if he just asks that in every stream and forgot that he'd been in my stream already 5 times asking it, or... I honestly felt like it was one of them memes, like he's trying to... What's this stupid one that they're always asking you to put your hand over the camera? Can't remember what... A Lamar edit? Is that what they call it? I felt like it was one of those, like he's just asking to do a compilation or something. He asks in every stream. Okay. He just must not keep track of whose stream he's in. Welcome to those joining the stream. We're currently fishing for Northern Pike in central Montana in the Missouri River. We've got one really nice pike so far. We had another decent one on the line, but we lost it. There are some absolute lunkers in here. And we're just demonstrating some different methods for catching. Right now we're using a shallow diving crankbait, which is one of my favorite methods when you're either floating down the river or you're sitting anchored up as we are right now. Ladinia, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Jaron, welcome to the stream. Hey buddy. You caught your first fish at 4 years old. That's awesome, John. I don't remember the first fish that I caught. I don't know if it was with my dad or with my grandpa. I went fishing with my dad a few times, not a whole lot of times. My grandpa used to take us more. He'd sit and drink beer the whole time and we'd fish. But I think it was probably with my grandpa. We went fishing with him more often. We used to fish the Sun River, which is this river right over here, all the time. Catching little bullheads. Levy Miller, hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Ladinia, I apologize, but I only speak English. I don't know if that's Spanish or Portuguese, maybe. I only speak English, my friend. Hablas inglés? For me, it was my dad. Right on. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of fond memories of fishing when I was little. A few. I did enjoy it. I don't think it was 4 though. I was probably closer to 6 or 8 years old. I don't know. Tracy, is Rod's mom still watching? My mom was in my stream here earlier today. Maybe she could answer that question. Mom, do you remember when I caught my first fish? Was it with Dad? Was it with Grandpa? What's your PB? We caught, good Lord, we were tangling everything up. My PB came out of this exact spot 2 years ago. It was a 22.5 pound and like 42 incher. 42 inch, 22 pound, good sized pike. And I have caught myself in the armpit here. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if she's still watching. I'm from Brazil and I love fishing. Okay, there's some English. Well, welcome from Brazil. We are in the United States in central Montana and I also love fishing. Oh my Lord, how many things am I going to get tangled up on here before I get it in the water? Now I'm tangled on the anchor rope. Tripping over everything. Oh. All right. Should I add that catching yourself to the pin count? No, we should not. Some days though. I mean, if it were my only catch, maybe. But not today. What's the red thing above the lure? Okay, I'll show you that. So that's, you'll notice this on almost every rig that I throw out there. It's basically, it serves two purposes. So on the main line, I always throw a bead, and it could be an orange bead, a green bead. Normally I go with either orange or chartreuse green, but it serves three purposes. It protects your knot from being damaged by the tip of your pole. It protects the tip of your pole from being damaged by your swivel, and it also acts as an attractant in the water. Fish zone in on, or key in on certain colors. Pike in particular tend to like oranges, reds, chartreuse. So it serves those three purposes. The primary purpose though is to protect the end of your pole. Oftentimes your swivel and clip that you're putting on the end of the pole, this swivel, it will fit in the end of your pole, and they'll get stuck in there, or you'll get it, wedged just right, and they damage the end of your pole. So it serves to protect the end of your pole. But again, it protects the knot, and it acts as an attractant as well. But I do that on almost every rig that I set up. I don't know where I learned that, but that's, good Lord, boat going by. But yeah, that's why I do that. Oh my Lord, there we go again. I'm just doomed to not ever cast this pole again, every time. Y'all are distracting me, knock it off. One pike, one anchor rope, one cooler in the bridge. Yep, we're on a roll here, buddy. And that's one of the things I was talking about, why I like the long form content. It's shit like that when I'm editing the video that, I add little bloopers in there and stupid sound effects, and it makes me laugh, it makes my son laugh. But I don't know. I think most people who are fishing, maybe they don't like the cutesy humor like that, because all my long form content has done terribly. How long did it take to get it in? The fish, the one that we caught, it wasn't it was right over at the shore here. We only pulled it in probably 20-30 feet, so it was probably a 30-second retrieve. In fact, I should cast back over there again. I keep neglecting the shallows over here when they oftentimes will be some of the most productive places to pull pike out midday. But let me swing my camera back around here a little bit. No, that's green screen, don't do that. Green screen, go away. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. We're having some technical difficulties here. So that's what we pulled her out of, is just the weeds, or from underneath the trees over here. We cast her right about over there. And we're just doing little jerky retrieves. Just a jerk, jerk, snap, snap. For pike, I honestly recommend, you can catch them if you just do a steady, slow retrieve. There's no wrong way to fish a jerkbait, but I have found, especially for pike, the more erratic your retrieve is, the better. Snap it. Go fast, go slow, jerk, jerk. Fast, slow. I mean, change directions on it. The more you're moving it around and acting like a crazy person under the water, the pike are like, what the hell is that? And they eat it. And if they don't eat it, they at least come look at it. They contemplate eating it. It's all about getting their attention. If you can do something to get their attention, 9 times out of 10, they're going to bite at it. And this time of the year, a faster retrieve tends to work better. Slow retrieves still work, but again, a faster retrieve works better. It's warm out, they're fattening up, they got lots of energy. Earlier in the season, in the springs, the waters are still really cool. The fish are hungry, they're drained of energy from a long winter. A much slower retrieve tends to be more productive. And again, late fall when it's starting to cool down, the water's getting cool, same thing. A slower retrieve tends to be more productive. In the dead heat of the winter, a nice erratic, fairly moderate retrieve to fast retrieve will get you more bites. Well, what time is it here? We got 5:28. Let's say we'll throw this lure for another 15 minutes and then we'll switch it up to something else. The weather has really started to cool down. Absolutely beautiful out right now. We'll see if we can maybe get a couple more in the boat here tonight. Again, we don't usually catch a lot of them here, but the ones that we do catch tend to be very good quality. Bass Fishing TV. You caught a pike, nice. Yeah, we caught a chunker of a pike. Not a monster, but anything 30 plus inch for a pike is a nice pike. I don't care who says differently. If you're poo-pooing on somebody's 30 plus inch pike, you got something wrong with you. I will say flat out, I catch more pike than most people that I know. I pike fish a lot. The water body that I normally fish out of, I think I've caught well over 100 pike in the last 2 years. And most of them are .24 inches or less. It's not common to catch a pike over 24 inches in most of the water bodies around here. So a 30 plus inch is not an unheard of catch, but it's a fairly rare catch. 40 plus inches are I mean, that is a true trophy sized pike. If you can catch a 50 plus inch pike, I mean, that's record book pike. Our record pike in Montana is, I believe, 50 inches, or tiger muskie is 50 inches. I don't even think the pike was that big. But a 30-inch pike is a good pike. If you can catch one of those, you're doing very well. I was walking around my park and found a bunch of old fly rods, so I took them home. You sure you didn't steal some fly rods from people fishing at the park? I'm just playing with you. Why the heck would somebody leave fly rods at a park? That's weird. I will say though, I was at a gas station recently filling up the tank on my truck, and somebody had crammed 2 or 3 poles in the, you know, the bucket that you dip the windshield wiper in that always smells like frickin' rotten eggs and dead fish. Somebody had jammed 3 beat up old ratty fishing poles in the windshield wiper fluid bucket. So I had to go over and scope them out. They were all busted and janky, so I left them there, but yeah, I don't know what the hell I would do with a fly rod if I found one anyway. I don't know how to fly fish. That shit looks complicated. Way too much work. Though I am envious of the fish they catch when fly fishing. I know there have been numerous times where I've been parked right next to a fly fisherman and I'm getting just skunked and they're killing it. It drives me crazy. Yeah, we got some Nice fish marking on the fish finder here. And again, we're only in 3.5 foot of water. They keep coming up and looking at the boat you can see on the fish finder. Oh, hang on guys. Everybody grab onto something. Oh, there we go. Fly fishing for tarpon would be crazy. Yeah, everybody around here that I know that fly fishes, it seems like everybody's ultimate goal is to try and catch a carp on a fly rod. And I know one fly fisherman that's managed to do it. But that seems like the holy grail around here is managing to catch a carp on a fly rod. Which sounds fun as hell. I mean, that'd be a fun fish to try and reel in on a fly rod. Though I don't know what kind of presentation would work well for carp on a fly rod. Spinner rods remind it. Yeah, I fish with, the only rods that I fish with that aren't spinner rods are my trolling rods. I can't use bait casters. I mean, I've never really tried, but watching other people deal with, you know, the bird's nest, the rat's nest, every other cast, and they just look like more of a pain in the ass than they're worth. I don't understand what benefit there would be to a bait caster over a spinner rod. I mean, when I graduated from a Zebco at 10 years old, I switched to a spinner rod, and that's what I've used ever since. You don't get backlashes as much. Yeah, it's one of those things, it seems like once you get the hang of it, you don't do that as much. But, I mean, you don't... This is about as easy as it gets. I mean, besides the Zebcos where you just push a button, you flip the bail, you caster, you flip the bail. I mean, it's not wide. What is the benefit of a bait caster? Why deal with ever having, you know, a bird's nest? You know, that doesn't happen on a spin caster. Give off more easier casts under trees and stuff. Maybe, yeah, those are the type of people that you see that are like skipping the bait across the water and under docks. I guess you're right. I've never really seen anybody do that with a spin caster. I've never really tried it. But again, I don't really fish like that. I'm not trying to lose my lures in the trees, and I don't know. I'm not a bass fisherman. You do that with your bait casters, more precise, okay. What are the ones, Zebco. That's at least what I call them. Zebco is the brand name of a lot of the ones on the market that have the push button. That's normally what you'll see younger people who are just learning how to fish. That's what they fish with. I'm sure there's a specific name for it. I've just always called them a Zebco because that's the manufacturer that makes probably 90% of them that are on the market. Maybe they make all of them, I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of like everybody's my first rod. And in fact, all those little Barbie princess rods you see people playing around with on YouTube videos are all that same style, this Zebco style. Spin cast is the... Oh, you call those a spin cast? I've always called this a spin cast. Spinner, spin cast. I don't know that. So I'm wrong in calling this a spin cast? It's just a spinner rod? I've always called it a spin cast. Spin cast or spinner, I thought it was an interchangeable term. Maybe I was wrong. You went from using a Zebco 33 push button to an Abu Garcia Black Max. Nice. Those are a nice reel. I still prefer the $50 Pisca Fun though. All right, fishies, where'd you go? Oh, I just got nice and calm here. I don't hear any cars. There's no boats zipping around. It's actually nice. Yeah, it's technically called a spin cast, and Zebco pioneered it. Okay. Spinning reels and push buttons. Yeah, see, I've always called it a spinning or a spin cast, what I'm using right now. And the push button ones, I've always called them a Zebco. Everybody that I know of has always called them a Zebco. And them skies are looking a little gloomy. You think we're gonna get rained on? Bro, I have no idea how these kids these days get like full fishing starter packs that cost at least 500 bucks max. I started with a Spider-Man rod and some fluffy bait things. Yeah, dude, fishing, that is one thing. Fishing is not, you can fish with very little gear, but if y'all are like me, I spend fortunes on fishing gear. I couldn't tell you how much money and lure I have on this boat. It's gotta be, I mean, I'm probably pushing $2,000 to $3,000 worth of lures I have crammed in every crook and crevice of this boat. Which you don't need. I mean, it's definitely overkill. What's funny is I have all of this tackle, and I pull out the same lure almost every time I go fishing, because it works. This is my, what do y'all call it, a comfort lure? When you've caught, 50 plus fish on a single lure and you know it works and you've done it in multiple different water bodies, I pull it out. I know it works. I know it's effective. And I know it's usually not a matter of if, it's when. Like the pike, they feed in cycles. So if you throw it for long enough and you're consistent and persistent, you will catch something with it. And there's not a whole lot of lures that I have that I feel that way about. But let's see if we can get you guys another fish. I want to show you guys another fish. A bigger one this time. And again, what I'm doing here, it's called fan casting. You pick, you're going at 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock. You're just kind of going in a circle, covering some area. And when you're anchored up like this in a shallow spot, highly effective. Get your bait out there to lots of different places. Pike have excellent vision. They can see from a mile away. So as long as you get it somewhere within their line of sight, oftentimes they'll come over and they'll come check it out. That's another interesting thing, that the underwater videos that I started taking, I troll deeper than a lot of people do. I troll over, 40, 50 foot bottom. I'm not often trolling in the shallows like you see a lot of people do. And I'm fishing with lures that, The lure itself takes you down anywhere from 10 to 20 feet. The amount of leaded line that I have out takes her down another 10 to 15 feet. And a large majority of the fish that you'll see that are either biting or coming in to follow the camera, they're all coming in from deeper. They're down there. This time of the year, those pike are down in the depths of lakes and reservoirs for a large portion of the day. Here in the rivers, there's not a lot of deep areas for them to go to, but I think because the water is constantly moving, it stays cooler than the lakes and reservoirs. So fishing shallow can still be very productive. But I troll super deep. But again, they come deeper than I'm fishing. It's crazy to me. I never thought pike were, I always figured those big fish I saw on the fish finder were always, you know, salmon or trout, you know, something that's way down there. Nope, pike. A lot of them are pike. Big pike. They're just suspending over the super deep areas, waiting for something to swim by. But any y'all big pike fishermen? Again, that's my favorite. That's what I focus on a large majority of the time that I'm out fishing. I'd love to meet some other people that troll for pike though. Always love bouncing ideas and seeing what works for them. And most people that I know don't troll for pike. They're always doing, you know, what I'm doing right here. They stop and they cast, which can be more fun. It's always more fun, I think, when you're casting out and you get hooked up on something. A little more excitement than trolling. But I catch 10 times more pike when I'm trolling. Sorry, I forgot what way my camera was pointing. Fishing with Tito, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? That's why the donkey's your go-to. I have so much confidence. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, man. When you have something that you have found that works, and you've caught a bunch of stuff, and you know that your retrieve is solid, I mean, more power to you. Throw it all day, every day. Dino, I'm using my bait caster right now, and I think my spinning reel goes further. It might. A lot of that has to do with the reel you're using, the line diameter you're using, you know, the weight of the lure that's on it. A lot of factors in distance. My buddy has a lucky lure, but it broke. Yeah, I lost one of the recent streams. I had one of the same lure that I'm using here, the Bandit 100. I had one that I'd been fishing off of for like 2 years straight. It caught, I mean, an ungodly amount of pike. It was so beat up, so chewed up, just bite marks, teeth marks everywhere, and I finally managed to snag it up. I don't know, it was in the Missouri River here. I was fishing upstream from here, bank fishing, a few weeks ago. And I snagged the dang thing and lost it. I contemplated going in and going after it, but I got 5 more in my tackle box just like it, so the sentimental value of it isn't that great. Trolling for pike is really common in the Netherlands. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can cover so much more water when you're trolling. The biggest pike I haven't caught the biggest fish trolling. I've caught, you know, exponentially more fish trolling though. I tend to catch bigger fish when I stop and cast, but I don't catch nearly as many. What is the overall best lure, Dino asks? I mean, that is pretty arbitrary. one person's going to have a favorite lure. Other people may hate that lure. For me personally, if you're fishing for pike and you're casting in shallow water, this is my go-to. I fish it every time I'm out. It's a Bandit 100 series. If you're fishing over a little bit deeper water, they have the 200 and the 300 series that dive deeper. I also really like chatterbaits. Chatterbait's another one that anytime I'm throwing a chatterbait, I feel confident that, you know, I'm going to catch a fish no matter where I'm fishing. It's one that I've caught lots of fish off of in different water bodies, different conditions, different depths. But there is no real perfect or, you know, best lure. You got to remember the fish that we're targeting are Northern Pike. They're an apex predator. They're highly voracious. They eat everything in sight. And usually they're not too picky. I mean, if you can get it in their sight and you can get them to chase and follow it, and especially if you can get them to think that it's going to get away from them, which again, the erraticness of your retrieve helps them think, oh crap, it's going to get away, it's going to get away. They have that, it's almost like a panic bite. They got to get it before it gets away so they can see what it is. So I don't think it's, the important thing I don't think necessarily is the lure. It's about getting to where the fish are and getting whatever it is you're throwing in front of the fish and getting their attention with it. Which is why the slower, you know, more methodical retrieves, they can work. They don't work as well though as a faster, you know, erratic, just jumbly. I mean, oftentimes the biggest and craziest bites I've had, I'm not even paying attention. Like I'm talking to somebody, you know, I'm just muscle memory in my retrieve more so than, you know, trying to be methodical, a particular way of retrieving it. Just be erratic. You only troll in salt water. Does anyone else flounder gig? Now I've never been flounder fishing. Heather, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? You've been in my stream multiple times. I think I actually follow you, Heather. Here, pike and walleye. Yeah, we've hooked up on, we landed one really nice pike. We hooked up on another one that I lost. We have not yet gotten the walleye to come out and play. There are huge walleye in here, and I've never figured out a good methodology for consistently catching them. Pike, on the other hand, I can usually come down here and pull a couple out. Right now, my dad is clearing out room in the forest behind his house so he could get a horse. That's cool. Horses are awesome. Fish Fingers, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? I saw this video and it said not to brag. But I've been the same gender my whole life. Congratulations. You sound special. I don't know why people get so worked up about that crap. I don't care. You can identify as a teapot or a Crayola crayon, a toaster. I don't care. As long as what you're choosing to be, choosing to do, choosing to say that has no impact on me, it's not hurting me or anybody around me, go for it. I don't care. Have fun. It don't bother me at all. You doing okay? How are you? Oh, we're having a wonderful day. We have caught one chunky little pike. We had another one on the line. The weather's cooled off. I'm not baking in the sun anymore. What is it? It's 6 o'clock. We got another good 3-4 hours of fishing tonight. I'm having a blast. I identify as a fire truck. Every time I see a fire, I pee on it and bill the city for my services. Send them that invoice, man. Oh, there's some bubblies. Let's cast at the bubblies. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. I see your bubblies. No, I don't know. I usually don't get into, you know, the politics and the shit in my channel here. That's one issue that just, it drives me crazy. I don't know why people care so much about what other people are doing. Mind your own goddamn business. Seriously. If it ain't directly impacting you, find something better to worry about. Life is too short to get so bent out of shape about things that have nothing to do with you. Let people live their lives. It's no skin off your back. It's no skin off mine. Looks like a nice day. It is. It's absolutely gorgeous here. It was a bit toasty out earlier today. We were frying in the sun here, but it's cooled off. I want to say it's probably upper 70s, maybe lower 80s. We got a nice overcast sky. Slight breeze. It's gorgeous. So far they haven't sent a single check. Well, keep at it, man. One of these days. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. We're at 55. Not too shabby. How's your day going today, Jackson? We got the over-the-shoulder no look. Paul Smith asks, is that your boat? Yeah, it's my little John boat. It's a beat-up old 30-year, you know, flat-bottom John boat. She's solid, though. I've put this boat in a whole bunch of water in the past few years and caught lots of fish that I would have otherwise had no chance in hell in getting at. You hit the like button before you came in. You what is that, telekinesis? You hit it with your mind. You identify as a fisherman genie who can magically catch anything he asks for. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna have to convert. That sounds like a winner to me. Fisherman genie. Lala, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I appreciate the good luck. Thank you all for stopping in and hanging out and hit the like and subscribe. Appreciate every last one of you. Glad to hear that, Jackson. You roasted on the lake though today, huh? Yeah, it's cooled off. I will fish when it's hot like that, but it does get fairly miserable. That's also one of the reasons that I like trolling when I'm out on reservoirs. When it gets hot like that, sitting still, oh, it just feels so much hotter. Even a slight breeze makes it feel so much nicer. Caught 2 cats today, right on. Channel cats, blue cats, cats that go meow. What kind of cats? Where are you fishing at right now? We're in central Montana. This is Great Falls, Montana. We're fishing on the Missouri River, and in particular, we are fishing right under the Warden Street Bridge. Channel cat. Okay, yeah, that's what we have around here is channel cats. Any decent sized? You think he means catfish? Well, I had a sneaking suspicion, but you never know. You never know. All right, well, either they're on to me and they don't like this lure anymore, or, oh God, I just beamed it off the pylon. Careful doing that. These are cheaper, even the more expensive lures. They'll only take 1 or 2 whacks on a concrete beam before they go kaboom, and you'll reel back in your split ring. And that's all that's going to be left of it. Here you fish for pike, walleye, and kitty. Yeah, we're fishing for the pike. We haven't gotten any walleye, and unfortunately this, I don't think, other than stonecat and bullhead, I don't think there's any catfish in the Missouri River above the Maroney Dam. You got to go down below the Maroney Dam to get to the channel cats. Every once in a while I pull a stone cat out though, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen those. They're also referred to as a mad tom, and there's a bunch of different types of mad toms, but they're about yay long, and they're, you know, super skinny, super cute though, cutest little catfish. He could have been using meow mix and catching tabbies. Yeah, you never know, man. Heather, where are you from? Channel cats are more active than just regular. Ooh, 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 ooh. Something was smacking at my lure there. Come on. Come on, buddy. God, I watched the funniest video last night after I got home fishing, and I stayed in Skipjack Cindy's stream for a few hours and watched her fish. Right as I was getting ready to fall asleep, we were talking in my stream yesterday about a rapper, Prof. He's one of my favorite rappers. I stumbled across him a few years back. But anyways, I was looking through his YouTube channel trying to find a song or a video that I could use that I would be able to make a good short. And I'd always heard that he liked to fish, but I stumbled across Prof has an outdoor fishing section on his channel. And I stumbled across, I think it's Prof Outdoors episode 4, and he's muskie fishing, and holy crap, that is some of the funniest shit I have ever seen in my life. He'd never caught a muskie before, and a fan who was a river guide reached out to him and invited him onto his boat to take him muskie fishing. So him and another guy, okay, hold on, got a speedboat going by. Alright, so anyways, the guide invited him to go muskie fishing. Watching Prof catch his first muskie, holy crap, man, it is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Really funny edits too. I love that guy, he is such a goofball. But up north, Wisconsin, I've been catching cats on a white rooster tail, huh? Yeah, I've always used cut bait or hot dogs or, you know, some kind of stink bait. I've always bottom fished for cats. I've never caught one I've never caught one casting. I'll have to try that. But I think it's about time to swap out our lure here. We've been fishing with the old Bandit 100 for, I don't know, 2 hours now? That they're out there, so it's a speedboat. It's a jet boat, basically, but they do rooster tails. They trim the motor way up, and instead of it pushing water out to force the boat forward, they trim it up and it shoots these huge fountains of water out the back of it. And they're sitting there to shoot streams of water out. It's just belligerent, loud, and dumb. One over 3 pounds and one around 2 pounds. Okay, so those are some good, those are perfect eater size for channel cats. Is it good clean water that you're pulling them out of? Those are the perfect size to keep to eat. And I do love, catfish is delicious. Oh my God, would you go the fuck away? Sorry about the noise, guys. Oh God. Alright, well, you can watch these idiots at least. This is what all the noise is.
idiot lost his hat in the water. Anyways. Wish they would go away. Everybody's leaving the stream. They're like, I don't want to listen to that. I don't blame you. Your last short is a cat on a rooster, Taylor. It's the Napoleon complex of boaters, right? There's so many of them around here too. They just, I mean, they're fairly cheap. I see them all the time on Craigslist. Yeah, you go buy, spend $3 to $5 grand and get some crappy little speedboat. And they all come down here and they just shoot rooster tails around all day. Getting drunk. I mean, I don't know. Guess I could think of worse things to do on a Saturday afternoon. Incredibly annoying though. Like, bro, make your boat stop farting. They're just... God, I was on Skipjack Cindy's stream last night. Somebody was running down the river in one of those, I don't even know what you call them, the wind boats. The things that got the big fan boats. And those things are extremely loud too. They're not as loud as these guys, but pretty goddamn loud. Alright, I think I'm going to switch over. Y'all keep talking about spinners here, so let's do some... Let's see what we got in our bag of tricks here. Yo, show me your tackle box. Actually, before we bust out the spinners, let's do... We're gonna try this guy out. Sorry guys, I'm digging through my my bait box down here. We're gonna throw on and do a little chatterbait action here. We got this is the, hold on. These are called a chatterbait jackhammer. And again, I sincerely apologize for the noise, you guys. I know how annoying that is. It's probably even worse on the mic than it is in person. All right. So, anyways, this is a chatterbait jackhammer, and we got just a paddle tail, swim tail. What the hell are those called? I always call them a paddle tail. I don't know a whole lot about the rubbers, the plastics, the jigs. Oh, come on. Here we are, wrapped up again. Every time I pull the pole in. Heather says, I haven't used spinners before. Spinners are pretty effective. And what I like about a lot of them, not so much the inline spinners, but good God. I apologize, guys. That is just so obnoxiously loud. I have a feeling they're going to keep doing that. We might have to move here in a little bit. Yeah, spinners are really easy to use, and there are certain types of spinners that are weedless by design, so they're not quite so snaggy. And that's another thing I like about the chatterbaits here is your hook is at an upward angle, which means you can drag and bounce her off the bottom. If you notice when they're swimming in the water, your hook is at an upward angle. So if it comes to rest at the bottom, it's not like a lot of baits that have the trebles hanging. You're not going to get snagged on as much stuff. But chatterbait are one of my favorite to use for pike. I've never caught I don't think I've caught a walleye off of them before, but I'm sure walleye would bite off of them. But I fish them in much the same way that I do a crankbait. You know, just slow jerks, which you don't really have to do with a chatterbait. It flaps in the water and makes, you know, a vibration and noise already. But again, just the erraticness of it is why I do it, and it can trigger a bite. Do you think Proficiency is a good brand? I have never heard of that band, Dino. Gustavo, thank you for joining the channel. I don't speak Spanish, my friend. ¿Hablas inglés? Por favor. Yeah, if you guys have never seen or are curious to see lures, you know, rubbers, a lot of the things you buy and fish with, if you'd like to see some of that stuff being made, check out the channel. It's Crappy Man Jigs. He makes all sorts of cool stuff. He's fun as hell to watch, and he's a really good dude, really nice guy. Super knowledgeable, and just an overall good guy. Love chatting with him and hanging out. You ordered a bunch of stuff from him the other day? Right on. Yeah, it's been a while since I've ordered any spinners or plastics. I have a huge stockpile, but I think the next time that I am in the market to buy some stuff, I will definitely be sending him some of my business. It's definitely nice knowing who you're supporting, who your money's going to, and that it's actually helping them rather than just buying from some big greedy ass corporation that's paying somebody pennies on the dollar to make something in some third world shithole country and then charging us an arm and a leg for it. At least with him, you know, it's made here in America, and you're supporting a good dude in the process. And I'm sure the quality of his stuff is on par, if not better, than most of the stuff you're buying from the bigger brands. That, and it's cool that you can watch him. I mean, he'll make your order for you on stream. Oh, there was a bite. Come on, puppy. He smacked at it, but he didn't get it. Come on. Yeah, we had was a 31-inch, 8.5 pounder. Oh, wow, nice. Northern Pike. They're down here. Scared the crap out of me, man. I'm sorry, man. Got the voice of God screaming down on me. Have a good one. Dude walking up across the bridge there. You getting any? What the fuck? Those core shot Senkos he makes are really badass. Yeah, I've never watched that process before. It's cool seeing how they make them. You said I said it wrong. Ask Crappy Man Jigs. Ask him, because I had this literal conversation with him. I asked him, is your name Crappy Man or Crappie Man? And he said, no, man, you said it right the first time. Because I hear people say it both ways. But I did confirm with him, it's Crappy Man jigs. Crappy. Not good, but crappy. Yeah, I know. I kept referring to him as Crappy Man, and I finally had to ask him because if that's not how he pronounces it, I could see somebody getting slightly offended, calling them Crappy Man. And nope, he confirmed. That is what he calls it. That is how they say it where he's from. I think it's one of those words that it depends on where you're at in the United States. It's like crick and creek. Crappie and crappy, you know, it depends on where you're at as to what people call it. You can say the same with bass. What's the other bass and bass? I mix them up sometimes, and that's just my brain being dirk-a-dur. Go catch some bass, some bass. We might have to move over between the next two pylons here. I am still seeing fish on the finder. They keep coming up. It's always cool to see that they're coming up and like looking at the boat. What the hell is that? Yeah, like this lure I'm throwing, this is about the biggest that the heaviest that I'll throw with these lightweight poles. Anything bigger than this, and it gets a little sketch throwing them out there. It's rated for, I don't know what the hell it is, less than half an ounce, I think. And I regularly throw, you know, close to 1 ounce lures out there with it, and it seems to handle them fairly well. Once you start getting into them, you know, bigger swim baits and bigger spoons, they're a little too big for this lightweight pole. I grew up in Michigan and say crappie. Okay, I need to throw a chatterbait in my little pond. I've never tried one out there yet. Oh, I bet you'll kill it on a chatterbait. Bass love them. You might even get, it sounds like your catfish there, you might be able to get them on it as well. Who else is streaming right now? Is Thunderstruck or Crappy Man, or there's got to be some other people streaming. There's so few people in here right now. Somebody go look and tell them to knock it off. They're taking all my viewers. Kidding, obviously. Chasing Bass is, I'm not familiar with that channel. Okay, Cindy's live. Cindy just popped up live. Silly Salmon has been on all day. Oh, okay. Cindy and Travis. Yeah, everybody bails and goes to Cindy's channel, it seems. I don't blame them. They have it, honestly, they have one of the most entertaining fishing channels. They're always such goofballs. What have you caught? Him, dub. Welcome to the stream. We've caught one fish so far, one pike, 31 inches and 8.2 pounds. She was a chunky little girl. We've had a couple of we had one other one, a decent sized one on the line, which got off fairly quickly. I just didn't get a good hook set on it. And since put the chatterbait on here, we've had one solid bite, but it was just a bite. I think he smacked the side of the lure instead of the end of it. It's early for Cindy's stream to start. Seems like they normally get on later in the day. Oh, I need a drink. Cindy and Travis are out on the boat with Shannon. Oh, okay, they're doing a boat stream today too, huh? Those copycats. She came in my stream earlier and saw me on the boat. It must have been like, oh, let's do the boat today. No, I like Travis and Cindy. It's a really good channel. They're one of my favorite to watch when I'm not fishing. John says, well, I'm gonna get out of here and go do something. Oh, I missed it. That was another good bite. John, I appreciate you coming and hanging out, spending the day here with us. Go find something a little more productive to do. That's not a bad thing. Heather said, I think I subscribed to Crappy Man Jigs. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to him, follow him. He goes live. He usually goes live 3 times a day, sometimes more. He does a morning stream, an afternoon stream, and an evening stream, making lures and chatting. And then he's got another channel called Turner Fishing that he's been doing his live stream fishing from lately. Good dude, definitely one to follow. SoCal Outdoors too. If any of y'all in here have not yet checked out SoCal Outdoors channel, he's fun as hell to watch too. He fishes in the ocean, he fishes in the pond, he terrifies grandmas and yells at people, and he's always entertaining to watch. Good guy though. Him and his wife or girl, I don't know, his significant other are always streaming. Fun to watch, good channel to follow. But he's one of the few that when I'm live comes and hangs out with me the whole stream. And SoCal, I will try and be in your stream more often. You tend to stream either while I'm streaming or while I'm working, and oftentimes I don't have the ability to join. But I do enjoy your live. $60 thumbs up, let's go. Appreciate it, folks. What am I up to for subs now, SoCal? Wife is down and out this weekend, so we didn't go to the big lake. Ah, that's too bad. She doing all right? $5.19, not too shabby. Oh, we got a long ways to go for 1,000. That's all right though. I'm curious, SoCal, what are your watch hours like? Have you met the initial 1,000? Is it 3,000 that you need for the first monetization? Are you anywhere near there? I'm not. I think I'm under 1,000 watch hours still. I'm at like 800. And I think you need 4,000 for the second level. Closer to it than I am. It's a slow process. It really is. If I posted more videos, it would probably help, but I struggle to find the time to edit and post shit because I'm fishing too much. She worked 4 16-hour shifts this week, so she's just done. Oh, yeah, I hear you there. That's draining. What are you at, Jackson? You've got quite a few subscribers, don't you? I haven't looked at your count recently. I don't know, I think I'm doing pretty good. I think I'm just at about a month now of streaming. And about 2 months on the channel. So we're doing all right. It's not the speediest growth in YouTube history, but I'm not doing too shabby. You have 1,700 watch hours? Okay, 180-ish. It's not bad, Jackson. Yeah, so you have well over double what I have, SoCal, for watch hours. I think you have about 10 times more videos posted than I do, though. Yeah, Jackson, the lives is where 90% of my subs have come from. That first 50 trying to get lives unlocked was a struggle. Felt like I was never gonna get there. But since I got lives and then started live streaming, I get a decent amount every time I go live. You know, some days it's 10, some days it's 50, you know, it really is kind of all over the place. William, any largemouth? I don't think there are largemouth in this section of the Missouri River. There might be. I've never heard of anybody catching them here in this section. I know you can, once you get down past Maroney Dam, like, I don't know, it's about 15 miles downstream from here. There are quite a few smallmouth, and I think there are largemouth too, though I've only caught smallmouth there. We're fishing for pike and walleye right now. And it should be about time for the night bite to be starting. We got the 4 o'clock dinner bell, I call it. And I don't know what it is. People laugh at me when I say it. 4 o'clock dinner bell. Pike. Don't ask me why. It's a thing, though. You want to catch a pike and you know where their pike are? Set your alarm clock, get your stuff packed up, and have your pole in the water at 4 o'clock. You'll catch a pike. I don't know why. It seems like everywhere I go, and everyone who's just struggling telling me I've been fishing for pike for blah, 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 and I can't catch them, I tell them, 4 o'clock dinner bell. It's a thing. And that was right about the time. I'll have to look at the timestamp on when we caught that. But I think that first bite that we had and then the fish that we caught there shortly after were right after 4 o'clock. It's like, let's see. Oh God, I gotta look at the timestamp on the photo. Where are you at? Photos. Uh, 4:55. So we were right at the end of the dinner bell. That first pike that we hooked up on was right at dinner bell time. Because it was half hour, 45 minutes before we actually landed that one. You're a bot at life. Welcome to the stream. Josiah, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're not on the Mississippi River, we're on the Missouri River, which is a tributary of the Mississippi. For the first 10 subs, I kept saying I don't have a channel. Yeah, these frickin' dragonfly, I love it. When they're mating, You got, I think it's the male that latches onto the back end of the female, and the female just flies around. But they're fascinated with the fishing poles and the fishing line. And this gun, they're hovering around. It's like, aren't you all busy? What are you doing harassing my fishing pole? Go do your dragonfly stuff. So, William, muskie? No, we don't have plain muskies in Montana at all. They're not a species that's here. But we do have tiger muskies, which are a cross between a northern pike and a muskie. They're basically a giant muskie or a giant pike. They're not supposed to be in the Missouri River, but there are some in here. So we're sitting on the Missouri, right up here where those trees are across. That's the Sun River that's feeding into the Missouri right here. And if you follow the Sun River up about 15 miles, you get to Vaughan, Montana. And then the place that I stream from normally is Largent Bend Pond. And there's Largent Bend Pond number 3 that's right next to the Sun River. And they stock tiger muskie in Largent Bend Pond number 3. In 2018, the Sun River flooded high enough that it flooded into Largent Bend Pond number 3, and Largent Bend Pond number 3 became part of the Sun River. And tiger muskie that were stocked in Largent Bend Pond number 3 escaped Largent Bend Pond number 3, got into the Sun River, and have thus since come into the Missouri River. So there are actually tiger muskie in here. Last year somebody pulled a 50-inch or a 52-inch tiger muskie out of the Sun River here, just upstream from where we're fishing right now. William, we're in central Montana. Lala, dragonfly are cool. Yeah, they're such pretty animals, or bugs, whatever you want to call them. And we get some big honking ones here. They're like 5-6 inches. But yeah, so there is a very real possibility, although be it slim, that we could catch a tiger muskie here. And an absolute behemoth of one. They have, I think their lifespan in the wild is 10 to 12 years. And the ones that escaped in 2018 would be coming towards the end of their life cycle, which is when they get to be monstrous, 40, 50 plus inches. So there is a slight but real possibility that there are tiger muskies still in here. That would be cool. That would make not just my day, my month, my year, but my life. If I managed to catch a tiger muskie in here, man, I'd be happy. I'd be so stoked. Any smallmouth. I've heard there are smallmouth here in this section of the river. I've never caught them. If you go about 15 miles downstream from here, there's a series of dams. Below the last dam, there's really good smallmouth bass fishing. William, you're in PA. I have to say, I think out of all of the states of people that have joined from in my stream, I think I get more people from PA than anywhere else in the US. Y'all have a lot of people that fish there, apparently. I think it's about time to switch to a new lure here. Can I catch you tomorrow? What time? I haven't decided if I'm going to take the boat out tomorrow or not. Oh, we got some bubblies here. I normally do stream on Sundays if I'm not out, fishing somewhere that there's no cell signal. But if I am on tomorrow, it will probably be early afternoon. I'm gonna try and, if I don't go fishing, at the butt crack of dawn, normally when I take the boat out, I leave like 4 a.m. But if I don't end up taking the boat out, or I end up coming back down here to fish, it'll probably be fairly early, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. You thought I set the hook but did an overhand cast. Yeah, I'm being lazy, man, fishing here. I'm doing over the shoulder no look casts, and we're just fan casting. The pike are all over in this area, so I'm just kind of whichever way. Trying to stay attentive to the chat here. But William, if you go and subscribe to my channel, and then on the page there's a little bell icon. If you hit the bell icon, it will actually send you an email when I post a video or when I go live. So that's the best way to know when I'm live and when you can come and find me is to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification icon, the little bell. But I try to go live at least once a week. I would love to be able to go live more often than that. I do work a lot, and I have so many projects on the go at my house and the rental next door. I don't get to fish as much as I'd like to. But I'm gonna try. I'm trying to at least go live once a week, and I'd like to go at least 2 or 3 times. What did I use to catch the pike? Bandit 100. Oh, I think I put it away. It's a crankbait. It's a Bandit 100. They're about that long. It's pearl white with red eyes. They're a shallow diving crankbait, and they are one of the most effective lures that I found in my area to catch them with. I started fishing those a couple of years ago, and I have caught countless pike off of them in almost every water body that I've fished in. Jeff says, I can never fish as much as I want to. Ain't that always the truth? I'm still looking forward to being officially retired so I can fish every day. I need to get my house finished though. Yeah, Mia, she gets upset with me. You're going fishing again? So much shit still to fix on the house. Which, I mean, she's not wrong. My house is just an absolute disaster area. I still haven't even finished plumbing everything back in. I don't have a kitchen. But I'd rather be fishing. That's stuff to work on in the winter when I can't fish. Red River Outdoors, welcome to the stream. You want to see my rod? What we are fishing with here today is the Ugly Stick carbon fiber. This is my favorite rod that I fish with. It's a medium light fast action. It's a 6'10". We paired it with the Piscafun Carbon X2 a reel here. It's the 1000 series, so it's the smaller of the series. They make the 1000, the 1000, 2000, and 3000 series. But they're both super lightweight. This rig, it weighs way less than a pound. I can throw lures on it all day. It doesn't bug my shoulders, and it's raining. She's sprinkling. But it's absolutely hands down my favorite rod to use for almost anything besides trolling. And even sometimes I troll with it. Good all-around rod, super light. I've caught fish upwards of 20 pounds with this thing with little to no problems. They're fairly, cheap. This rod, if you can get them on sale, a rod and reel combo will cost you about $100. But they're really, really nice rods. Super low cost, super durable. Ugly Stick has a wonderful warranty. The Piscafun is a new brand that I've started using. You get them off Amazon. They're fairly low cost. And I've absolutely loved the handful of reels that I've picked up from them. But this is what unless I'm throwing, big old honking lures, this is my go-to for almost everything. I use it from, for fishing for little sunfish, panfish, pike, big carp, almost anything. Good all-around rod. When I do, when I'm casting, out musky fishing and throwing big old honking lures, I like to have something a little bit heavier to lob them big old chunky lures out there. This thing struggles. You'd either bust the rod or fling the lure off the end of your pole trying to lob out them half-pound and 1-pound lures that I use for musky fishing. But they're great. I highly recommend it to anybody who's looking for, just a good all-around rod. You can buy specialized rods for every little thing you do. which I do have for some things. Like I have specialized trolling rods that I like to fish with. But for pretty much everything else, I use this guy. And I have 2 of them currently, and I'm contemplating picking up 2 more of them. I like them that much. Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna swap to something a little different here. I think we should move the boat over about, 25 feet between the 2 pylons, and I'm gonna switch to a different lure type. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to see me throw for pike? Dwight says, grew up on an ugly stick and still love them. Same. They're one of the most durable rods I've ever fished with. I've broke a couple of them in my life, but they also have a great warranty. They're one of the few companies that don't really hassle you. If you break something on them, all you got to do is, give them a call or send them an email, and 9 times out of 10, they're going to be very few questions they ask. They'll just send you a replacement, which is not the case with most brands. They want a receipt. They want, an exact fucking play-by-play of how you broke it, what broke. But you sign an affidavit that there was no neglect involved. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. It's a fishing rod. It broke. Send me a new one. Try a spoon, 5 of diamonds. We could do that. I got spoons. And that is a very effective one for pike. Let's see, what do we got in our box of spoons here? Lala, why did you choose to cast a shallow one and not troll a deeper lure? So the water body that we're fishing in today, the Missouri River, well, there are some spots that are 10, 12, 15 foot deep. Most of it is pretty shallow. It's under 10 foot. And I have found over the years of fishing for pike that when I'm trolling, I do troll deeper. I troll, over 40, 50 foot bottom this time of the year. When I'm not trolling though, I tend to go to the shallows and I fish a lure that's going to intentionally hit bottom. You don't want it dragging bottom, but you want to skip your lure off the bottom. And those crankbaits, every time you reel or speed up, it dives down. So every time you whip it, it ticks off the bottom. And that action of hitting off the bottom and kicking up a cloud of dirt and dust draws the fish in. It catches their attention. It tends to be highly effective. All right, so you want 5 of diamonds. That's what you're asking for, right? That's a good sized one too, I guess. Yeah, we can throw that one. Red River Outdoors, do an inline spinner. Yeah, we could do a inline spinner next. I haven't fished spoon a whole lot this year, and this, historically throughout my life, this would be what this or the red and white Daredevil were always historically my go-to pike lures. Anymore, I fish them every once in a while, but I found crankbaits and jerkbaits to be more effective. Oh, we don't have a split ring on this guy though. God damn it. All right, hold on. We got to throw a split ring on this guy. I can't get my fat leader nose through it. I don't know why this doesn't have a split ring on it already. But Red River, we will throw a spinner here after we try the spoon for a little while. That was what I was going to throw next, but oh. God, I need to get a better split ring plier. This one's just jank. Oh, we're about to get poured on here. Oh God. I keep telling myself I'm gonna buy a better split ring plier, and then I forget to. I hate these split ring pliers. They are junk. Oh, that rain feels good. I'm hoping it's just a cloud that's gonna pass by though. Oh, good God, do I need a bigger split ring? Somebody throw up one of those "one eternity later" memes as y'all watch me struggle trying to put a single split ring on a spoon with the world's worst split ring pliers. Good Lord. These are the crappiest split ring pliers. We're battling crappy split ring pliers mixed with an undersized split ring. There we go. God. Oh God, there were some big ass raindrops. Good Lord. Those are absurdly large rain. Good. All right, hold on, you guys. We're gonna have to bring this show underneath the bridge here. We're about to get so. Hold on. Anchor up. Move the boat. Right about the time I get the anchor in, the rain's gonna stop. What did I say? The moment I pull the anchor up. Alrighty. Anchor down. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. We are re-anchored. We got our split ring on. Now let's get her on the pole. F it, just grab another lure. Lala, I'm with you there. I feel you. Dwight said, gotta go do something, be back, check out the live streams, but I want to see you get the pike. Appreciate you swinging through, Dwight. We will be live for probably another 3 hours or so, so feel free to come back through. Shut up, SoCal. Yes, I know, SoCal. We're doing a requested lure here. We're trying to appease the audience, all right? And a spoon, this is actually a good choice because this is a highly productive lure usually for pike fishing. So it was a good choice. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. We are marking. Seems like a decent number of fish over here. It's a little bit deeper under these two pylons. It's not quite as shallow. There's some bubblies. We're casting at the bubblies. I think we're at about, 10, 11 foot bottom here. And we got, it looks like a whole bunch of fish coming to check out the boat. They always do that. Like, what the heck is that? Oh God, this aluminum gets frickin' slippery when it gets wet. That was all of a sudden the rain. Yeah, and now it's gone. I mean, it's just, it went from frickin' torrential downpour to just sprinklies. That's what they say here in Montana. You don't like the weather? Just wait 5 minutes. And it's kind of an ongoing joke, but the reality of it is that it's truth. We have here in Montana they set the Guinness Book World Record of the most significant temperature change in a 24-hour period. I can't remember, these numbers are coming straight from my behind, so don't quote me here, but it was something like we went from, oh God, what was it? It was like 80 degrees to like negative 80 degrees in a 24-hour period, or from negative 80 to 80. Like, it was almost 100-degree temperature difference in less than 24 hours. Try to let the spoon sink. Yeah, we'll let her sink a little bit more. I have a bad habit of that, of starting my retrieve as soon as it hits the water, because I'm so used to fishing with diving crankbaits that as you retrieve them, it causes them to go down in the water column. Whereas with the spoon, you're right, you gotta let it float down. $62 thumbs up, appreciate that all, y'all. Trying to avoid these big weed patches that are floating by. We don't want you. Well, there's bubblies back where we came from. Try to reel a little slower because the metabolism of the fish is slow in the summer. See, I've always found the opposite. Summertime, I've had way more action. Again, I do a fast troll, a fast retrieve. Colder water is when I tend to reel slower. Warm water, I almost always will have a fairly moderate to quick retrieve. But we'll try it. We'll try it. And we are in it's flowing downstream here, so you're right, a fast retrieve isn't necessary. The movement of the water itself should get the flutter going. That may be why the donkey hasn't been successful for you. I let it sink at least 7 seconds before I start the retrieve. Well, you're also, I mean, the only place that I've fished it at is that pond that's, you know, 3 to 5 foot deep. It takes 2 seconds for it to hit bottom. But yeah, I have a notorious habit for that. I have a bad habit. I fish almost everything like a crankbait, and I don't know why I do that. That retrieve looks better. All right. Yeah, it's been a while. A spoon is not one of my go-to lures these days. I haven't really actively fished one for a few years. Oh, I need a smoke. God, it's been 2-3 hours since I've had a cigarette. Normally I chain smoke when I'm fishing. God, I wish the fish finder showed up better on the screen. For whatever reason, it's really bad looking when I turn the camera at it. But there's all sorts of fish that are angling up. They're all coming to check out the boat. Yeah, I'm just going fast enough that I can feel the wobble. And that's another thing that I really like about these poles, is they're super sensitive. You can feel when your lure hits the bottom. You can feel, you know, the jitter of the whatever lure you're throwing, the movement of it. Whereas with a lot of the heavier poles, you miss a lot of that. You don't feel any of it. So you just got to guess as to what's going on. If you want to try quitting, I've heard a trick is if you have a cig in your mouth, just don't light. I do that. If you watch my streams a lot, well, because I smoke these American Spirit mellow menthol, so it's not even that I do it on purpose. They go out constantly. They added, about a decade ago, maybe a little bit longer, they added FSC, Fire Safe Cigarette. It's a glue that they added in to the paper that makes them go out. But so they go out constantly, and you'll see me, I'll light the same cigarette like 3-4 times before I actually finish it. And I'll end up, you know, it'll take me an hour to smoke a cigarette. But yeah, if I just didn't actually light it, that would probably be helpful. One of these days I'm going to convince myself I don't need it. I hardly even enjoy it anymore. I light them up and I cringe. It stinks, they taste bad. But my brain, my body just craves the nicotine from them. That's a terrible habit. For you younger viewers that are thinking about smoking or have recently started, don't stop. It'll be the worst choice you ever make in your life. Don't smoke. Start quitting? Yeah, I know, man. The FSC thing, yeah, in fact, now that I think about it, it's well over a decade. Because that was before I moved away from Montana the last time, so it's probably been closer to 20 years, maybe 15, 16 years. But I remember when they first added it, it changed the taste of cigarettes. They all taste like crap. I mean, they taste like crap to begin with, but they taste even more like crap. And especially once it goes out and you relight it, you taste it. The funny thing is I always, back in the day, I used to live at the bar. I was a pretty bad alcoholic. I'm not anymore, thankfully. But the bartender at the one bar that I basically lived at said, you know, once they start adding that crap to the cigarettes, I have more, you know, fires in our trash cans at the end of every night. That they smolder instead of actually going out. But yeah, so they go out constantly on me. Weather here. It's so nice now. That torrential downpour, I mean, it's not even sprinkling anymore. Still really overcast. Everything's glassing over. All right, SoCal. But Red River, you're right, man. The sooner the better, honestly. It's such a bad habit. It's so bad for you. I don't know. I've tried so many different things. I've tried. God, what is that medication they give you for Chantix? Holy crap! If any of y'all have ever taken that crap, you probably will understand what I mean. But after about a week of taking it, like, it just feels like fire going through your veins. You're always hot. And it gave me the most vivid, lucid, like, nightmares. I'd wake up in a hot sweat every night. And just like the most vivid, scary, crazy dreams. I don't know, man. I felt like I was losing my damn mind. Are you fishing in open water? Woo! God, I almost caught that on the underside of the bridge. We're fishing in the Missouri River. I do know the bottom here fairly well. Not as well as some of the places that I fish, but I've been fishing here for a few years. Bro had a flashback Chantix dream last night. Oh, see, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know what it is about that medication, but it made me feel like I was losing my mind. I mean, in addition to the being, you know, just irritable and... See, that's what I'm talking about. We got a constant stream of bubbles coming up right there. That's probably a fish on the bottom. You can see he's moving over. We're gonna drag right through him. Here, fishy, fishy. Here, fishy, fishy. I've tried that, you know, the nicotine gums, the pouches. I've tried just cold turkey. I've tried vapes. I don't know, it seems to cut the craving. She's out. Alan Carr? Why does that name sound familiar? Alan Carr. Oh, that was the you were in the stream last night. The easy way to quit. That was the book you were talking about. Seems to me I was watching it. There was a YouTube video that I watched recently that somebody was talking about that, and it was saying it was basically giving you like different ways to like self-hypnotize or some crap like that. I don't know. I really need to. I'm at a point in my life where I've been smoking for. Good God, I started when I was like 15, so I'm 25 years in. And I'm not just a light smoker. Yeah, I think so, Blacksmith. Fishing with wit, you should, bro. Yeah, I know. I wish it were just as easy as saying, well, I'm gonna quit. That's the same one. I've been light smoking the same one. It just went out. Today is not the day, as much as I would like it to be. Got fireworks here in Maine popping off. Or head on. What are they celebrating? What's the occasion? We're in Montana, central Montana. If I catch a fish, you're gonna cheer so loud and wake up the street. Well, I'm trying. They're in here. This whole area is absolutely loaded with pike. Unfortunately, I usually don't catch a lot when I'm here, but I do catch quality fish down in this area. There's some big old fish. 10, 15 pounders are not uncommon. And I have caught one 20+ pounder out of here. It's 4 o'clock already. Oh, you missed the dinner bell. We already caught the fish at the dinner bell. That was we had one really nice one on the line. He stayed on the line for about 10 seconds before I lost him, and then like 30 minutes later we caught the one that's in the comment there that's pinned. 31 inches and 8.2 pounds. Not a monster, but a very good sized pike. Anytime I catch a 30-pluser, I'm very happy. 40-pluser would be nice, but I'm ecstatic anytime I can find one that's above 30 inches. Man, that is the quietest jet ski I think I've ever heard. He's moving. You watched back but couldn't go so far. Yeah, it was around... Well, the actual catch landing, the picture that I had was like 4:55 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So it was probably closer to 4:45 when I landed it. You eat them. What do you mean, the pike? Or the fireworks? Not sure what you're referring to there, my man. I eat pike as well, if that's what you're talking about. Pike is actually my favorite fish to eat. As long as they are pulled out of a clean water body and they're bled prior to pulling out of the water. And then it's really important that you when you're skinning them, cleaning them, that you get rid of the lateral line, the bloodline. They're really good eating. Also, you got to make sure you don't keep them too big. Like that one I caught earlier, the 31-inch 8.2 pounder. It'd have been all right to eat, but not great. They're much better, I find, when they're around the 2 to 3 pound range. The meat's a little bit firmer in them. They're not quite so gamey tasting. But yeah, they're really good to eat. That and catfish, I think, are probably my two favorite. Pressure bleed them. What's that? What do you mean by that? I take, and usually when I catch them, I throw them on a stringer on the side of the boat, and I'll drag them around until I'm ready, till they're looking like they're, you know, pretty ragged and either gonna die or I'm ready to pull them out of the water. And about 5-10 minutes before I'm ready to pull them out and put them in the cooler, I take and I snip right underneath their gill plate. There's a artery that runs between the two gills, and if you take a knife and put it straight under and cut, basically like cutting your throat, they take about 5 minutes or so to bleed out. And then I also, before I throw them in the cooler, I always gut them. My native friend makes ice cream. Make like ice cream. What do you mean? Pressure bleeding a fish is a technique used to remove blood from a fish's circulatory system after it's been caught. How do you do it though? Can you describe the process? I just know that, like with tuna, any of the bigger fish, when they catch them, they always run them behind the boat for a short period of time. I forget what they call it, but it's essentially you're allowing their muscles to relax, and it removes lactic acid, I think it is, from their muscles, which causes the taste to be better and cools them down. Then you bleed them. And then once you're done bleeding them, you gut them, and then you throw them on ice. This time of the day might be better if we start trolling again. Maybe. What are we at? 7:12. We'll give it another, maybe another 10 minutes on this spoon. If we don't have any action, we'll switch to a spinner. If we don't have any action on the spinner, we might try trolling again for a little bit. Oh, God. Hold on. Hose with gentle stream or pipette can be used to introduce water into the fish's circulatory system. Basically a syringe. Okay, so it's like hooking somebody up to, what's the machine called where they filter your blood for dialysis? It's like dialysis on a fish. Where do you stick them? Do you go for the artery that's in between the gill plates? Chris Bravo says, yellow spinner is key. Welcome to the stream, Chris Bravo. Yellow can be a good color. Gold, yellow. Change lure again. Yeah, no, I think we'll do a couple more casts with this and we'll swap over. We'll try a spinner this time. The jugular, yes. Huh. What kind of pump do you just nab the pump off of your live well and hook her to the fish? I don't know, I've never heard of that. It makes sense though. I mean, you're bleeding them, but you're forcing. You probably get a larger percentage of the blood out of them when you do it that way. Yeah, I've never heard of that though. Nope. And I forgot to plug you guys back in. We're at 20%. There we go. Best way to remove blood, quickest way. There's a Japanese name for it. I'll have to look up a YouTube video on that. I could definitely see where that would be highly effective and faster. I'm not a phlebotomist. I don't know how good I'd be at sticking in the jugular. Here's something flopping around. Where are you at? Oh, that was just the waves crashing against the edge of the water. Welcome to those joining the stream. Hope you all are having a wonderful Friday. No, we're Saturday. Why do I say Friday? Saturday evening. All right, one more cast. We got some bubblies over there that are looking mighty prime. What are you? Come here, fishy. Lennon, welcome to the stream. Is your name Josh? No, it is not Josh. Most people here call me Rod because my channel name is Want to See My Rod. If you know me from Fish Brain, you probably call me Vox. If you are somebody who knows me in person, you'd call me Casey. That's my actual name, but nobody calls me that on my streams. Do you like turtles? And if you don't, could you say why? I like turtles. Turtles are cool. I like all animals. But turtles drive me nuts because a lot of the places that I fish, the turtles harass the crap out of you. And I don't know if you've ever caught a turtle on a fishing pole. They are an absolute nightmare to try and get off of your fishing pole without absolutely mangling them. They bite the hook and then they turtle their little bastard heads in, and you're good luck getting the hook out of them. Hank Shaw Pleasure Breed. Oh, good God. It's that same boat that keeps racing by here. Go find somewhere else to play, my man. All right, that's enough of this lure. Let's throw a spinnerbait on. Hank Shaw Pleasure Breed. Pressure bleed. Hank Shaw. We'll see if we remember that or not. I don't know. Hank Shaw, Alan Carr. Hank Shaw, Alan Carr. We got two things to remember here. Hank Shaw, Alan Carr. Oh, you said they steal your bait. They do. They steal your bait, but sometimes they actually bite the hook, and it's no bueno. Because I don't want to hurt them. I think the last turtle that I caught, I spent a good hour trying to get the dang hook out of him without hurting him. I did eventually get it out, but God. All right, so we're gonna try this guy. Wiggly, wiggly, wiggly. This is actually one of my musky lures. It's the Slop Master. Oh yeah, Slop Master. It got a wiggly tail on it. I have not yet caught a pike on this, but I've been meaning to try it out for the pike. I think they might like it. You catch more fish on braided or fluoro. Every one of my I don't have any pole that is rigged up with anything but braided. I do use, though, when I'm pike fishing or walleye fishing or muskie fishing, I always use a nice heavy fluoro leader. I think this is actually it's either a 60 or an 80-pound fluoro leader. They have big gnarly teeth, and braid, while it has great tensile strength, which is why I use it, doesn't have great shear strength. So anything sharp, a sharp rock, a sharp jagged tooth, will cut through braid like butter. So as long as you have a good leader on your line, which I prefer fluoro over anything else. What did I do here? How did I get that on there, stupid? But I do prefer the fluoro leaders. You just got to make sure you check them every once in a while for bad nicks and scores, because they will get damaged and you'll lose your fish and your very expensive lures. Eli, welcome to the stream. How you doing, my friend? But yeah, Chris, I use almost exclusively braided line on all my rigs. I haven't used mono in decades. Fluoro would be really expensive to rig your whole spool up with, but they're great for leaders, so I use fluoro for leaders quite often. Eli, how you doing today, buddy? I haven't seen you in the streams in a while. Bass Catcher, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Robert Gonzalez, welcome to the stream. Any tips for a beginner? Why do I always... My immediate response is to be a smartass when people ask me stuff like that. What kind of fish are you fishing for? What kind of water are you fishing in? There, fishy, 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 right? Glenn McIver, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Lala, where are you from? I don't think I asked you that before. Bass Catcher says use a bulldog lure. What the heck is a bulldog lure? There's so many different slang names for lures. Netherlands, you're on the other side of the planet, my friend. You guys got some big ass nice pike over there. I'm jealous. I use a FishBrain app, and I subscribe on my feed to basically all the pike catches around the world on the app. And man, y'all pull some nice pike out of your waters over there. Big, beautiful fish. Definitely bigger than I pull out around here. It's almost 3:30 a.m. Am I keeping you awake? Pike Paradise. Yeah, it looks like it. I would one of these days I'm gonna make my way over to that part of the world. I'd love to do some fishing over there. Use swim baits. I get so many pike on them. I do have a few swim baits. It's not I usually swim baits I will honestly break out usually for muskie fishing. I haven't used them a lot for pike fishing. I get such great results usually on crankbaits and jerkbaits that I don't switch it up a whole lot. I mean, it's hard to justify switching and testing new lures when the lures you're using are working so well. But I have seen some monster pike and muskie being caught off of swim baits. You are absolutely right on that. Spinner, why are you not spinning? Oh god, that guy's back again. I wish he would go play somewhere else in his boat. Every 5 minutes he's back and forth, back and forth. Bass catcher or a chatterbait if you have one. We threw a chatterbait for about an hour earlier today. We had one strike at it. Felt like it was he hit it from the side. We didn't get a good hook set in it. What we caught the one fish on today and have had a couple of solid bites on was the Bandit 100 shallow diving crankbait. We just got done testing a 5 diamond spoon. No luck on that. We switched to the spinner bait here for a little while. We're running through testing a few different options here. Chatterbait though are one of my go-to for pike though. I've had really good luck with pike in the past with them, especially when fishing rivers and streams. We'll give this spinnerbait a fair shot here. We'll use it for a half hour or so. If it's no good, I'm thinking we might actually come poke up around the corner closer to the shallows. I don't know why, but I've had the best luck in the super shallow water underneath the bridge here. I don't know why they're in such shallow water. When I fish in lakes and reservoirs, I always go deeper and have way better luck the deeper I go. But in the rivers, it tends to be shallower that is more productive for me. I really like the swim baits made out of like 8 parts. They're always super realistic. I do have, so that's like do I still have it handy here? Trying to think where the heck I put it. We can throw that on next because I take that back. I have had fairly decent luck with this one swim bait that I have. Oh, where are you? Oh, I got too many tackle boxes here. Alright, so this one is a bigger version of it. Way too big for this tiny pole that I'm using. But the Berkeley Magic Swimmer, these guys are great. I think this is the 190 or something. This is one of the larger ones they make. It's actually a saltwater lure. But I've had quite a few decent sized pike off of this one, but I have some that are half this size. I just need to remember which tackle box they're in. Get in there. Get in your hole. Fish. There you go. Nope. Popped right out the other end. Come on now. Behave. Where did I put them? Where are you? Ah, geez, everybody's leaving. Where are y'all going? Yeah, see, here's another one of the giant ones. These ones are good. I like these. I don't know what the hell I did with my smaller ones, though. I just had them. I don't know where the heck. Where did I put you? I got a whole Bass Pro Shop with I do. My boat, it's an addiction. Next to smoking, buying fishing stuff is probably my next worst addiction. I have an ungodly amount of fishing lure. Let me think for a minute where I put those. I need to get better organized. Every time I go on a spending spree and buy more lures, I have to rearrange all my tackle and figure out where to put stuff. Oh, here comes the rain again. What the heck did I put those? I have like 3 or 4 of them. Oh, that's where one of them is, I think. I keep having to find little nooks and crannies in the boat to stash tackle boxes. There we go. There's 2 of them. Nice. A fish finder? Yeah, I do. I have. It's a. Ooh. Come on, fish. I felt that. I felt you. Come on. Something just smacked it in the side. Let's do this. Don't be shy. Robert Medina, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Yeah, we have the Lowrance Elite FS9. It's a decent fish finder. Pink or blue? I'm leaning towards the blue. I haven't thrown the pink one very much though. I've caught a few pike off this one. I've never tried this one. Yeah, I just had to reset my mic. Thanks for letting me know. The pink is slightly larger than the blue. You only fish the natural colors. Yeah, we're gonna go with the green and blues. Yeah, the bigger version of this one you guys should check out on my channel. I have a couple of underwater camera videos that I posted from my trip last week out to Fishkin Reservoir. Had whole schools of perch following the big one. Oh God. The rain is getting gnarly. Man, that wind really picked up. It's blowing me upstream right now. Good Lord. I think it just picked my anchor up off the bottom. We're going for a ride, folks. Good Lord, is a tornado coming? Nope. We're in between the two parts of the bridge, so I'm getting rained on. Getting a little chilly. I'm gonna have to throw my jacket on here. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, dang it. I think I just caught my fish finder. There we go. All right. Dang, everybody left. Nobody likes me. Man, something's wrong with this charging cable. It's like melting. That's no bueno.
Let's get a different charging cable. X1, greetings from Indonesia. Welcome to the stream, X. Greetings from Montana. Willy Wonka, when's the last time you've heard of Jesus Christ, man? I'm not a religious person, man. I don't smoke the Jesus. We smoke the ganja around here. The green Jesus. No offense to you. I have nothing against religious people. A lot of people in my family are religious, but I am not. All right, what was I doing? Of course, now that I get the jacket on, we're no longer in blizzard or hurricane weather here. You can smoke weed and believe, brother. Well, of course. No, I'm an atheist, my friend. I think if there was a great creator, it'd be what we would call today an alien. I think our planet was seeded from somewhere else far out in the universe. I'd have a hard time wrapping my head around there being some superior being sitting up there watching us that created all of this. What created it? I have no idea. But it's not some bearded man who got hung on a cross. I know enough about human history and literary history to understand that the Bible is it's a regurgitation of various different religious beliefs from human history. The Earth is a heck of a lot older than a few thousand years. This planet's been floating around out in the universe for billions and billions of years. At any rate, let's change the topic here. I don't. It's one of those things that I will unintentionally offend people, and I don't want to do that. Let's just leave it at I don't smoke the Jesus. We're trying to catch a fish here, a big fish. Oh, SoCal just went live at the pond there. Nice. He's doing some pond fishing. John, welcome back, my friend. How you doing? Did you figure out something more productive to do? Oh God, I love the weather right after the rain stops. It smells so good outside. The clouds are starting to part. So pretty. All right, that's good, Willy Wonka. Well, we believe what we believe. I think humanity we have no idea what the hell this is, why we're here, where we came from, and I doubt we ever will. We're just a small speck of rock floating around out in a giant whatever space is. We don't even know how far it goes. No idea where it came from. No idea where it's going. John says, I went fishing and caught some bait and bluegill. Well, that definitely sounds productive. What kind of bait fish are you catching? You're going catfishing, right? So you're catching some stuff for cut bait? And these fish are marking all over. What do you want from me? Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. How's everybody's Saturday afternoon, evening going? And those of you that are in tomorrow already, how's your Sunday morning going? I'd like to catch at least one more nice fish before we end the stream today. We should be able to. Right about now is usually a good time for bites. Mostly mullet. You used a net. You're using like a throw net. I never got good at those. When I was down in Florida years ago, me and my brothers had one that we played around with for like a week. None of us could figure out how to throw it right. Cast net, okay. Ooh, that's a big chunky fish coming to look at the boat. Come here, baby. Come here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Come here. Oh, he's right under the boat. While I fish and try and keep up with what I'm doing here. Welcome, welcome to those joining the stream. We are still out here trying to catch another pike. We have one solid catch so far. We are trying to see if we can get another. The walleye don't seem to be biting today. But we have had one good pike catch, and One almost catch. We hooked up on him and he live bait is pretty good for me, always seems to work for me. Unfortunately, we can't use live bait here in central Montana. Schizo, welcome to the stream, how you doing? We're just out on the boat, chilling, looking for more pike. John, you're gonna wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to fish. Where are you going fishing? What are you fishing for? Sorry, I'm just taking a momentary break here. Rainbow trout or trout in general. Really? You use live bait for trout? Huh. So weird. Fish Brain has been like I've been posting stuff on there and it doesn't show anybody my catches. I've had 0 comments or likes on that pike that I caught today. Normally I'll get, 10, 15, 20 within a couple of hours. Not looking for anything special because I'm fishing off a dock. Yeah, normally if I were fishing for trout off of a dock, I'd be using worms. I'm sure if you can use live bait there, that's probably much more effective than worms. But the most recent, if you check out my videos, I posted, oh God, it's probably 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago maybe. Willow Creek Reservoir, I caught just under 5-pound rainbow trout and a bunch of nice other, 21 to 23 inch rainbows fishing off the dock there using high-low rigs, and on the leader you put one of these, they're called little corkies, and you put them on the leader line that leads to your hook, and you peg them about 3 fingers or so from the hook, and it just causes your worm to raise up slightly off the bottom. Really good luck with those. Pretty effective.
I had a really good couple of days out there fishing. I think I caught 5 or 6 the first day, and then another 5 or 6 the second day. And they were almost all 20 plus inches. Chicao said hi. Welcome to the stream, Chicao. We chow. Yeah, if you watch the video, I explain how the rig's set up, and I show you how I was using it. Is that weeds or a bite? I think we might have snagged into some weeds. I've tried power bait with very little success over the years. I know people rant and rave about it. I got a couple of different kinds in my tackle box. I've never had great luck with it. I usually have better luck just with straight worm. I know a lot of people don't bottom fish for trout, but I've found it highly effective, especially when you're fishing from a dock or a bank. You're not casting out there to get in the deep anyway. So I use basically, it's called a high-low rig. It's just a leader that's got 2 standoffs, T's on it, because again, you're allowed 2 hooks here on your poles. And on each of the standoffs, I put, an 8 to 10 inch fluorocarbon leader with a hook. And then I put the little corkies, I peg them about three fingers from the edge of the hook. And then there's a sinker at the bottom of the rig. So you basically have 2 worms that are floated up off the bottom, whatever your leader length is. So if you want them to float off the bottom 10 inches, do, a 12, 16 inch leader, and it'll get it up off the bottom with that little corky. As long as they're not sitting on the bottom, you have pretty good luck with that kind of setup. Or at least I have around here. I would imagine you should have decent luck there as well. But I'm trying to think what the heck the title of those videos were. If you go to my page and just search for Willow Creek or Willow Creek Reservoir, or just trout in general, I think those are one of the only trout videos I have on my channel. I do go through and explain how the rig's set up and show you, and then you can see a bunch of my catches using it. For Crow, how you doing, man? I'm having a good day. We got one really good sized pike so far. We're trying to see if we can get another one to bite here. The bite should be picking up here. Most of those boaters went home once it started raining. I'm half tempted to start trolling again here now that everybody's left. Going to a place called Fish Creek, so I better catch something right. Well, they shouldn't call it Fish Creek for nothing. There better be some fish in there, you're damn right. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. Now that this, I don't know, hopefully the rain doesn't come again, I'm actually gonna go anchor up. We're gonna go right on the mouth, or where the 2 rivers meet here, where the muddy water meets the clean water. Let's bump over there and see if we can get something to bite. Crow says the pike are short and fat there. I caught a 41 inches. A 41 incher that was 5.6 pounds? Good God, that's like, that's a literal slime noodle. I mean, I've always heard them called slime noodles, but good God. A 41 inch pike here would be about a 20 pounder. In fact, you're just right here. I'll turn the camera around.
right over here. Oh, focus. Why are you so blurry? Right there is where I caught 2 years ago a 22.5 pound 42 incher. Why is that so blurry? That's some gunk on my lens here. There we go. Alright, that's a little better. Something's drawing the focus. I think it's this. Get rid of that. There we go. Wonder if it's the water and elevation difference. I don't know, man. I've never seen I've seen some skinny long pike before, but not like that. That's, I mean, a 41 inch pike is a monstrous pike, but for it to only weigh 5 pounds, I mean, that's, good Lord. That's crazy. Yeah, it would be a behemoth here. We're gonna park. Oh, we got all kinds of bubblies in the water here. Alright, let's anchor up here. Alright, so we are now sitting right where the, oh god, that sky looks pretty. We're sitting right where the Sun River ends and feeds into the Missouri River. And this is usually a pretty good spot for pike. Carp fishing's really good here too. Pretty shallow here though. We're at 7 foot. John says earlier I saw a lizard and caught them and I used for bait. He caught nothing. Yeah, I've never tried fishing with reptiles. I know it's allowed here in Montana. That's actually one of the only live baits you can use in Central Fishing District here in Montana. They don't get very heavy here for some reason. Our walleye usually outweigh the pike. That's crazy. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what affects that. What makes? I always figured, you know, most fish grow in weight proportional to their length. I guess that's not the case. I'd love to see the picture of the 41 inch freaking 5-pounder. Flip the camera back around here. Oh, shut up. I know I'm in shallow water. There we go. Alright. So I want to try out this swim bait here for a little bit. John says, my favorite state has to be Tennessee because it's not too hot and it's not too cold either. I lived in Tennessee for about a year, John. I hated it. Landed several gar over 5 foot in my days of fishing here. Biggest thing I've caught. The biggest one coming at 5 foot 4 inches, and I want to say 35 pounds. That is a big ass gar, dude. I've never caught a gar before. We have short nose gar here. What the hell was that? We have short nose gar here in Montana, in eastern Montana, and it's always been on my bucket list to head over that way and catch one. I don't think they're nearly that big though. Long nose gar. Okay, yeah, we have short nose gar here. I'm not sure off the top of my head how big the state record is. I don't think it's nearly that big though. I want to say it's like 15 or 17 pounds maybe. I could be wrong. John says, you ever see a school of fish and be like, I wish I had a net right now? Sometimes. I don't know, we can't do much with, I mean, you're legally only able to use a cast net here to catch bait fish. But again, we're not allowed to use live bait fish. And we're also not allowed to use any kind of game fish for bait fish, so it really limits you what you'd be able to keep. I mean, it'd be fun to catch something like that throwing a cast net, but I wouldn't have much use for any of it. Google says Montana is home to some of the healthiest northern pike because of the commitment to clean water and the abundance of large prey. Yeah, we have oh god, I want to say our state record here for pike is a weird one. It was set in like 1960 or 1970, and it's one of the few in the record books that it only has a weight, it doesn't have a length, and there's no picture, no real verification to show it was legit, but it was an absolute monster. I want to say it's 37 pounds or something like that. I mean, just a behemoth. To get that big, it would have had to have been, 50 plus inches, I would think. But yeah, the record stood for nearly 50 years, which I find, I don't know, I don't think it should be allowed in the record book with no length, no picture, no real verification that it was caught. But we have some nice pike here. They get way bigger in other places around the world though. I mean, like the Lila that was in here earlier, she's from the Netherlands. There are some absolute monolithic pike over there. They're catching 10, 15 pounders, throwing them back like they're small fry. I was like, man, I like 10, 15 pounders a behemoth to me. Let's go. I'll happily catch them all day. When I go to the local reservoir around here one of the best pike fishing spots near where I live, the average catch, it's 2-3 pounds, 22, 24 inches. All right, John, appreciate you swinging back through the live. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me today. Good luck fishing tomorrow. But yeah, go check out that Willow Creek Reservoir video, or there's a couple of them, and check out the little corky rig setup. I think it'd do good for you tomorrow if you're fishing from a dock. $35 inches, 7 pounds. Oh, 7 pounds, okay. But then again, most guys wouldn't turn in gar for a record. And you're right on the money for the pike. 37.5 pounds, no length. Yeah. I know I think gar. They're in eastern Montana, and God, I want to say it's like Tongue River and Tongue River Reservoir might be the water bodies they pull them out of. But it's a few select water bodies that they're in. I don't know how they got introduced there. I don't think they're a native species here in Montana.
I don't know if it was introduced, you know, on purpose for game fishing opportunity, or if it was something that was illegally introduced and has just, you know, sustained itself over the years. But they're such cool looking fish, them big ass gnarly teeth. I would love to catch one just to say I've caught one. Flash, yeah, still just the one fish. The bite died off. I was expecting it to start picking back up once the sun went down, but then it started pouring rain, and I don't know, we might still get lucky here. I have been seeing some topwater activity. I'm half tempted to bust out my my topwater snake and throw it. Still seeing tons of stuff marking on the fish finder here. This is just one of those spots. I usually don't catch many when I'm here, even though they're marking everywhere. They're freaking loaded with them here. They're just picky. And especially when the rain hits like that, the rain, sometimes it helps the bite. Usually it kills it for me. I don't catch much during the rain or directly after a rain. I catch a lot right before a rain, typically. M. Oliveira, Portugal. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You should do a catch, clean, and cook. It doesn't have to be the pike. I know those are a pain in the ass to clean. They're not. That is, if I were to do a catch, cook, and clean, it would be with the pike. It's one of the few fish that I harvest to eat here in Montana. The one we caught earlier was way too big, though. I try not to keep big ones like that to eat. 2 3-pounders are perfect eater size. Little, they call them hammer handles. But you're not. So many people have told me that people like the catch, cook, and cleans. I think maybe when I go camping, we'll do something like that. It's supposed to sometime in the next month. I'd like to take a week off and do a camping trip and fish. Josiah, yeah, I remember you. Welcome back to the stream. Good morning from Lisbon, Portugal. Welcome from Portugal. We're here in the United States in central Montana. Appreciate you stopping through and hanging out. It's because the drop in pressure before the rainstorms makes the fish active. It's a real thing. I always thought Pops made that shit up. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. It's not just the drop in pressure, it's the dramatic drop in pressure. And it works both ways. Dramatic increase and dramatic drop trigger fish activity. But once you're in, you know, when it's rainy and nasty out, the low pressure systems like that, you can still catch fish in it. It's just more difficult. At the low pressure, what is it? During a low pressure system, they tend to dive deeper and they don't move a lot. It screws with their equilibrium, their swim bladder. And same for high pressure systems. High pressure, the lower depths are too much pressure because the pressure is already so high because of, you know, the atmospheric pressure, so they tend to come up and they're disoriented and they don't tend to eat as much. Really wish Montana had an abundance of crappie. There are. So I caught actually my first black crappie a few weeks ago. There's a spot near Great Falls, or actually it's closer to Cascade, Montana, called Pelican Point. It's a pond out there. They got some really nice, in fact, probably the biggest black crappie in the state are in that pond. There's 11, 12, 13 inches in there from what I understand. Mine was just a baby. He was like 6 or 7 inches. Another place you can catch black crappie is Largent Bend, pond number 3. It's the secret pond. It's the one across the Sun River, which also has tiger muskie in it. But there's black crappie in there because, in fact, the black crappie that they put in Pelican Point were harvested from Largent Bend pond number 3. And that was a big ass fish over there. I wish I could cast that far. I don't know what that was though. We cast about halfway.
Flash, where are you from? Are you from Montana? That's right, you are. I checked out your profile last night. That was, if my memory serves me correctly, you stream on Twitch, I think your profile said. Not sure if pike are crazy for jigs, though usually they do the trick for bass after or during the rain. Pike will eat anything. They're a highly voracious predator. It's more about getting a lure in front of the pike and being erratic enough with it that they feel like they got to chase it and bite on it before it gets away so they can figure out what it is. They bite first and ask questions later. So yeah, jig. In fact, the biggest pike I've ever caught was right there. And I caught it off a jig in a plastic. 42 inches and 22.5 pounds. Okay. Yeah, I'm just down at Broadwater Bay, Flash. You're right in my backyard here. Rod, you have a boat. You can cast off. But I have an anchor. I don't have spot lock. I can't just buzz over there. I gotta pull up the anchor and move over there, then drop the anchor again. We're all right where we're at. We're sitting just on the mouth. Right. In the mouth? No. What's it called where two rivers meet? I don't know. We're sitting right where the Sun River moves into the Missouri River. But yeah, Flash, I wish there were more places to get crappie around here. There's a couple of spots in Montana. Apparently we have white crappie here somewhere too. But yeah, if you want to catch a nice crappie, head out to Pelican Point, the pond there. It's full of them. It took me a couple of, in fact, you were there. I saw, wait, no, that was somebody else. You're not on Fish Brain, are you, Flash? Somebody's profile I was looking at the other day that was from Great Falls that was out at Pelican Point cleaning up the other day. Tons of bass, tons of crappie. They have some good sized perch in there. Oh man, the things I do for spot lock and remote trolling mode. Yeah, I've been meaning to get one. I'm still in the middle of frickin' wiring my boat up. That's the first thing I did after I bought this boat was tore out all the scabby old wiring in it. And I have my main battery and then an accessory battery in the back here. And I have a whole bunch of stuff to, set up the cutoff switch and, a fuse box and all that stuff. I haven't gotten around to it. I was meant to be a project for winter last year and I didn't get around to it. And then once fishing season hits, I don't like working on the boat. I like fishing on the boat. So one of these days I'll get the trolling motor set up. I want to get one. There's one that integrates with the Lowrance fish finders that you can set it up to follow contours. Should be really sweet. Yeah, I'm spitting reels. Oh shit, I didn't realize you were spitting reels. I follow you. Good God. Spitting reels on Fish Brain. I follow you as well. I just moved here 4 months ago. Most of my time I've been learning to fly fish for trout. Spinning setup too, but I've never targeted any. Yeah, I don't fly fish. I've never. That's as far as I'm concerned. That's a whole different type of fishing. All different lures. There's just very little that crosses over between regular fishing and fly fishing. But if you want to catch some trout, I had not fished Willow Creek Reservoir until recently, and they have some of the chunkiest rainbow trout I have ever seen in my life. And I was catching them just cleaning up just directly from the dock there. I'm from Florida, so I grew up offshore and bass fishing, so I was really excited to learn another way to fish. I hear you, I get you. Yeah, no, fly fish, it's always looked fun. It just always looks like so much work, and I have so much money and time invested into, you know, all of the regular fishing gear that I have. I don't need another addiction, another hobby that's going to cost me thousands upon thousands of dollars. That's what the boat's for us. That's why they say boat stands for bust out another 1,000. Every time something breaks on this damn thing, or the trailer. But that's cool. Fly fishing looks fun. And I know it's really productive around here, especially for trout. But if you ever want to go trout fishing, I've been meaning to. I have to find a day that the wind isn't gnarly. But one of these days I'm going to take the boat up to Willow Creek, which is absolutely amazing rainbow trout fishing. Halter too. I haven't been to Halter in a while, but Halter is hard to get the boat in. It's usually so dang windy up there. I don't like fishing it when it's windy. James Dillon, you can eat a dick, my friend. Anyways, Crow says, shit, my boat sank 2 times this year. Once because she, in fact, did not get the plug in, and second time I was just driving like a jackass and blew the heads. Buddy pulled me to shore, but it sank at the ramp. Man, that's rough. I did that once. I made it about... In fact, I didn't get it off of the boat trailer. I realized that the back end of my boat was flooding before I actually started the boat and backed her up, so I just pulled it back on shore and threw the boat plug in. So I could see how that would easily happen. But rodding around and blowing your motor up, that's too bad. I mean, it's easy to pop a plug in and drain the boat, but to replace the motor, that's, oh man, that's expensive and tedious. Not fun. But anyways, Flash, yeah, if you ever want to do some trout fishing, hit me up. I could take you up to either Halter or Willow Creek. Both really good trout fishing. I don't know how well you'll do. I like to troll. You'd probably do well with a fly rod as well. You've been to Willow Creek, used spinners and spoons, but didn't catch any trout. Maybe I need to use worms or power bait off the bottom. Yeah, I used worms. I was fishing from the dock. If you check out the YouTube channel here, just search for Willow Creek. I posted a video from a few weeks ago showing how I was catching just straight off the dock there. And I caught, God, I think it was my PB. It was like 23.5 inches, almost 5 pounds. Good chunky trout. Gorgeous fish. Yeah, I'd never fished it before, but I looked it up, and apparently they drained Willow Creek Reservoir in 2023 and killed off the entire fish population. That used to be world-class fishing up there. They were pulling some of the biggest rainbow trout out of the state out of there. But they had to do maintenance on the dam over there and ended up freaking draining the reservoir so they could work on the dam. I've never had any much luck. Somebody was just asking me about that, if I'd ever fished with power bait. I've never had any luck catching trout with power bait. I see people post all the time that they catch with it. I don't catch anything with it. Perdowsey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? For Crow says, cheers, Rod. Oh god, man, that new vape flavor is gnarly. Wow. Sent Miyazaki into the dispensary to pick it out, and I think she just grabbed the cheapest vape off the shelf. That stuff tastes like hot, sick ass. Alright, I hate to do it, but we are switching back to the old lure. I've seen a few people at Black Eagle Dam catch pike down that strip after you cross the bridge. There's some land down there to set up your live as well.
I fished down there a couple of times, not for very long. I don't recall if there's a decent Wi-Fi down there or not, or excuse me, decent cell signal down there or not. That's the problem that I run into. It's so many places around here. We have such crappy signal, but that's a good idea. I'll have to go down there and check. I've never caught a pike out of there, but I have caught both rainbow and brown trout right down there. Nice carp down there too. Alright, where'd you go? You're coming back into rotation here, my friend. But we're actually gonna switch to your twin brother here. We're gonna go with the black crank. Black, this guy. Pike magnets. Bandit 100 series square bill shallow diving crankbait. You want to catch a pike, get a few of these. I use either the black with the red eye or the pearl white with the red eye. I do have a bunch of other ones, but these two seem to be the most effective out of all of them. And I usually use the white one during the day, during the brighter hours, and the dark one during the darker hours. There's got to be some cats at the bottom. It's weird, and I've never understood quite why this is. But in the Missouri River, so we have channel cats, we have bullhead, which are just little cats, and we have stone cats, which are also just little cats. But the channel cats, which get to be quite large, I mean, I think the state record is like 37 pounds on those. You're not going to see those unless you get below Maroney Dam. See, there's the Black Eagle Dam, Cochrane Dam, Rainbow Dam, Ryan Dam, Maroney Dam. Once you get past Maroney Dam, channel cats are there. And in fact, the best place to catch those is if you go down towards Fort Benton and Loma area, are really good channel cat fishing. For whatever reason, I've heard people say that they're up here. I have never seen anyone actually catch one. People have said they caught them. I've never seen them catch them. I've never seen pictures. The only place I have ever caught them or seen somebody catch them is below Maroney Dam. I don't think they're above Maroney Dam at all. But there are bullheads, but the bullheads here, I mean, 6 to 9 inches. You can catch them. They're all in the Missouri, all in the sun. They're cute as hell. They're just, they're one of them fish that they swallow the hook on almost every catch. I mean, they've halfway digested it by the time you get them out of the water. So you end up freaking killing half of them just trying to get the hook out, and I hate to do that. I'm mostly catch and release, and definitely those are too small to eat. So I don't fish for them a lot. For Crow, fish flashing rod knows where the potential state record carp lives. You should hunt with him. Oh yeah, she's, in fact, hold on a second. The bridge you see in front of you, the state record carp of Montana, lives right there. I had her on the line last year. I had her on the bank. She flopped around, her fat little butt. Humongous. I don't know, you guys, you know what a propane tank looks like. I mean, they're yay long. They're just a barrel. That was the fish. It was like if you took a propane tank and painted carp color, that's what it was. It was easily a 50-pound carp. State record's 40 pounds. It was, I mean, it wouldn't have just beat the state record, it would have crushed the record. But it was cold out. I had a whole bunch of shit in my pockets, my phone, my cigarettes, my keys, my son was there. And, you know, I got down, I was, you know, wrestling with it in the shallows, and it busted the hook. And it got far enough in that it drops off pretty deep. I would have had to hop in and wrestle her back to the shore. But yeah, it right there, state record.
For crow, it's funny that you remember that story. I guess I've told it a few times on my life. I shouldn't tell everybody where the state record lives until I catch the state record, but I'm not good at keeping secrets. I share everything I know about fishing with people. I'm not a gatekeeper. Somebody will catch it. If it ain't me, I'd like to see it landed. She was chunky, a beautiful fish. Damn, my only spinning rod right now is an ultralight, and there's no state record carp getting landed on that. I caught it on this. I catch all my carp on this. It's a medium light, fast action, ugly stick. I mean, a month ago I pulled in a 18.5-pound carp off of it, a 15-pound. I mean, I struggled with it. I have never thought, so like you catch a big fish, your reel goes zzz. I've never in my life been spooled, like all the way to the knot. That fish spooled me twice. I got it to the bank after it spooled me once, and it immediately shot all the way back across the river, and my knot, holy crap. I never was quite sure how good my knot was that I used to tie the line on my spinning reels here, but I am incredibly confident in it now. It not only spooled me once, it spooled me twice, and I got her all the way back to the shore again. So ultralight may be a little too much, but get yourself a medium light. You only have one pull though? God, my addiction is bad. I think I'm up to, what do I got? I got 2 of these ugly sticks. I have 2 of the Akuma. Ooh. Oh, it was a bite. We missed the bite. Dang it. It's about drag and play, not the size of the rod. It is. I mean, you got to go easy on it. You don't ever wrench on it. You ease things in. When it wants to take the drag, you let it take the drag. It's just, again, it scared me because it got me all the way back to the knot. I didn't know if my knot was gonna take it or not. Bass fishing, catch anything other than the pike? No, we haven't. We've had a couple of bites, but it started pissing rain on us. It was like torrential downpour. It stopped. It's beautiful out again. But I haven't had much action since we caught that pike earlier today. For crow, I promise it'd work if you were gentle enough to do it. Most people jerk their fish, and you can't do that on them big fish. Unless you run 100-pound braid like you do. Oh, we got a party boat going by here. Pontoon, God, that is a low. Look at this pontoon boat riding in the water here. Oop. She's a sagging there, folks. I don't think they're supposed to sit like that in the water. They're partying. What's up? Rip Lips, welcome back. Oh, we're still chilling down here. It's 8:30. We got about another, probably an hour or so before I should head back over towards the dock. It gets dark around 10. Bass Fishing TV says that family that lives in Montana. Oh yeah, whereabouts in Montana? Extreme snipers. Yeah. Did you see how low that boat was riding though? It's not. It's a pontoon boat. It's supposed to, I mean, there should be a little bit of a list in it. It's like a low rider that somebody's doing the flipping the front end up on it. Those guys are gonna sink up there, watch. Kalispell, okay. Oh, there's beautiful fishing around Kalispell, dude. Always blows my mind how much daylight they get there, Rip Lips. Every stream I do, somebody mentions it. Like, where the hell are you? How is it still light there? I'm, in California and it's pitch black here. Like, we're in the mountains, dude. we're closer to the sun. I don't know what to tell you. I'm closer. I'm up there. We get more light, more exposure. We're up here in the Rocky Mountains. Big salmon and crawdads. Yeah. That's something I'd really love to be able to catch a bigger one of, though. I've caught 5-6 pound kokanee salmon here, fishing for trout at Holter, but they get so big. The trout here do too. Can you imagine catching a 30-pound frickin' salmon or a 30-pound rainbow trout? I think even the brown trout the state record is upward of 30 pounds. I'm losing my mind if I catch a 5-pound trout. I can't imagine reeling in a 30-pound frickin' rainbow. Big salmon, crawdads, also some pike. Oh, heck yeah. I let my cousin use my rod when I went on a kayak and he had a salmon and it came off. Oh, yeah. No, salmon and lake trout would be fun to fish for. I've never really targeted salmon. I've caught them as bycatch when I'm fishing for rainbow trout. They're like lake trout from what I understand. The kokanee salmon. They're a more temperature sensitive fish. So they tend to be much deeper in the water column. And when I'm trolling in places, I'm usually not trolling 50, 60 foot down or 80 foot or 90 foot. It's a weird thing. I'm trying to learn more about catching lake trout, and there was something that I was reading that was saying that they prefer a temperature range of 53 to 58 degrees. So essentially, you just need to figure out where in the water column that temperature is and fish at or, right above it. It was at least 15 pounds by what it looked like. Oh, that's awesome. That's chunky. I'm gonna head to Holter this fall and try and get my first kokanee. Oh, that's the few kokanee that I've caught. That's where I caught them at, is Holter. I go up there and I troll. You can limit out trolling up there on rainbow trout usually in a couple hours. It's usually you get 2, 3, 4 people on a boat and it's a race to see who can limit out first. But you do catch occasionally the kokanee. Because they do come up higher in the water column, and they're like a lot of other predatory fish. You don't have to be fishing at their depth, especially when you're trolling. If you can get it within within visible range of them, which I'd imagine in a lake like Holter, 15, 20 foot they could probably see, I would imagine. So you can get it, 15, 20 foot above their head, they'll come screaming after it. But in the fall, are you talking about snagging them? No, Holter they don't allow snagging. You can go to Pishkin during the fall and snag. When they're spawning, when the kokanee are spawning at either Holter or there's a lot in Pishkin. The big males, they get the big gnarly hook jaw, they turn all red, and they allow you at Pishkin, you can snag 40 of them a day during spawning, because they all wash up on shore and they die after spawning anyway. But Holter, they don't allow snagging there. For whatever reason, it's different. See a lot of people on Fish Brain catch them from the dock at Log Gulch in Holter. See, I will tell you, and most of those, especially if you're seeing them during spawning, and almost all of what you're referring to, I think, are the ones that are spawning, the red ones, the big hook jaw. Almost every one of those catches you see up at Holter that people are catching them, they're snagging them, which is not legal to do at Holter. When they're spawning like that, they care about 2 things: fighting and fucking. And the males chase each other around, and they don't eat. That's part of why they all die. They stop eating. They know that it's the end of their life cycle, and their purpose in life at that point is to breed. I did one time get one to bite, but it was using a spoon that had basically the exact same coloring as another spawning kokanee. So it was basically attacking it because it thought it was, competition, not because it was food.
But you can, I would imagine it's just like trolling there. You might have the random catch of one during, you know, non-spawning times, but fall is when they're spawning. You're probably not going to have good luck catching them during spawning season unless you're snagging, which is not legal to do there. Josiah, no, we still haven't caught anything. We're just the one pike. We've had a couple of bites. We just had one actually right over in front of me here. I don't know, 10, 15 minutes ago. Ian Goff caught one herring and one red drum. Oh, I've never caught either of those. We have a freshwater drum here in Montana in the Missouri River, but they're probably, I mean, they're just small. They're a pound, a couple of pounds. Really cool looking fish though. I've only ever caught a few of them. Red drum, I would imagine, are bigger from the Mobile Bay. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Thank you. We're at 71. Maybe we can hit 100. Probably not before the end of the stream. Let's shoot it. Let's get 75 likes. That's a good amount. Oh, there we go. 72. Thank you. I went fishing today. I hooked a bass, but they both got off. Oh man. What were you using for a lure? You throwing wacky rig or everybody I see either is throwing whopper plopper or, you know, like wacky rigs. I throw the whopper plopper at them every once in a while. Topwater fishing's fun. Welcome to those joining the stream. How's everybody's night going? But I'm sorry to hear you missed them, man. That's frustrating. You'll get them next time. We've had a couple of misses here too. It's frustrating. But that's why they call them fishing, not catching. This is a spot, honestly, that I wish I'd brought some cut bait. This is a perfect spot to just throw out a good chunk of cut bait and sit and wait. A swim bait, small swim bait. Okay. I catch those freshies sometimes, yes, very cool. I had a light 6-foot rod with a bucktail, good to hear for the pike fight. Yeah, bucktails usually are fairly productive. And I have not tried one yet today. I did throw out a spinner rig that had, you know, a big puffy tail on it and a wiggler. We didn't get anything on that. I'm still, I know this particular area here, and I know how effective in the past these cranks have been. It's right at the perfect depth that these guys are just ticking off the bottom occasionally, and they kick up a lot of dirt. And where the Sun River is here, it's a super muddy river. It's like chocolate milk. They can't see, like, colors I don't think make a huge difference there. It's all about something flashy, something noisy, and that's another thing I could try that I haven't tried today is some kind of rattle trap or something like that. Jamal Hassari, happy fishing, bro. Thank you, appreciate it. Flash says, I've mastered bass fishing. Being from Florida, my biggest is 9 pounds. When I want my fix, I go to Largent or the pond on base, but I'm trying to broaden my species now. Flash, teach me how to bass fish. I suck at it. I go down to, I live in Vaughan, so I'm right next to Largent Bend. And I go down there, and, you know, I could catch stuff, but I normally carp fish there and sucker fish. But I try and throw out for the bass from time to time. And I see, like, that's a really popular pond around here for bass fishing. So there's a lot of little kids there. And I see, like, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 13-year-olds that roll up and they just catch bass after bass after bass. And I'm like, what the hell, man? Am I going to have to go over here and ask one of these 9-year-olds to teach me how to catch a bass? Like, I've caught a lot out of there, but I've never been able to consistently catch them out of there, and it drives me freaking crazy. I've caught, I shit you not, almost every lure I've ever thrown out there, I've caught a bass with, but I can name, I think, maybe 2 of them that I've caught 2 bass with. You know, I catch one and then I can never get them to hit on it again. Josiah, how big was the pike you caught? It's the pinned comment there from SoCal. 31 inches and 8.2 pounds. I didn't get a great picture of it for Fish Brain, but I did get a picture of it. It had been out of the water for a long enough time. I didn't take the time to get a good picture. I will have to go back in this live. I gave a pretty good, let's see that. Yeah, she was just over 31 inches and it was 8.2 pounds. Nice, fat, just the thickness of it. I mean, it was like that thick. Most of them, you know, they're skinny. Like you get your fingers in there and, you know, it's about yay. This one, I mean, I was gripping it like that. They're just chunky, fat head. Big old fat female. Short and stubby. Bass are never usually in the middle. They're always along the bank, usually like a max of 7 feet offshore. If you stand on the bank and toss a nice topwater or fishy lure along the bank, bingo. See, okay, so at, my cigarette, it's out at least. I have, so like if I stand on the dock at large, at the main dock, and cast, you know, right along the bank, I found that to be effective. And I, typically we'll just run like a bobber and, you know, 8 to 10 inches of leader, a hook and a worm. You know, you slowly drag it along. But trying to cast lures up and down that same way, I've had very little luck with it. Topwater, the topwater catches that I've had have been all to the right of the main dock, like in that corner, casting out towards the weed bed that's basically goes from the point to the corner. Buster said hi, welcome to the stream. Leonard, welcome to the stream also. 80% of fish and 20% of the water. I've heard that. And I guess for some species that has definitely proven to be true for me. Summertime fishing is kind of different though, especially for pike. They're everywhere, man. Again, I troll a lot for pike, so I get to see, you know, where in the water columns they are based upon the depth, you know, of what I'm running at. And it's increasingly amazing to me how many different places you would never think there were pike, where there's not only pike, lots of pike and big pike. And it's this time of the year in the summer, a lot of it's at much deeper depths than you would expect. Especially the bigger ones. They pull up, they don't sit on the bottom in the super deep spots, but they suspend, you know, 10, 20 feet above the bottom, which I think it's essentially where the thermocline is forming. There's like a separation during certain times of the year that I still don't quite understand how and why. But I think they sit basically at the top of the thermocline and they just suspend. Kind of like they do when they're sitting waiting, you know, under trees and in cracks and rocks waiting to accost the next thing that swims by. But they'll be out there, you know, suspended 10 foot above a 50-foot bottom. It's like, holy crap, they're like way out here. Too much pressure from the dock. I've never caught one from the dock there. I walk around the pond, I cover the whole area, maybe 5 cast each spot. If they're hungry, they'll eat it for sure. Yeah, you're one of the ones that does actually put in the work. When I'm streaming, I can't do that. There's such a crappy cell signal out there. And that in general, I'm kind of a lazy fisherman, which is why I probably
part of the reason I don't make a good bass fisherman. I like to go sit and, you know, I'll move around a little bit, but I oftentimes carry so much crap with me. I don't travel light enough to be nimble to move around like that. But I could see definitely how that would be way more productive there. That opposite side of the bank from the main pond, it doesn't get a lot of pressure. I'm seeing something surfacing right here. Come on. Come on. Come here, baby. Oh. No. Oh, dang it. I keep seeing it. I'm pretty sure it's a pike rolling in the shallows over here. I'm trying to see if I can coax him onto the line here. They're so aggressive they don't hit after 5 casts. They aren't. Or just not impressed. Yeah, and that's one thing that I did notice about fishing at Largent. Especially I mean, they're not big. The bigger bass that I've caught there, you know, the 2-pounders, the 2.5-pounders, they almost all of them struck, you know, if not immediately when the lure hit the water, you know, within the first few cranks. They're just super, super quick reactionary bites. It's either that or they grab it right as it comes out of the water. Like, you know, you're ready to pick your pole up out of the water. You're like, oh shit, there's a fish on there. I don't ever really get them in the you know, middle of the water column. Or middle of the retrieve, I should say. Some polarized glasses for DU wonders. I have some like polarized I have terrible eyes. I'm blind as a frickin' bat. And I don't have polarization in my prescription glasses. They're transition. They turn, you know, into sunglasses. And I've tried wearing, like, in fact, I think I have a couple of pairs somewhere here on my boat, polarized lenses over my glasses, and it's uncomfortable. They fall off, and I've never really seen a meaningful difference in, you know, feeling like I'm seeing more under the water. I don't know, I'm due for a new pair of glasses. I'm gonna have to ask oh, it's a carp. I can see his fin sticking up out of the water now. Do I have bread? Maybe. I might. We might have to catch this carp wallowing around over here. But I'm gonna have to ask the eye doctor if they have prescription polarized lenses. I wonder if I could wear polarized lenses around constantly, or if it would cause problems. My biggest bass at Largent, I shit you not, jumped out to grab the whopper flopper as soon as it touched the... I believe that. Yeah, no, they're just like wicked fast. It's crazy how, you know, reactionary they are. I don't know if they're just that fast in the water, or if you're literally throwing it on their head, bonking them. But I believe you. They're redonkulous. SK Saifudden. Welcome to the stream, Saifudden. I have no... What is... Assalam. Why come by? It sounds familiar. I have no idea what that means, though. I only speak of the English. If you could use Google Translate or something, toss her in there. Post out to work for 8 days at a time, so it's a whole week where I can't fish. Oh man, that's rough. Okay, so you're Air Force. You're at Malmstrom. Are you like one of the silo guard opera? I forget what the hell they call those people. I've known quite a few people that have done that. They go out there and they're like a week-long freaking underground silo babysitting mission where they play Warhammer, and I don't know what the hell else y'all do under there for a week. Unfortunately, okay, yeah. No, my half sister and her, I think, husband at the time were Air Force, and I think it was the husband that was stationed at Malmstrom, and they did. Again, I don't remember what they call it, but you're basically sitting in the silos for a week at a time. But that's what he did. They played Warhammer, or whatever the hell that game is called, where you have like the action pieces that cost like $300 a pop, and then you paint them. And he said they would sit around and play Warhammer basically for the entire deployment. But that's rough though, sitting out there for a week at a time in a hole and not being able to fish. Oh, it is so pretty out right now. It'd be prettier if I could catch a fish. I don't know what these fish, what their deal is. Echo Man, I hear you. Yeah, I should. That's funny though. So you're from Florida, stationed in Great Falls. My half sister is from Great Falls and now currently living in Florida. I think she's retired now from Air Force. I think she retired a few years ago. She went all around the frickin' world though. She's been stationed in so many different random places. Germany, Japan, God knows where else she ended up. Just moved back to the US from Germany. Okay, so yeah, you're on the same trip there. You're stationed in Germany, Japan, a few different places here in the US. Fishing sucked in Germany, huh? I've had a few people in here from Germany in the stream. Alright, this is redonkulous. Where are you, Pike? This is the perfect time of night for there to be a pike on me. I know they're in here. I can see all on the finder there. Just not holding my mouth right, apparently. Oh, that is so pretty. I need to take a picture of that. The sky is just unbelievable here tonight. It's like such vibrant colors. Come here, fishy, fishy. might move spots. You can't catch and release there, and it's so expensive for the permit and license. Crazy lot. They don't let you catch and release? You have to keep it if you catch it? Blame Ernest Hemingway? Josiah says, bye, I have to go, sorry. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Josiah. Always appreciate you coming in to hang out and chat. Have a good night. Ian, dude, it's been dark in Bama for a long time now. Yeah, I was casting and looking around. I can't think of a time the sky and the weather and the water here at this spot has been so just incredible. It's just so serene. All the boats went away. The water is almost glass, which is just unheard of here for here. It's always windy in Great Falls. And just the light, it's still so bright out, but it's still dusk time, you know, it's 9:05. We still have almost an hour of light here, but it's like twilight. It just gets like eerily, it's still light, but it's not really. It's not like the same kind of light it is during the day. Because I mean, the sun is literally below the horizon. This is all just shooting up still. They think it's animal cruelty to hook it, torture it, and then yeah. I don't know. I think honestly more places will probably go that way in the future. To be truthful, it really is. Have you watched any of the underwater content on my channel? Scroll back. There's, what is the title on the video? I don't know. It's one of the first Pike ones that I had it might be the first underwater camera. Anyway, there's the pike that I catch. It hooks the hook, it strains, and like it like literally screams. Like the first time I watched, I had to stop it. Like I sat there like contemplating. I'm like, damn, that's rough. Like that fish just screamed. I don't know. It is pretty cruel. I get immense enjoyment out of it, and I try not to be cruel. I try to make it as humane and pain-free of a process as I possibly can. But the reality of it is it's torture to them. It's pretty rough on them. Let's just say it's probably worse than just having a bad day. I don't know, it's just a really unexpected response. I'd never heard a fish scream before. Detao Pescador, welcome to the stream, how you doing? I don't know, maybe it was just me, maybe I was stoned, I don't know. It seemed weird that the fish screamed. Oh, why are they not biting? Do we need to go back under the bridge? What do we got? 9:08, we have a little less than an hour to still play here. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull up the anchor. We're gonna jump upstream a little bit near the bridge, and then we're gonna drift. And as I drift, I'm going to cast. So we're gonna cover some ground. We're not gonna troll, but we're gonna drift and cast. Take a few, yep, right there. That's it. Take a few minutes to switch spots. After we take a picture. Yeah, we're gonna drift for a little bit, I think. I gotta take a picture. God, this poor camera. My lens, I don't know if you can see that. It's just hammered. Still takes a pretty decent picture though, surprisingly. I think you heard electricity. When fishing, fish are electric. Oop. Oh, good God, that is so pretty. Alright, we're done. We will move. Fish are electric. I heard the electricity of the fish. I don't know, man. It was like a... he was pissed and hurt at the same time. It was definitely... I think it was a scream. Watch the video. But, holy crap, I love that underwater content so much. It's so neat to see what's going on back there. I was gonna try it out today here. This water is so much murkier. And even at Fishkin where the water, it's not super clear, but it's got a bit of a stain to it. And it's hard to see some of the stuff even in that water quality. I don't think I'd get really good pictures here in this. Find some time to start posting on TikTok too. I think you need 1,000 followers to go live, but double posting on here and TikTok would be really beneficial. It would be. I don't off the top of my head. I'm not sure how I would. You'd have to feed it into my camera into a feeding or a stream software, and then use that streaming software to split it. I could do it easily from home. It would be difficult to do it mobile without bringing like a laptop or something. Maybe there's a mobile app that I could use to do it. But yeah, it's about finding the time to actually manage it. I've been thinking about starting either a TikTok or an Instagram because yeah, the cross promotion would definitely be good. I barely have enough time to fish and manage a YouTube to begin with. Wen Fishing says, good luck, my friend. I appreciate that, Wen. Thanks for stopping by the live. I used to put my videos and edit them from app CapCut. Oh yeah, also Instagram Reels would be cool too. Yeah, I haven't tried CapCut. I've tried a couple of different ones. The one that I'm using right now is Power Director 360 or something like that. But yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of AV work in the past. I don't really, I've never gotten into that. So there's a learning curve to any and all of it. CapCut looked interesting though. I can't remember why it was that I went with Power Director instead. That's the one that I've been using, that I paid for I think a yearly license for it. Ian says, may you have a pleasant night. I'm gonna go sleep, talk to myself, and watch the video. Alright, Ian, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you stopping by. You have a wonderful evening and hope to see you again on a stream sometime in the future. Just got my GoPro back, so I think I'm gonna try and start as well. That's awesome. Yeah, I would love, and that's, I've said it multiple times on my stream, I wish there were more streamers around here so I could, collaborate and go fishing with some people and also stream. because that also, like, a lot of people like watching more people, and especially people interacting, instead of my, you know, troll ass sitting here on the boat by myself. Oh, it's so pretty. This is the picturesque time to catch a monster. But you should. If you like to fish, I mean, you might as well. I mean, even if, I mean, my channel's never gonna be big. I'm never gonna be famous, and that's not my goal. I like sharing the experience with people. You know, there are a lot of people out there that either can't fish or would love to be fishing, and you know, they're working. Some of them don't even want to fish. They just like watching. We are gonna. This is it. I feel like there's a monster still lurking in here. This is right where I pulled the behemoth out 2 years ago. And she's in here. There's one bigger than her in here. Because she was missing a whole chunk out of her tail, and there was a big bite in her side. She'd been fighting with something. Something was trying to eat her. And for something, I can't imagine a small pike was trying to pick it. A 42-inch, you know, behemoth. There was something fighting with her, bigger. So, we just need to find her. Yeah, it's shallow stuff. Sorry. 500 subs in a few weeks is really great progress. Yeah, I mean, it's been about a month now. I think I would have to check the date of my first live stream post. But it's been about 4 weeks. And I'm not just showing. I mean, it's been a pretty quick growth. But still, I mean, my content's not that unique. We're not fishing in the most glamorous place. I'm not really here an expert teaching anyone anything. But if anyone enjoys hanging out, maybe learning a thing or two, or watching me make an ass of myself in the process, so be it. I don't feel like the black's gonna pull. You know what? We're gonna. What does this say to you? What do you think she wants? There's one right there, I know there is. Those bubbles are white. Big fat string of bubbles. one more. Josie, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Red River Outdoors. Yeah, I'm still fishing. I don't know. We don't have a whole lot longer. It's gonna get pretty dark at about 10, which is in 38 minutes. So I probably have about another 15 minutes or so to fish before I have to head towards the dock and load the boat up. We're trying for a second pike here still. We have still not managed to pull another one in. Right now it is perfect for it though. Right at twilight I usually have bite pickup. They're not digging this black one. I'm gonna switch back to white. How you doing tonight, Josie? Who's still left in here? There's been a skeleton crew for a while now. Either I'm boring people to death or everybody bailed over to Cindy's life. Thank y'all for sticking it out. We're gonna give her a go for, got about 15 minutes. Gonna see if we can pull in one more pike. Hate that I missed your fish. I took the kids to the water park and for custard. Manifesting a last minute pike right? She's in here, and I know that ain't the action you're supposed to have. What's going on? Oh, the split ring is not sitting right on the eye. Something here. This way. I need to fix the split ring on it. Let's go with a spinner. We have not tried an inline spinner all day today. back away from this pylon here. What you using for bait? I switched over to a Mepsiglia number 5 bucktail. This, oops, big bright bastard. Oh, 78 thumbs up. Thank you guys. We hit the 75. That was the goal. Appreciate that. Yeah, the bright orange. I just have tried to grab something that's got some UV on it now that we're at twilight, just to give some, you know, just a little bit of extra glow on it. Water's so dark right now. I honestly probably should have switched to something silver. So I noticed something on the catch cams. I've been reviewing a bunch of the video, and almost every one of the strikes at the camera itself, or when the battery was almost dead, and when the battery on the catch cam starts going dead, a red light starts flashing. Which made me start thinking I need to figure out how I need to see if I can find, I'm sure there's somebody probably makes a lure that's got a flashy red light on it, or maybe even a light that you can, you know, hit a button and change the color tone on it. Mahar Rehman, yo, welcome back to the stream, Mahar. How you doing tonight, buddy? Tonight? How you doing? But yeah, I need to figure out if there's a way that I can get a red flashy light on my lure. Because when it's recording, it's a green flashy light. They don't pay it any, they bite the lure when the green flashy light is, not the camera. It turns then to an orange, and I think I've had one strike on the orange flashy with the camera when it was, you know, in mid-cycle. But I've got like 10 plus bites at the camera. You know, at the camera, they completely ignore the lure and they just attack the camera. And I found it quite interesting that nearly every one of them was when the battery was almost dead. So that they're attracted to the red flashy light. It irritates them in some way. Do they make stuff like that? I don't know. I would imagine they do. I've seen, you know, lures that batteries go in that, you know, it has an electronic movement to it. I've seen some with like strobe lights. I don't know if I've seen one with just a simple, you know, flashy red light. Oh man, just been snag. I think we might just end up with our one fish tonight. She was a beauty, so Josie, I'll probably clip that one out maybe of the live and edit it. So I'll see if I can post a video of just that fish. I haven't clipped any of my lives previously. I should. Easy way to create quick content. She was nice though. She was a chunky, fat, really good shaped pike. Ewo said hi. Welcome. Fish on. Just a little one, but we got a fish. We got an outro fish, guys. We can keep her on the line here. There she is. She's just a little one. Oh! Dang it. It jumped off. Y'all would have loved it. That was she was about that big. One of the smallest pikes I've ever caught. She hopped off. She came out of the water and leapt right off of the... Man. Outro fish. See, that's where I need my... I should have had my GoPro on. Should have had the GoPro on. Dang it. That was our outro fish. We'll try a couple more casts over there. I really should head back to the dock. I am rapidly losing light. Sadness. It was cute. I love catching the itty bitty pike like that. Every once in a while I catch them down here. I think I'd rather catch just a 12-inch, a cute little pike than I would, you know, just a typical 1 pound, you know, a 19, 20-incher. The little, like, skinny ones, they're like little darts in the water. Come here, fishy, fishy. Come play. Really got to get back to the dock. It's going to be pitch black here in a few. It's like our sunsets are getting a little earlier. I guess it is that time of the year. We've passed when it gets longer every day, and I think we're into the part of the year where it gets shorter every day. Sadness. We lost our outro fish. Somebody manifest me a new outro fish. That's why I love these lightweight poles. You can feel everything. When your lure's not acting correctly, you almost immediately feel it. Yeah, them little ones, they dart out of the water. They're pretty impressive. It's a shame the camera wasn't pointed that way. That sucker shot out probably a good 16, 18 inches out of the water. This is a little dart. Oh, I wish I had, God, tonight would be such a perfect night for night fishing. I wish I had the wiring finished on my boat, my lighting set up. Legally, to stay out on the water here, I gotta have a light in the rear and a light in the front. The navigation is supposed to be all white, a white light, a green light, and a red light. And without it, you're technically, I think I'm probably already supposed to be off the water. But it's so nice out tonight. This would be the perfect night for night fishing. I don't know. We might do maybe I should do a bank fishing night session tonight. That would kill my trip. I probably wouldn't go out tomorrow, but we could have tonight be tomorrow. Night fishing. I'd have to go home and probably grab my lighting. Unless, I don't think the dock here is lit up at night. I think I'd probably be streaming to an empty room though. Everybody's left. Josie, did you go check out, I think, is Cindy still alive? I'm assuming her room's probably packed. Oh, we got fish coming up from the bottom right now. Where are you at? It's two of them. Coming up to check out the boat. Flash, you're still here. Your manifestation of the final fish happened. We had a little It was probably about 12, 13 inch, just a little slime dart. She jumped. I got her almost to the boat. She jumped and dislodged the hook. Shot out, just whee! Big old rainbow. Didn't land it though. That's a shame. She was live. I looked for a minute. She was on a boat. I have trouble with motion sickness when people are on a boat. Yeah, you mentioned that. This water's super calm now. I hope it's not bugging you. We should be fairly stable. God, it's beautiful. See, this is where I should just say screw it. Everybody keeps telling me don't wire the shit in. Just go buy one of the battery operated ones. You could just donk. No wires necessary. It's good for a few hours. I want to set my boat up for like real night fishing, get some floodlights and shit on it. Rainbow on a size 5 bucktail? No, it was slime dart. It was a Northern Pike. Just a baby though. She was like 12, 13 inches. I'm sure that's what it was. When they're little like that, they're just skinny. They're just like little darts. They call them a slime dart. You got slime darts, which are the babies. Then you have hammer handles, which are, a little bit bigger, and they're about yay big around. Some people call them a water fart. There's so many different names for a pike, but most of them are describing like a particular kind of pike. A size of pike, a shape of a pike. Oh, that's right. SoCal went live as well. He's night fishing at his pond. He must be. It's got to be pitch dark there. So if I want to land my first pike, where's my best chance? I mean, if you want a guaranteed pike, Pishkin. But I don't know, you probably would be able to do it from the shore. But I go up there, and when I troll up there, I catch anywhere from 10 to 20 a day when I'm on the boat. The more poles, the more pike. So by myself, I can only have 2 poles. With another person, you can have 4 poles. I haven't had great luck here. So I have gotten probably at least half a dozen people off of Fishbrain their first pike, telling them to go underneath the Olm Vaughan Bridge. So on the way to Large Bend, you pass Sun Prairie, and then right after Sun Prairie, there's a left-hand turn that goes across the railroad tracks and goes towards Ulm. It's called the Olm Vaughan Cut Across. And there's a bridge there over the Sun River. That bridge has produced more first pikes for people on Fishbrain than any other place in this state, I swear. I started posting that a couple of years ago, and that place just blew up. The problem with that is it's been overfished to bejesus now, and it doesn't produce as many. But as I was saying before, the 4 o'clock dinner bell, if you want your best bet to catch a pike around Great Falls, and you're doing it from shore, go to the Olm Vaughan Bridge around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Not after 4 o'clock, be there ready to throw at 4 o'clock. And fish underneath that bridge. Either side of the bridge, left-hand side or the right-hand side, though I've caught more probably on the left-hand side. Go there at 4 o'clock and be dedicated. Fish there for at least an hour solid. Throwing, just throw and throw and throw and throw. They come through there around 4 o'clock. Sometimes 4:30. Again, that's the same thing here. We had 2 hits about 4 o'clock. It's a feeding time this time of year. But I will warn you, though, I've given the 4 o'clock dinner bell tip to quite a few fishermen around Great Falls. 4 o'clock, you will almost certainly see at least one other person there fishing. But that spot usually does accommodate about 2 to 3 fishermen. So you can fish there comfortably with another couple people there and not really be getting in anybody's way. The other spot though, if you come down, so where I'm fishing here on the point between the Sun River and the Missouri River, right where the confluence is, where they come together, it's a golf course, a country club. And they will, if you're nice and if you're a female, nice or female, better if you're nice and female. If you go ask, they'll let you come down here and you can walk to this point that I've been fishing off of, or fish directly under the bridge that I've been fishing. And there's pike in there. Again, around 4 o'clock is a good time to come. Another spot that's not as good but has produced monster pike right in this general vicinity is right behind the Beacon Bar. It's dirty, it's nasty, it's a spot I don't like to fish. I've streamed a couple of times from there. There's a whole bunch of homeless people and just partiers and people that go down there, so there's trash and grunge everywhere. But if you fish right behind the Beacon Bar, there's a parking lot right to the right of it. Chain link fence. If you go to the end of the chain link fence, there's a path that leads down right by the train bridge. That spot, there's good pike too. Those are your 3 best bets around Great Falls. I've seen people pull them out of near giant springs sometimes. I've seen people pull them from underneath the Central Avenue West Bridge. But you'll fish numerous times there all day, every day, and maybe catch one. Sun River is probably your best bet. Old Vaughn Bridge being number 1, Beacon number 2, or if you want to go beg the country club to let you fish their land, they will probably let you come down to this point. Fishkin though is if you can get on a boat and troll Fishkin, you will clean up. You won't just catch one pike, you'll catch pike all day long, which is a very fun experience. You ever watch Crappy Man Jigs? He has some good looking stuff. Yeah, I watch Crappy Man Jigs all the time, Josie. I don't know if you're talking to me now. It's really pretty. The twilight hours here, it's picturesque, especially when the Missouri River is never glass like this. This is really, really cool for me. But honestly, if you really want to catch a pike, hit me up. If you want to go troll for pike, I could put you on pike all day long. I was thinking about going there tomorrow. The weather looks decent, other than I think there's a chance of rain. But I might also haven't decided if I'm going to continue to fish tonight or go home and take the boat out somewhere tomorrow. But otherwise, again, I go to Fishkin quite often, and I'm usually alone there. If you want an experience, I'll take you freaking trolling for pike. And we should almost be guaranteed to pull in at least 10. Though I say that and we're going to get completely skunked just because I said it. But no, I've had really good luck there. And there are some monsters in there. There's just a lot of little ones. It's hard to weed through the little ones and get the big ones. 7-pound braid with a wire leader, good enough. I wouldn't run. You could probably catch one on that setup. 7-pound is not enough to catch anything as far as I'm concerned. I don't know why y'all. It comes from bass fishing, I think. Y'all use wimpy line. You want my opinion? Throw some 30-pound frickin' Advantex, or no, it's Advantex. 30-pound braid on there. 30-pound test. There's no reason to ever use anything less than that, in my opinion. Fish are not as line shy as you think. The amount of float versus sink with a 7-pound versus a 30-pound is negligible. When I'm fishing with that behemoth in mind. When I catch the mother of all fish, I don't want to be losing it on wimpy line. And the amount of fish that I'm going to lose because oh God, your line is too big, is negligible. I mean, especially the more that I've seen the underwater, since I started the underwater camera footage, I've seen the redonkulous shit they bite at, the stuff they follow, and how much the line, them looking, they don't care what your line looks like. They're not looking at your line. They're looking at the weird, you know, lure that you're throwing in their direction. They're looking at the giant camera, looking at them. They don't care about your line. Throw some 30-pound test on there. Get yourself, and again, I would go with probably a 40 to 60-pound leader. You can do steel or fluorocarbon. Fluorocarbon I like, again, with that behemoth in mind, and I actually use about an 80-pound fluorocarbon with the behemoth in mind. Fluorocarbon's got a bit more give to it than a steel leader does. Again, I'm not worried about the fact that fluorocarbon is clear versus, you know, black or silver for a steel. I'm more looking, is it heavy enough? Is it durable? And will it act as a shock absorber, you know, when that big fish starts thrashing? Set yourself up with much heavier gear, and honestly, I use the same setup for everything. I'm not changing the 10-pound line for this and 30-pound line for that. I run 30 as a basis for almost every rig, unless I'm after, you know, a true monster. If I'm my catfish pulls, I set, you know, 50, 60 pound up on my main leader. But that's because the catfish here in Montana are behemoth, and they often are, you know, pulling themselves in around sticks and logs, and you're having to yank them out of those hard places. Sorry, I'm babbling over here. I am back. Dwight, welcome back. It's fine for trout, as my ultralight is really my only setup to keep it light to get those size 1 maps out there. Yeah, I can understand that. Those ultralights are really good for getting those micro lures out, which are great for trout. Again, when I'm fishing, I'm usually, I set my rigs up targeting the lunkers, not the smaller ones. I fish with 20 pound with my leader, always leading with more pound pressure. Yeah, your leader should be stronger than your main line in most cases. 20 pound is okay. I fished for 15 for years. I had a couple of bad breakoffs that should have never happened and were incredibly frustrating to me. And I tested, you know, the difference, the castability of, you know, 15 versus 30, how much line I could fit, you know, 15 versus 30 on the spool. And I found that the 30, the differences were negligible. There was more benefit to running 30 than there was to 20 or 15. But 20 is not bad. 20 is a decent starting point. And if you're not expecting to pull in a lunker, 20 is more than adequate in most cases. Another thing too that I switched to 30, and why I use braid over mono or fluoro, is I really don't like losing lures. I like to be able to, if I get hung up on something, I want to be able to bend my hook. So with the bigger lures that I'm using and the bigger pound, you know, thickness of the steel that they use for those hooks, you got to have heavier line, otherwise your line's going to snap before you bend your hook. So that's another thing. Size your line based upon the size of the lures that you're going to throw, or the size of, you know, the hooks. And I should get the hell out of here. It is pitch black. I'm definitely not legal at this point. Oh, I just wanted to catch one more. That slime dart would have been a perfect end to the stream here. Josie says I saw 12 deer on the way home and a raccoon mama and 2 babies. It was adorable. The coon babies are so cute. We did in California had what are those called? The like, why does my brain not work? Possums. Jesus. Possums. I remember the one day I came outside, there were one lone baby possum, and it was just, I mean, it, you know, handful size. I wanted so badly to snag it and bring it inside. Its mom, you know, its siblings, nothing was around. But I Googled it real quick and it said not to touch them, that they are a known carrier of rabies and God knows what else in a lot of situations. And I didn't feel like getting AIDS and Ebola from a fish, or excuse me, a baby. Super cute though. The coons are freaking aggressive though. I think the only time I've run into a coon baby, its mother was around, and they're pretty quick to chase you off. Oh god, I'm so far behind in comments. I need to shut up and just read these. Different odds depending on what I'm targeting. True. You'd love shark fishing in Florida. How damn easy it is. That does sound fun. Last year why I don't switch is because I've caught massive sturgeon here in the Red River, and luckily I was running 20-pound line with 40-pound leader, and I had to let him go. Yeah, it's once you lose one of them big ones, you realize that you wanted to really keep that big one. And it's because you were running lighter gear. You'll probably upgrade your rig so you don't have that problem anymore. You're fishing along a wall. No one had a net, and he was too heavy. Ah, dang. Yeah, that's a big sturgeon. I've caught a few sturgeon here. I've never really caught a true behemoth, but a couple of pallid sturgeon and a couple of shovel nose. They're fun. I've never caught one that big though. That would be amazing. Have proof though the thing was over 5 foot. Ah, that's cool. At least you got a picture, something for the memory. Oh god, isn't that sky pretty? Saltwater fishing in Florida is amazing. Cutter live bait, you literally can't tell what fish you'll get. Massive snook, tarpon, tons of other fish. Yeah, my parents lived in Cape Coral, Fort Myers area for a short period of time. I think I was 17. I stayed back here in Great Falls when they moved there, but I went down there with a buddy of mine because my brother and my parents moved down there. My two brothers and my parents moved down there. So I went down to visit, and we spent about 3 months there, and we fished the whole time that we were down there. Just from, just bank fishing. We fished from the bridges, we fished from, the piers. And it was fun. It literally, you never knew what the hell was going to be on the end of the line. We spent so much time arguing over who was going to take whatever the fuck that is off the end of the line. Puffer fish, and I caught a stingray off a bridge. It's just amazing how many different creatures lurk in there. You going live tomorrow? I'll check in. Love watching fishing, even if I can't do it at the time. Dwight, I probably will be live sometime tomorrow. I was thinking about maybe doing a live stream tonight, bank fishing, but I don't have my lighting and stuff in the truck, which means I'd have to drive all the way home. And we may stream sometime tomorrow. I usually do a Sunday stream. I was gonna take the boat out. Normally I do one day of the weekend, I take the boat out somewhere. The other day I stream from somewhere local, because none of my boat spots have internet connection. But I guess I could also just run my boat down here tomorrow. We could do another stream from here tomorrow. And shit, it's only 15 minutes from my house. Could do that. We did manage to catch one nice pike here, and we had at least 2 other on the line. It was fairly productive. Not very many people stayed around. I had fun. Seems like at least a few of you had fun. You hung out for the duration. But I'll think about it. I think the weather should be nice. I have to double check though. Our weather here patterns change so often. White Brands, happy fishing. Yeah, if you go subscribe and hit I think it's the little bell icon, it sends an email live. But that'd be your best bet. I will probably be live at some point tomorrow, but if I'm not, I apologize in advance. That's about as concise as I can get for you right now. And we're floating into the super shallows here. I'm gonna head, it's gonna get loud here for a few minutes. I'm gonna bring us over to the dock instead of continue to drift. We're gonna drift into something shallow here. So bear with me a moment, it's gonna get a little loud. Toasty, close your eyes. We'll be at 50 seconds. We're in central Montana. This is just outside, well, it's just downtown in Great Falls, Montana. We're right in basically the city center, or right off city center. Great Falls, Montana, Broadwater Bay on the Missouri River. And see, this is why it's not safe to run your boat at night without nav lights. What you see on the camera there is way brighter than what I see. I can't even see the dock. I know roughly where it's at, and it's marked on my map, but I can't see a bloody thing. I need some floodlights on my boat. Alright, there's the dock. I see it. Well, we got fireworks going on here too. Somebody's lighting fireworks. Rod, Finding Joy's a great lady, just letting you know. Oh, I appreciate that. Name looks vaguely familiar. I think I've seen you in either my live or somebody else's live previously. Alright, we're gonna get pulled into the dock here. Then I gotta go back my truck in. It's always fun loading and unloading a boat by yourself. Why is there somebody's canoe here? Sorry about the beat, guys. Alright. We are tied up to the dock. I gotta get a few things put away here. Now the fun game of finding all my lures in the dark, so I can put them away.
Truth is, Josie is the greatest. I'm trying to be as great as her. Y'all get a room. Kidding. No, y'all both seem very nice. Josie's been awesome. She comes and hangs out in the stream all the time. But Josie, I will keep that in mind that you speak so highly of you. Get back to Oh, now that I think about it, I do actually have, I will be right back, folks. I have a DeWalt light, I just remembered, the work light in my truck. So I can bring it down here and we can actually see. Probably help get in the truck if I can open it. Keys. I need keys. Alright, now I'm going to be walking a little distance from the boat. My Bluetooth connection may. guys still hear me or no? My battery, I think, is almost dead in this. There we go. Charging the battery for a little bit. We just got the truck back in. I need to clean up the boat a little bit. But to clean up the boat, I need to get a light. Hello to everybody who's still in here. Oops. That's not what I was trying to do. There we go. Can y'all hear me? Anybody? Oh no, my battery's almost dead. Dang it. Well, that's no good. Well, that's a conundrum. I don't think I only brought one battery. Yeah, there's only one battery. Okay, that's. Oh, you both get motion sickness? That sucks. Yeah, I've never really got that, thankfully. I do all right. All right, we're gonna have to feel around in the dark here for the sharp, stabby things that are left sitting out. Oh, Josie, one thing, it may not help you at all, but I know that Miyazaki, she gets motion sickness when we're in the car sometimes, or on the boat, when she's staring at her mobile device. Try something. I know it's kind of hard to do if you're watching a stream, you know. But when you're in motion, if you get motion sickness, try looking away. Don't look at your, cell phone. Seems like when we're driving around, she always gets it when she's staring at her cell phone. And if she quits staring at her cell phone, she feels better. But yeah, just the fact, being on a boat is making you sick, that doesn't really help you. Alright, anyways, we need to get packed up here. I'll let y'all chat. I'll be back in just a few minutes after I get all these stabby things put away.
Sorry, guys.
Flashlight on.
Okay, I turned flashlight on.
Alright. We are almost packed up here. Boat on trailer. Okie dokie. Unfortunately, my lives are kind of just random. I haven't got on a set schedule yet. I wish I could do more of a structured live, but fishing around here has so much to do with the weather, and our weather changes so often. I oftentimes don't know until the day, or an hour before I'm going fishing that I'm going fishing. Hopefully I can change that at some point in the future, and I can try and get some kind of set schedule. But usually at least one weekend day of the week I usually stream, Saturday or Sunday, and then I try to go live at least once during the week as well. I'd go live every night if weather permitted. We get wind around here so often, it makes it really hard to stream. It's not just a little bit of wind, it's a lot of bit of wind. All right, not too shabby. got fish jumping right behind the boat. Here's our fuel tank. Alright, we're going to go ahead and drive her out of the water, and I will park. And we got to unload the boat into the truck. I might stick around for a little bit and fish off the dock. I'm going to see if I can figure out some lighting here. But bear with me, it's going to get a little bit bumpy. You guys can watch from the boat. All right, be right back. Alright, you guys, I'm almost done packing the boat up. I will be back to the stream in just a couple of minutes if you're still here. Y'all don't have to hang out though. I think I'm gonna fish from the dock for a little bit if I can find a light. Oh. So Cal, welcome back. Yeah, I was just backing up the boat. I'm contemplating, I'm trying to just figure out how I can set up some lighting down here and fish from the dock for a little while. I don't know. I have my DeWalt light, but my battery in it died. But I do have, I guess I could charge that battery in my truck for a little while. Let me see if that'll work. I think with my adapter that I have for the DeWalt battery, I can charge it just like I can draw from it. If not, we're gonna start my truck on fire, one of the two. Who wants to wager on which option it's gonna be? Is the battery gonna charge? Is my truck gonna catch on fire? Well, I think that this, here. So this, I have this adapter for the DeWalt batteries that I could draw power out of the batteries, and I think it works. Yeah, so it's got power in and out. I think I can plug this up to my cigarette lighter in my truck, and I think I can actually charge this battery up. They last quite a while with the light on low. I think I'm gonna try and charge it for 10 minutes or so and see if we can get get the old DeWalt light charged. Because our dock here, it's pitch black. You guys wouldn't be able to see a damn thing. But I think this will work. I'm gonna run over to my truck real quick. I will be back momentarily.
Alright, nice. Looks like it's charging it. I can't wait for the live to render so I can make shorts. I might have got a viral Karen versus fisherman short. So Cal, are you harassing the elderly again? Somebody being a butthole while you fished at the pond? God. At the end of my fishing days, I'm always unloading a fistful of cigarette butts into the trash can. Alright, do I have any other lures? Soda. Yeah, what happened, man? What'd you do at the pond? Somebody finally come out and yell at you? Nope, it was two fat-ass tourists in a paddleboat parked right where I was fishing and started slapping the water with a hand trowel. Jesus Christ. Stop fishing! Don't fish! When you clip it and post it, you should do something like make a post on your freaking community page or something. Let people know to go look at it. Oh, otherwise I'll keep an eye out on your channel. What did I do with my smokes? Nope. That's bread, not cigarettes. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, come on. I know I had 2 packs in here. Where are you? There we go. I'm going to definitely go back and watch. Cindy still live? Who else is still live? Yeah, no, YouTube's rendering process is slow, and the longer the video is, the longer it takes for them to render and process it. Saw a few too many beached whales today at the water park. They are a quite common occurrence at the local swimming holes, I know. I don't know, man. Today on the water here was like freaking supermodel day. There was a crazy amount of not bad looking girls floating down the river, scantily clad. Normally, though, it is beached whales. That's across the park, or across the street here, though. That's the city swimming pool. I don't even know what they call it here anymore. It used to be, oh God, Whittier? No. Dear Lord, how do I not remember? I don't remember. Swimming pool, that place. Water buffalo everywhere.
Y'all can go watch the lives right after they end, but we can't as the creator. It's absolutely stupid. Well, that's not the case though. SoCal, you can't actually go live with the video until it's done rendering. I don't think. I've never checked on mine. I know that at the end of my lives, I have to go in and manually change it from unlisted to public. But I don't think it allows me to change it to public if it's still rendering. Or if I do change it to public and it's still rendering, it doesn't actually post on my page until it's done rendering. Rendering is rendering for end viewer, no matter who they are. Three minutes after they left to get a nice cat. Right on. Yeah, we had one more. I had a couple of bites, and then right as sun was going away, we got a itty bitty little slime noodle on the line. It's probably, I don't know, it had to have been 12, maybe 13 inches, but I mean, just little dart came up out of the water and went back down and spit the hook. Alright, I'm trying to think what I should fish for. If I should keep throwing a lure and see if we can catch another pike, or I know that I fished from the dock here at night a couple of times and had pretty good luck with carp. I pulled in some chunky ones. Yeah, I do. I have a bunch of bread. I got hot dog buns. I got what is it? Buttermilk bread. And I still have worms, and I still have leeches, too. Do you usually see people at the pond there when you're fishing? I thought it was kind of remote. I guess not, though. No, I guess the one live I was watching, somebody walked by that you said hi to. Red ball on a hook, no weight, has been killing it for me. In the dark, though? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's in here. I mean, I guess trout might eat a bread bowl. I was honestly thinking of throwing my high-low rig out there, a bread ball on one hook and a worm on the other, and seeing what would bite. We're gonna let this battery here on the light charge for a little bit longer. I don't know how fast my dash charger charges a DeWalt battery. Probably works awesome at night. Yeah, I mean I've carp fished down here a couple of times and I did pretty well, 3-4 carp a night. Oh, it's so nice out today. I hate to go home and stop fishing. What I should do is just back the damn boat trailer back into the water and I can just throw her right off the back of the boat and fish in comfort. Let me see if I've missed any texts or calls. And somebody left. There's a freaking, like a canoe down at the dock. All the gear's still in it. Looked like a beer can in the holder. It makes me wonder if somebody got drunk and forgot it there, or got drunk and drowned. Pond is a local hangout spot. There are usually a few people there. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, there's a tiki hut, a bunch of water toys, all kinds of stuff over there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking. I guess you never really panned around much when you were live there. I thought for some reason it was more remote, I guess. Someone dragged the patio set down and set it up in the tiki hut. Alrighty, what did I do? Where's the rigging that I took off of that? Right in here. I'm trying to remember where my high-low rig is. Some of you, oh. I want to see here. It's 10:45. We'll get 5 more minutes to charge the battery on the light, and then we'll head down to the dock. Did you stop in Cindy's live at all, SoCal? She having any luck over there? They usually catch something. If not on the pole, on the throw net. You still going fishing? Yeah, we're trying to charge my DeWalt battery and I only brought one battery. I forgot to grab a second battery and throw it in my pack. I didn't anticipate night fishing, but I'm trying to charge my DeWalt battery in my truck right now, enough to, fish for an hour or so over at the dock. We're gonna try and see if we can pull in a carp or a trout or maybe some bullhead, hell, maybe even another pike. Unfortunately, I'm still limited to one pole, so we're going to throw out probably a bottom rig with a bread ball and a worm on it and see what happens. It's so nice out here. It is like the perfect night for night fishing. And I'm always like this. When I go fishing, I don't like going home. I'll stay out here as long as I can, and I don't have anything pressing to do at home right now. Miyazaki's got to be to work early in the morning, so I have to be home before 7 o'clock or so I can give her a ride. But we're here. I got bait still. We got fishing poles. We might as well fish. There's almost nobody in here, but if y'all want to hang out, I'm definitely gonna fish for a little bit. Tell Cindy to share some of her viewers over there. Jeez. Jenner Bag, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Jenner?
I don't even know if she's still alive. I haven't checked. Oh yeah. Looks like they're pulling the boat out of the water right now. Here.
Y'all can watch Cindy's stream live on my stream. Will I get copyright content for this? Are they gonna ding me for copyright? Say hi to Cindy. I was gonna stay at the pond for a while, but it started feeling a little lionish over there. Yeah, that's right. I forgot you have them stinking predators out there. I don't think I'm gonna run into any bear in downtown Great Falls, Montana. We might run into a hobo or two, but probably no bears. Definitely no wildcats. Where are you from, Jenner? Welcome to the stream. And the 6 other people that are here, that are hanging out. Nope, now it's back to 4 again. I don't know. Oh, Josie, I don't think you were in the live earlier when I was talking about it. Look on Prof's YouTube channel and look up, what's it called? Prof Outdoors episode 4. He goes muskie fishing, and him and another dude catch their first muskies, and it is one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen in my life. I love it. Like the video editing that they do on his channel is so choice. It's like circa 1980, like super cheesy neon colors, and he's so excited. He loses his goddamn mind catching that. I think he caught 3 muskie and a pike. It's funny. I always knew he fished. I had read on one of his, I think, Instagram posts that he was really excited to go fishing somewhere. And he basically said something along the lines of, when I'm not touring, or when I'm not performing rather, even when he's on tour, he oftentimes will stop and fish places. He's a fishing fanatic. He fishes every chance he gets. But yeah, the episode where he catches a muskie, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. I've never been more excited for somebody to catch a fish. Like, he's just, it's choice. All right, let me head over to the truck and see how our charging is doing, and if we have at least 1 extra bar on it, I think we should be good for an hour or 2 to fish from the dock. Give me a moment. I will be right back. Alright, I don't know how much it charged. We'll see. Hopefully we get longer out of it than it took to charge. Alright. grab some worms. We got worms, we got bread balls. We got our... Oh, it's flashing already. It didn't charge it much. Dang it. We're gonna do it anyway. We'll use light from my light from the cell phone. If I can get off the boat here without breaking my neck. Oh. All right. Bear with me for a few minutes here, guys. I know you can't see anything. I'm gathering supplies and going down to the dock. Alright, do we have hooks on there? There's one hook. Alright, we need one more hook. I don't know right where that hook is. I thought. Where are you, hook? There it is. Alright. Sorry guys, hang in there. Alright. Rod just built a small fire for lights. Out right on the synthetic boat dock. We'll get right on that. Yeah, somebody's canoe or kayak is still down here. That's weird. I hope somebody didn't drown. Who the hell forgets their freaking kayak at the boat launch? Alright. Yep, our light died. That plan was no bueno. Alright, so we were gonna... We got 66% battery life here. Flashlight on?
It's on now.
It looks like you have a new kayak, right? We'll show it to you. No, you're the only one left in here, it looks like. Everybody else left, Josie. Just you and me. Nope, what? SoCal's still here. Why does it say there's only one person in the room? Yeah. Yeah. Is that a canoe, a kayak? What do you even call that? Canoe? Got a paddle, a life jacket. Somebody's jacket. No, it's not beer, it's Mountain Dew. I don't know. Apparently, y'all only count as half of a person. The room count said one, and both of y'all are talking. So I'm not insulting you. This is just what YouTube says. So all right. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, guys. I can't see. I can see, but y'all, I don't know how much you guys are gonna be able to see. We're gonna, let me find somewhere to wedge this camera holder.
That seems solid-ish. Oh, bear with me. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Half the man you used to be. It is a pretty nice little kayak. I mean, it's definitely not gonna be leaving with me. All right, let me get this rig set up and then I'll see if I can, maybe I can take this battery back to the truck. And you know what I could do, guys? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna roll my truck over here and I'm gonna point my headlights at the water here. BRB. We're gonna have some real lighting here. Now we're gonna come all the way around. Target. No, that ain't gonna work. All right, slight change of plan, guys. Instead of pointing at the boat dock, I pointed it at the boat launch, which is much closer, and we're gonna go set up in front of the boat launch. And then you guys can see decently well, like I can. All right. I think that should work. Oh, we are ghetto night fishing. All right, I know you can't see much. Oh, almost there. right, now I gotta find a way to rig up my camera stand. Will it fit in the crack here between the pavements? No. Something jumping in the water right there. I just saw the water move. Oh, come on, there's a bunch here. Let me, just one quick stabby stab, that's all I want. Oh, this camera stand sucks for this. I don't want to set it over the water. Alright, we're gonna have to be back up this ways a little ways. The problem is the sprinklers are on. There we go. Alrighty, I think that'll work. Flashlight off. Jory's Game Bites. Welcome to the stream, Jory's Game Bites. I figured. What's gone off of YouTube? Who got raided? Fishing with Ryan. Did you catch anything under the bridge earlier? Yeah, we caught a really nice pike. 31 inch, a little over 8 pounds. Dude grows. Oh. I've been my stream is at almost 600 minutes, so that's 10 hours? Almost. We're not done yet. It's such a nice night out. I still have bait. We had to take the boat out of the water because I couldn't see a damn thing and I don't have lights on it. But we do have headlights and I got a full tank of gas, so we're gonna rig her up. We're gonna get, I'm gonna go put this light back in the water, or put the light in the water. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Now I'm gonna put the light in my truck and then we'll rig my pole up and we'll get her in the water. Now the only problem is right behind you here. I don't know if you guys can see this. You see what looks like the Amazon rainforest back there going through its wet season? That's the sprinklers at the boat launch here. We're getting a nice little mist of good thing the iPhone's waterproof, right? We're gonna have to wait to plug that in though into my battery until I don't want to be trying to charge it in when it's wet. But we should be good to fish here for a little while. Fishing with Ryan, dang, that's a good pike. Yeah, it was a really nice pike. Not a record breaker, but that is a solid pike. And anyone who says otherwise is a butthole. A giant stinky butthole, because I said it's nice and it made me smile, and if it doesn't make you smile, then I refer back to point number one, being giant stinky butthole. All right, I don't need to throw out. I always do this. I have my leader on here because I was tossing crankbaits, and then I throw my high-low rig on, and I'm like, why is this so long? And it's because I have a leader on my leader, just so I don't lose my leader. But we're gonna throw the high-low rig back on here. English, speak it. And oh, I don't think that sinker's gonna cut it. Maybe it will. We'll try with it. What did I do with my second hook? I brought a second loose hook. That's not something you ever want to say to yourself. What did I do with my hook? Because where is the very jagged chirp thing? Flashlight on. Siri, turn the flashlight on. Why do you hate me? Siri, flashlight on. No, that's my leader. Oh Lord, I did in fact lose a hook. It's gonna haunt me. I don't know where I lost it, and I feel like I'm probably gonna find it at the worst moment. Anyone ever sat on a hook before? I haven't. It doesn't sound fun though. Alright, I gotta go find another hook. Hold on. Yep, that's not something you want to lose. Oh, not the truck. We're gonna have to grab a new one out of the bag here. Oh, I hate doing that. Where, oh where did my little hook go? Alright, almost done, guys. Y'all are awesome that are still hanging out. Y'all are as diehard as I am. Just don't want to stop fishing. I'm not done yet. Alright, give me the hook, please. Anyone else ever struggle to get a hook out of these stupid bags come in? It's like either you pull on it and it wants to give you all the hooks in the package, or you pull on it and the hook embeds itself in the side of the package. Just never one hook. It's a bad design. Somebody needs to fix that. Alright, on my way back. Ouch. Usually when you say where did the hook go, you find it with your bare foot. I hope not, man. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the channel you're talking about, Dude Grows. Why it got deleted? Channels on YouTube often get deleted because people run into copyright issues, or they break one of the many terms of service. It's almost certainly some kind of terms of service violation. Whether they posted inappropriate content, copyrighted content. Too many copyright strikes though is often what does it. People will forget that they got audio playing in the background and they don't scrub it out before they post. But there's so many different freaking YouTube rules, terms of service these days. And it's hard to keep track of all of them. All right, we got a worm on. Who's this guy pulling up? Somebody coming to hang out? Oh, we got more light. Nice. Somebody coming to rob me? What's up? Oh, not too shabby. We're just not done fishing yet. Yeah, we caught a really nice pike earlier under the bridge, about 31 inches and a little over 8 pounds. Good sized. Are you guys that left the canoe down here? Kayak? Bow fishing? No, this is low. It's down quite a bit. I brought my boat in and I wasn't done fishing yet, so we're just getting set up to see if it's too perfect to not. You guys got a boat? Oh yeah, you do. I love fishing for carp. I catch and release them though. I don't like to kill them. No, I'd kept my boat out, but I don't have any lights on it yet. All right. Yeah, these guys just pulled up. Apparently they're putting their boat in the water and they're gonna go bow hunt for carp. He's got the same idea I do. It's just too damn nice to go home. I should take you guys. They offered to let me come bow hunt with them. I don't like to bow hunt, but I'd probably get frickin', I don't know how YouTube is about the blood and the gore with content like that. All right. I need a drink, a cigarette, and then I'll sit down and chat with you guys. Sorry, I haven't been very attentive of the chat. Josie, SoCal, I appreciate y'all hanging out and greeting people and letting them know what's going on. Somebody remind me in like 10 minutes to plug the phone in. Can you guys see the end of the pole there? I guess you kind of can. It'd help if I let me grab a bell. You can see the bell easier. All right, we are fishing. I have a bunch of stuff for the boat I'm not going to use. I'll send it to you if you want. What kind of stuff are you talking about? Oh no, I grew back in the day. I haven't in a long time though. But it might be just the content of that channel. Did you check? Are other people in that genre of the channel still alive? I know that, so I use a tool called vidIQ that helps me, you know, with the tags and titles and descriptions. It's not great, but I know that when was making one of those, the pike follow video, the lure camera video that was covered in weeds, I had titled it, you know, will pike bite at this weed covered, you know, lure and weed dash covered, and it flagged weed and said that using that keyword in my title may cause demonetization and or potential ban from YouTube. So I'm wondering if they changed their TOS and you can no longer do certain types of cannabis content. Well, right, but what do they allow? Again, are they commercial grow operations? Are they homegrown stuff? Is it, people growing in their basement where they shouldn't be? Maybe it was determined that whoever that is, wherever they are, that they're breaking some kind of local municipality laws. I don't know. But that makes me wonder, because again, that is a sensitive subject, or a genre on YouTube. Guns, drugs, all that stuff is, I think the rules regarding are highly volatile. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if people disappear from that genre on YouTube frequently. X-God, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We show grow rooms and people smoking all the time on Eagle's channel. No problems. Yeah, again, it may be some, fringe part of the rules. Just a guess. I could completely be talking out my ass here. You never know. Giving away thousands of packs of seeds. That's cool. Now, I got a buddy of mine that grows that's been looking into trying to set up, a small commercial grow op and get licensed to sell to the dispensaries. I had a blast back in the day when I used to grow, but it wasn't legal when I was growing. We now have recreational use here in Montana, just like California, in most of the state. Not all counties, apparently. I don't know how the hell that works. I thought it was a state law. Apparently it's not. We have red counties and green counties. Mia, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. We pulled the boat out, but I wasn't done fishing yet. We're gonna fish from the bank here for a little bit. We're just hanging out. Frank Turt, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're doing a little night fishing. We got a bread ball on and we got a worm on the other hook. We're seeming, we're gonna see if anything else will bite. Frank Turt, have you seen the new Happy Gilmore? I didn't know they remade it. Is it Mia, we're at Broadwater Bay, just where I pulled the boat out. Yeah, we're in town. Yeah, no, I just fished at the Missouri today. I had one nice pike. We lost a couple of other ones. So I'm just down at Broadwater Bay. My DeWalt battery died, so I just have my truck parked behind us with the headlights on. Oh, it's on Netflix? I'll have to check that out. Oh, there's a bite. Or a nibble at least. Probably a bullhead. You guys saw that, right? We didn't get a jingle jangle, but something be nibbling. Nah, I didn't see it. I've been watching some random freaking Korean crap on there. I run out of stuff to watch on Netflix. I've been watching it for years, and I work from home, and I'm always watching something. I didn't see the new It must have came out today or something. Oh, come on. I thought I had a fish on. Yeah, I'll have to check it out, Frank. Flashlight off. What are you doing, Mia? You just hanging out at home? Oh, there's another little nibble. Come on, I need more than a nibble. Something just picking at the red ball or what? Oh, it might be bats too, I forgot. We're night fishing. Frickin' bats. Come on, let's have a real bite. Let's catch a big fish. Frank Church says, I love fishing, especially fishing for catfish, but I live in Tennessee, or Texas, on the side where there's almost no water, so I can't really fish for that much. Ah, that's a shame. You're in the deserts of Texas, eh? Now, we get pretty good catfish here in central Montana. Unfortunately, not right where I'm fishing from, though. You got to be further downstream in the Missouri. Catfish are fun, though. SoCal's got catfish in his back door, or in his backyard. Good God. Listen to me. Now, I mean, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay here. A little while. It's too nice to come home. I'm weird, but I'm not that weird. That's not what I meant, bro. Dang, I'm honestly wondering if I should kill this live and start a new one. Cause it's been running so long and there's been so few people. I don't think YouTube's pushing anybody at the room anymore. Usually it's, you know, that first half hour, 45 minutes, it seems like that breaks the live. You're either gonna have a ton of people or you're gonna have no people. At this point where it's us three. We're just hanging out. Let's comment like crazy. That does help. Just activity in the room. Comments, hearts, crap like that. It's engagement. The more engagement there is. But I don't know how much traffic y'all are going to be able to generate with 3 viewers. So I appreciate it though. Thank you. We missed our nibble. I don't know what that was. I have a pretty small weight on there, and it's in, you know, a little bit of current. I think if we're anything more than a bullhead, we'd probably have a decent pull movement. We must just have minnows picking at the bread ball. Yeah, I did. I have the high-low rig on, and I got a bread ball on one hook and a worm on the other. Oh, there's 5 people. It looks like it's shoving it to some people. I don't have a throw net. I can't do anything crazy to attract viewers. I don't know. Crappy man's got his disco ball. Cindy has a Travis, always doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I just have me and my pole that doesn't want to attract any fish right now.
God, these guys are setting up their boat. That does sound fun. Going to watch somebody bow hunt the carp. Where they said they're going though is no man's land for boat here. When you get off this boat dock, you don't go right. You don't go towards the train bridge. You don't go downstream from here. It gets super, you get like 6 inches of water and super fast current flowing over it. It's basically one of them things that if you make it past the train bridge, you're not very likely to make it back up the river. Maybe sing a song. You don't want to hear that. I used to, funny story, back in the day, I played guitar a lot, acoustic, and I used to sing and post videos on YouTube, and I did a Nirvana cover. I can't remember what song I covered, but I posted it. And it had, I don't know, I had 150 or 200,000 views on it in a fairly short amount of time. But I remember distinctly to this one day when a person left a comment that said I sounded like a cat stuck in a dryer on the tumble cycle. I was like, man, man, come on, that's rough. I know I'm not Frank Sinatra or anything, but come on, a cat on tumble dry. It was one of the harshest comments I ever got on my videos. It's right up there with, I think, Josie, were you in the room one of my first streams here when I started the fishing channel that somebody told me that I sounded like, or I looked like a, God, what did he say? Oh, now I forget his name. The name was the best part. Boofing Jalapenos. I gotta remember that, I gotta look him up. He's gonna be infamous on this channel. Boofing Jalapenos came in the room and said I look like a lawn gnome that had just escaped from rehab or some shit like that. So mean, but so funny at the same time. Some of these trolls, man. You think you defended me? I think you're right. I think that was in the first or the second stream that I did. People are so mean. Good God. It was on meth. There you go. So, oh, I missed your comment there. Sorry, SoCal, I'm bullshitting. I made a cast just at sunset. Felt weird. Next thing I knew, a bat was swimming to the edge of the pond. You caught a frickin' bat, dude? I caught a similar bird to a seagull when I was catfishing recently in Fort Benton. I had the line out, but the storm just came through just out of nowhere. Hurricane winds, it was raining and just nasty, and I left my poles in my pole holder and I went and got in the truck. And after like 10 minutes or so, I saw the tip of my pole was just dancing, going crazy, and I had 3 poles in the water that were visible, and the other 2, you know, were swaying in the wind. The wind was kicking the crap out of them, but it wasn't dancing like this one. And so I look at the end of the pole and I follow the line out, and there's a seagull. It wasn't a seagull, but a bird that looked like a seagull that was caught like midstream in flight in the line and just being battered to hell in the wind. So I had to get out of my damn truck in the middle of a frickin' hurricane weather, reel it in and convince the bird not to destroy me while I tried to untangle the poor thing from the fishing line. He was pretty patient with me, and he didn't fly away, he swam away, but he did survive it. It's actually funny that it was. I had to scold him and tell him that's not very nice, but I did it while laughing. I don't know if the comment was funny or just the ridiculous name. Who the hell names themselves Boofing Jalapenos? Somebody look up, see if you can find that channel. Does he have a channel? I don't know if he's a streamer or not. We gotta raid Boofing Jalapeno stream if he streams. How'd the snakebait do? I actually didn't end up throwing it. We went through a whole myriad of different lures in my tackle box. Had a couple of bites on a 5-a-diamond spoon. We had a little bit of action on one of the spinner baits that I was throwing, one of my musky spinners. But everything else was radio silent until I threw the Meps Aglia number 5, that orange lure on, and then we caught the little slime noodle. I'm so sad we didn't get that on camera. He was so cute. I've caught a couple of other itty bitty ones down here like that previously, and they're the most nimble little. They're so quick. We're gonna have to try that snake bait out over here one of these days. I think actually that spot where I was fishing, right on the confluence of where the Sun River comes into the Missouri River, when it's glass calm like it was, that's what I should have busted out. Oh, come on, all we're gonna get is one little nibble. I didn't catch it, I knocked it out of the air into the pond. Oh, okay. That's honestly a good thing you didn't catch it. You would wreck a little bat on a hook. And that's just brutal. Yeah, this guy back here's got a hell of a boat. He's got some bright ass lights on there, some floodlights that point down at the water. That's what I want to do with my boat. I want to set it up for night fishing. I so wish I could be on the boat out in the water right now. Boofing Jalapenos, yeah, that was his name. Should do a Google search for it. Maybe he's on some other platform. Yeah, no, he came in, insulted. I don't think he ever said anything after that. He just came in, made the insult, maybe he dipped. But I think that was probably the best roast I've had on the channel so far. Now, I was going to throw it more out by the dock, but these guys are pulling their boat in, and I didn't want to throw across the boat launch. So maybe once they get their boat in, I'll toss my lure back out towards the boat dock over there. That's where I was catching the carp at. Fairly shallow, but right out from the boat dock. What did you say about the snake I accidentally got off here when you were answering? No, we didn't end up fishing with it tonight, but I should have. That would have been the perfect lure for when I was parked. I anchored at the confluence of where the Sun River comes into the Missouri. Super shallow there, and there was a bunch of topwater action. I should have thrown that. That would have been a perfect place for it. But no, we went through a bunch of lures. We didn't get really any action until we switched over to the musky lure. Well, I guess I bought that one for pike, but it's a pike / musky lure. Big old bucktail. You saw it. It was the big old orange Mepsaglia. Kind of felt bad the little thing crawled out of the pond, like WTF, just out, yeah. No, they dive bomb my line all the time when I fish, towards dusk at the local pond there. I've never seen one, actually hit it and splash into the water. I'm pretty sure they can see really, really well in the dark with the sonar. I don't know what the hell a fishing line looks like to them. One big long bug. Boofing jalapenos, yeah. Something like that. Boofing jalapeno, I think so. I'd have to look through the chat log of it was either the first or the second stream that we did from the pond. So it's gonna be, all of my lives I've posted, and I just do, episode 1, episode 2. It's somewhere from episode 1 or 2. Oh, you're fine, bud. We had a couple little nibbles, nothing that committed though.
I want to cast out across the dock here, but I didn't want to get in you guys' way while you're launching. Yeah, I normally catch and release. Oh, is it? Happy birthday. It's a hell of a birthday present. Night fishing for carp. No, you guys are fine. Yeah, oh, I'm from Vaughan, just outside of town here.
How's the sun right now? Is it clear?
No, muddy as hell.
Muddy?
Yeah.
I want to go catch that thing clear, man.
Are you live streaming?
Yeah, we're on YouTube. I just passed 500 today.
500 what?
Subscribers.
Oh, you're blown up.
Little bit. We're not real big yet, but couldn't find it on Google. All right, that's all right. We don't need to find him, but he's gonna be a celebrity in this channel. I have a feeling I'm gonna tell that story a few times. Yeah, I need lights like that on my boat. All right, both sides of the boat angled down at the water. It illuminates. You can see a good 10-15 feet out. It's awesome. We're on YouTube as Wanna See My Rod. Hells yeah.
Give me a follow when I get home, man.
Heck yeah, I appreciate it.
How many people are you with?
The stream has pretty much died. We got like 3-4 people in here. We had, I don't know, 50-60 in here earlier.
50, 60 people?
Yeah. Now is it? We got somebody in the room says hi from Missouri. 532 we're up to. Actually, they just told me. That's not bad. We were at what, like I think 492 at the start of the stream, so that's 40 subs. Not too shabby. That is the smallest flat bottom boat I think I've ever seen. That's got to be a, I don't know, a 12-footer maybe? How long is your boat? Is that a 12-footer? 10. I thought my 16-footer was a dink. You got the lights though, that's what I need on mine. I had to pull mine in, I couldn't see a damn thing in the dark. You also got a hello from Crapifornia. Crapifornia. You said you're heading down past the train bridge there? Ah, they're busy. I'll leave them until they get the boat in the water here. I just want to give them a warning. It's dangerous down that way. Mary Turner, I entered at a very opportune time. Thanks for teaching me something new today, Rod. I never knew what boofing was. Oh, God. So you've been here for the boofing jalapeno chat. When I Googled, yeah. Quite the welcome, huh? It's fitting, though. This is the channel you have joined, Mary Turner. God, you should have been in Cindy's live last night. Dano on there, who's always in Outfish Ontario's channel, was toned. He said he'd been drinking beer all night, and oh my God. Cindy or Travis had they kept catching sucker fish in the net, and he was holding it up in the camera, and they were lip syncing or dubbing over the fish mouth movements, and Dano was going off about asking if there was a specific type of bestiality that was for fish, and looked it up, and it got real weird real quick. Let's leave it at that. But yeah, you have now been, you now know what boofing is. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but knowledge is power, my friend. Knowledge is power. I don't know what you're gonna do with that knowledge, but you now possess it. In the Missouri portion of it, yeah. If you guys go up and you're hitting the confluence of where the sun meets the Missouri, you can see the distinct line. It's like chocolate milk next to, Dasani. I used to. I'm not too much into video games anymore. Yeah, I gamed for years. The games that I used to play, you probably have never heard of. Oh, well, I did play. I started on the original NES, was my first gaming platform. The one that I played for the longest duration was called EverQuest. It was the first and largest MMORPG in existence, and it's still running. It's been live for, God, going on 25 plus years now. But a lot of the MMORPGs that you see these days are all based upon, they basically ripped off EverQuest. I played Diablo, Diablo 2, Guild Wars. I played a bunch of the Call of Duties. I sucked at those games, but those were always fun. I run 30-pound test on most of my rods. Braid, and I use a fluorocarbon leader. Okay, yeah, a lot of people use lighter. I found that you still get good enough cast distance with 30, and you can wrench almost any hook out of the water, any lure out of the water. You'll bend the hook instead of breaking your line. Birthday boy over here, he's pretty knowledgeable about fishing. He's asking all the right questions. Was that a straight utility trailer? It was, yeah. It's just a flat utility trailer. They rolled it in there and floated the boat and pulled the trailer back out from underneath the boat. Oh, plug in the phone, thank you. The sprinklers are off. We're still good. We got 26% left, but this is a fresh battery. Unfortunately, I can't run my light off of this guy. We're still at 98% on this guy, so we're good. Thank you for the reminder. We are charging. And as soon as these guys push off here, I'm gonna move my pole over in this direction, and I think we'll have better luck. We did have nibbles as soon as the pole hit the water. Oh, gee. We have two people introduced to the word boofing tonight. We're on a mission here. You're learning about all sorts of stuff that you never needed to know on this channel. Josie, that's why that name stuck in my mind. It is the most ridiculous name. I don't know, that might even be better than, better or worse, I don't know, but definitely more edge than want to see my rod. Definitely not fishing related though, so not as cool. Yeah, SoCal's on point here. We're all forgetful. But Mary, how's your night going? I forgot to ask. How are you and Crappy Man doing over there? We've been live, God. We've been live for. Oh, we just passed 600 minutes, you guys. 10 out. I thought we were closer to 600 minutes like an hour ago. What did I miss something? Holy shit! That was a mouse. I caught her out of the corner of my eye, and good God, scared the crap out of me. We just had a mouse run through camp here. Richard Gere invented boofing. Only it wasn't alcohol or drugs. He used hamster. Oh God. SoCal, come on now. Josie, I was trying to tell my hubby that you looked it up too, and I said, Joofing looked up boof. Oh, you guys are too much. You have been scarred for life. And it's not my fault. I'm not going to take blame for that. Even though it probably is my fault.
We're doing good, getting ready to wind down for bed. Oh, right on. Yeah, I don't know how much longer we're gonna stick out the live here. This stream is dead. I don't think YouTube's gonna send any people in here. SoCal and Josie tried spamming the crap out of likes and hearts and chatting the crap out of the room, and we got like 2 more viewers. I think YouTube has determined this stream is dead and they are not sending anyone else here. That's alright though. We're just chilling. Oh, I got a train coming through. Googling anything for a hot minute. You have revoked your own Google privileges. That's funny. I have to say sorry, but not sorry. If I could, I would throw up that. What is it? Is it PBS? It's you know, the rainbow and the more you know. I wish I could. I was hooked into one of the streaming softwares that could do effects like that. Good luck, y'all.
Alright, thanks, man. You too.
Thanks, guys.
Check out the rod from the YouTube.
Want to see my rod? Yep.
Don't be dirty.
Frank Turt, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Frank. You're gonna turn on safe search. Yeah, after an innocuous search like that, it might not be a bad idea for a short while there. Throw on some kid filters there. All right, we're gonna move the pole down. If we can get in, I don't know how snaggy it is down here. Hopefully we can get this rod back in without, as I say that, oh. All right, come on. All right, it let go. There we go. All right, well, we are baitless. I think whatever was nibbling at it, they got not only our bread ball, but they got our worm too. That would make sense why the bite dropped off. We're fishing with empty hooks. Let's see if we can get a fish on the line here. Oh, got bugs landing in my eyes. All right, and instead of hot dog bun this time, we're gonna try buttermilk bread. I think maybe they want buttermilk tonight. Oh God. That's another thing. Somebody remind me next time I stream if I need to grab my dang headlamps and throw them in my bag. I keep forgetting to bring my headlamps.
somebody go comment on one of my videos and say, bring your headlamp. All right, worm on, and here goes the bread ball. Oh God, I don't know what the hell kind of bug that. Why do they always land in my beard? SoCal, you got a beard? Does your beard attract bugs? I swear that's the first place they always go for when they land on me. Pimp J, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight, buddy? This is the most normal thing I've seen. I just watched a kid pepper spray himself on live. What the fuck? I mean, I guess content is content, but good Lord. The things people do for views, I tell you. Bait snatchers, yeah, they are jerks of fish. Comment complete. Thank you, SoCal. Yeah, I have 3 of the dang things, and I need to put one in my fishing, my go bag. One of them I bought as a work light for working around the house. I was doing some plumbing at my mom's house and needed one. But then I just bought, I need to do a video for it. I have, God, I spent an ungodly amount of money. I was on Whisker Seeker's website, which is a catfishing gear company, and man, I kept throwing shit. I think I bought damn near one of everything off of their website, and I haven't unboxed any of it yet. I still have two poles, 2 reels, a new net, 2 new headlamps, whole bunch of catfish gear, floats, some tips for my poles, LED tips that have replaceable batteries, replaceable bulbs, an ungodly amount of stuff that I have not unboxed yet. But the 2 new headlamps are in there, and I need to remember to grab one of them. Yeah, SoCal, you're on point tonight. Appreciate it, my friend. Pimp J, Josie, yeah, no kidding, it's not my fault for having YouTube, I guess. The stream probably had hundreds watching and over 1K likes too. That's always how it goes. The weirdest stuff is the most popular. Make it make sense, right? People are intrigued by idiocy, ignorance. I mean, whatever. That's the world we live in. It's one of them things that the math just ain't mathing on. I launched this pole out there pretty hard. I might have, hopefully I didn't lob my bread ball off. We'll give her 5 minutes, and if we don't have anything on, any nibbles, I'm gonna pull her in and check, because I wasn't very careful when I lobbed it. Stupid draws more stupid, right? Man, it is such a nice night out here tonight. There's almost no wind, very few bugs. The water is still almost glass. Perfect night.
Well, there we go, there's a nipply.
Come on, buddy. Are you still there? Come on. I think the mic is dying. Yeah, it's been weird today. That's like the third or fourth time it's done that. I just have to turn it off and turn it on real quick. Alright, the nibble died off. They either stole the worm or left it. Can you hear me? It looks blue. It looks on. Yay, nay. There it fell off. We hear you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know how much charge I have on this thing. We charged it for about 45 minutes, I think, after we parked the boat. Because it was dying also. All my batteries died. I wasn't planning on staying out here for frickin' 12 hours. But here we are. Okay, thanks Josie. Thanks guys. We might have to steal the power cord from the phone here in a minute and switch her over to my mic. Nice. Did you happen to see the super fat guys on the paddle boat in mine today, Mary? That part I missed. I always miss the awesome things. Oh god. Yeah, we had a decent amount of people in the room today earlier when I caught that nice pike. I don't know, I can't remember if it was 20 or 30 people. Not a whole bunch, but now that means I have to go rewatch the entirety. Yeah, did you clip it out yet? Or is it still processing, SoCal? Yeah, if you didn't clip it, you definitely should. Oh, it's still rendering. Karen moments always seem to do well on YouTube. We haven't had any of those on my channel yet. We have run into Fish and Game a couple of times. I clipped them out though. I don't know if it's a good idea to be leaving them in my videos. That's all I need is them to get upset about me posting something that they didn't want on a public video and harassing me in the future from it. Yes, please, need the watch hours. I think more than anything, that's going to be the struggle point for me to hit. I think I'll probably hit 1,000 subs, maybe even before I hit the 3,000 required hours or whatever for the first level of monetization. I'm only at like 750 or 800
hours of watch hours. It's a long cry off the 4K that you need. And that was another little nibble there. Something's picking at it. I wonder if it's the bullheads. Fishing Game here encouraged me to post them. They said it helps people realize they're always out there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got 2 or 3 videos this year. Fairly long conversations I had with them. I always pick their brain about different things. Good fishing spots. Things that are happening in the state. And I've been on a mission. I'm trying to befriend whoever it is in the fishing game around here that does the surveys. There's 2 main guys that do it, and I haven't met either of them yet. But I want to befriend them. I want to get on one of the Fish, Wildlife, and Park boats while they're doing gill netting, or while they're doing one of the the shock. I forget what the hell they call it, electro casting, or there's some stupid term for it. But I want to befriend them, and I want to hang out with them while they're doing the surveys. I want to see all the big fish they pull out while they're shocking them and netting them to count and see the fish populations. I think that'd be cool as hell. But no, I think I've mentioned a couple of times here in the channel, the one fishing game guy that said, he fishes for almost nothing but bass, and was telling me, about the different musky lures that he'd been throwing out that were just absolutely killing it, here at the local ponds in central Montana. God, the light that you see on the camera, where is it? Right there, that's those guys in the boat. They're all the way across the river, and you can still see their lights shining down. They're just going along. They're right in the shallows on the other bank, creeping along, trying to see if they can find carp. Frank, can't comment on that account though, because I only use the website on my alt account, but I liked and subbed on that account. Heck yeah. I just joined on my alt account. Right on. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think YouTube's gonna push any more people here. We might have a few more that hop in that are already subscribers, but we're so far into the stream, and so many people have already dropped out of the live. They basically, after a certain period of time, if there's not enough engagement in the video, they stop pushing traffic at it. And I think we hit that point at about hour 6. So this room's been dead stream's been dead for a good 4 hours now. All right, I suspect my bread ball got launched off. I wasn't very careful when I cast. We're gonna pull the line in, rebait it one more time and get it out. I think that's part of my bread ball floating right by the shore there. I think it disintegrated on cast. Well, as I say, that 9 people are in the room. I don't know. Maybe YouTube will push more people here. Are we still gonna have our worm? That is the question. Oops. I think both of them are gonna be gone. Yep. The nibblies were somebody stealing the worm, and I launched our bread ball off on cast, I think. There we go, there's our bread. Let's throw some bread in the water over here and chum it. See if maybe we can pull some fish in.
fact, I have a couple of crusty hot dog buns I could throw out there too. Any of you guys gonna go fishing tomorrow? Or are you stuck at home? Gooba, welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are you trying to catch? We finished our, we were on the boat earlier. It got dark and I can't see anything. I don't have lights on my boat. So we're now at the boat launch with my headlights from my truck lighting, what you see here. And we switched over. We're throwing a high-low rig with bread ball on one hook targeting carp or sucker. And we have a worm on the other hook targeting carp, sucker, or bullhead, maybe even a pike. I've caught pike on worms down here before. There's walleye in here, there's rainbow trout, there's brown trout. There's a whole myriad of things that we might catch off a worm. Worm is like the universal bait for whatever. Why do I keep losing my worms? Speaking of which, what the hell did I do with the worms? There we go. You need to stop putting them in the bag. Alrighty. We're gonna put a fat crawler on here this time. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to be a little more ginger when I toss this out. Alright. And you get this in the pole holder, and then I'm going to go chum the water some more with this dry old bread that I have. Got too many bags in my backpack here. All right, we're gonna put the bags in a bag, so I stop digging. Hey, there's my other pack of cigarettes. Hey, there's my strawberry jello. That's what I'm missing here. We're forgetting the magic sauce. The secret sauce, my pink powder. All right, BRB. All right, we are thoroughly chummed with 2 hot dog buns.
Gooba said I'm going fishing tomorrow after a birthday party. What are you going fishing for, Gooba, if you're still in here? SoCal says 100% going fishing in the morning. Frank Church says, well, I would stay, but I need to mow tomorrow and I want to wake up early, so it's nice and cool in the morning. But yeah, I'll be on next time you stream, hopefully. That's cool, Frank. You have a wonderful night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Appreciate the company. Have fun mowing the lawn in the morning. Josie says, I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. Mary Turner says, fish and game, fish and wildlife. I love finding out all their different names for that division. It's DNR here. The trucks and everything say SCDNR, kind of lackluster and boring. Yeah, here in Montana, it's technically called Fish, Wildlife, and Park, FWP. Most of those you just listed I've caught on worms. Yeah, worms really are kind of the universal bait. Yesterday I caught a flathead. He was 34.8 pounds out of Salt River. Man, that is a chunky flathead. That's nice. Biggest cat I've caught around here was around 20 pounds. He was pretty nice. I subbed. Appreciate that, Goba. I appreciate the support. I'm gonna fish for just bass and bluegill. Oh, right on. That's fun. The local pond that I go to, that's kind of what I pull out of there. Carp and sucker every once in a while. All right, that was me. I was tightening up the line. Josie Guba is full of it. He was in BB Stream talking about catching catfish with 30 pounds over state record. My PB's 83.5 pounds. He was monster. Oh, SoCal, if he's telling a tall tale, let's not turn it into something. Maybe he didn't catch it in that state. I don't know. Let's just not have that here. Bass are my favorite. Good luck catching them. Yeah, I suck at catching bass. One of these days I'll figure out something that works consistently. Maybe it's just the pond I'm fishing at. I don't know. That and I'm not 9 years old. They like, the bass like little boys. I don't know. That's who's always catching it at the pond that I go to. Always seems like it's the kids that catch the big ones. How that works, I don't know. But whatever works for them. My bass catches at that pond are progressively getting smaller and smaller. I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat the 3.5 incher that I pulled out yesterday though. I was ESAT Kagan said hi. Welcome to the stream, ESAT. How you doing tonight? Come on, fishy fishy. Yeah, those guys on that are bow hunting for carp are right under the bridge there where I was fishing. That's a good spot. They might even come back with a pike. That's a pretty cool birthday present though. He said it was his birthday today and his dad was taking him out to bow hunt for carp for his birthday. It's a hell of a birthday present. Sounds fun. Gooba says, I want to catch a gar. Yeah, it's on my bucket list. We got short-nosed gar here in eastern Montana. I've never made it over that way to fish though. Come on, fishy fishy. In Kentucky? Yeah, or do you have long nose or short nose gar over there? We have a short nose here in Montana. I think there's other kinds of gar too. I don't know. I know that Short nose and long nose are the most common ones here in the United States. I bet bow fishing is fun. It looks fun as hell. As fun as it looks, I'm not a big fan of killing just for the sake of killing, and people who bow fish for carp they're just killing to kill. So that's their right there. That's their prerogative. They can go bow fish for carp all they want. Does sound fun though. You're absolutely right. You know a stream by Taylorville Lake that holds gar, but you can't fish there. Why don't they allow you to fish in it? Short nose, long nose, alligator gar, Florida gar, spotted gar. Oh God, there's a whole bunch of them. Alligator gar, that's right, I've heard of that. I don't know if I've heard of Florida gar or a spotted gar. Appreciate those thumbs up. We got 4 more. I didn't think it was going to go any higher tonight. Thanks, folks. What is it? It's 12:20. We're still pretty good on time. I don't know how long I'm going to stay here till I get bored or my butt hurts too much. This bucket that I'm sitting on and my bony ass are not a very good combination. Bow fishing does sound super fun. I'm wondering what pound bow though. I don't know. I know I know that they make, at least I think they make like an add-on that you can use your normal compound bow, and there's just an attachment that goes on there that's got, you know, the line that attaches your arrow to it. But I think they also make specialized bow fishing bows. I have no idea what poundage they shoot at, though. I mean, I don't imagine. Well, actually, now that I think about it, they may require a carp is I mean, it's basically wearing a set of armor. It's probably easier to pierce the flesh of a mammal than it is a fish like that. It's a good question. I don't know. You might need a pretty powerful bow. I was thinking at first that it wouldn't require much because it's a smaller animal, but it's an armored smaller animal. Seen the lake, though, monster gar about 6-7 foot long. I watched one pop a bird that flew over the water. It was crazy. Big toothy fish like that are awesome. I love it. Nature's crazy. Seems like the arrow would shatter hitting the water. Yeah, I don't know. I would imagine there's a specialized arrow, or at least arrow head for doing it. Maybe not though. I don't know. I've never really looked all that much into it. I've watched a couple of videos, but I guess I never really paid attention to what the arrows look like, if they look different knocked up than a regular arrow or not. Gooba says, hey, I gotta get off. I'll see you when you're live again. Good night, everyone. Go catch some biggins. Appreciate it, Gooba. Thanks for swinging by and supporting the channel. Have a good night, and see you around. We do go live fairly often here. I'm kind of sporadic. I don't really have a set schedule. But if you subscribe and hit the bell icon, it'll send you a notification when I do go live. Yeah, but the water and the velocity of it would immediately strip from the arrow. Has to. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure if there's videos all over YouTube about it. I've never really delved into that genre. Oh, come on, fishies. What's your deal? Never shot an arrow into a lake, so that may be the next thing I do at the pond. Check the legality on it, though. Well, I guess if you're just shooting it into the pond, there's nothing really to look up there. But be careful shooting fish with a bow. I know that here it's very restrictive. You can shoot carp because they're not a game species. But most lakes, reservoirs, streams, rivers around here, bow fishing is strictly prohibited. You can, in some water bodies during winter season, through the ice, the limitations are kind of relaxed. They allow spear fishing and bow fishing in a lot of the different water bodies that during the regular season you can't. And in California, I can't imagine what kind of nonsensical laws there they have related to bow fishing. Oh, my butt. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna go grab something cushy out of my truck that I can put on this bucket and sit on. And also, now that I think about it, I'm also gonna plug this battery in and try and charge it a little bit longer. Might as well do that. My truck's over there running anyway. If I could find the... Well, whatever. I'm gonna grab something soft. My butt hurts. Alright, and I'm also gonna, I think, change the location on this pole slightly. All right, we still have our bread bowl. Our worm hook, though, is slightly tangly. I can't see anything. There we go. Kind of. Yes, there we go. All right. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna walk over here a little ways and try and get this more in front of the docks. When I was carp fishing here in the past, I was only casting 10 foot, 15 foot off of the edge of the dock. It drops off a good deal. There we go. That's a better spot. Now we just walk a mile with the pole. Oh, I just heard some hollering down there. I wonder if that was from the bow fishermen. There we go. Nope, we're done. And then there were two. Roger Hawkins, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Josie said, I think I'm hitting the hay. It's almost 1:30. I'm beat. Hope you catch a new PB tonight. Oh, dang it. Good night, Josie, if you're still here. Appreciate you hanging out. Get some rest. Roger asks, how many rods do you have out? Unfortunately, we're only allowed in the Missouri River here in central Montana. You can only have one rod in the water. One rod with 2 hooks is what you're permitted. If you're in a pond or a reservoir or a lake in central Montana, you can have 2 rods, 2 hooks on each rod. If you're in eastern Montana, you can have 6 rods, 6 hooks in the Missouri River. It's stupid. It's 15 miles downstream. You can have 5 more rods with 4 more hooks on each. But 15 miles upstream, 1 rod, 2 hooks. Make that make sense. SoCal, for once I outlasted Josie. Yeah. Appreciate you hanging out, brother. We're having a pretty uneventful night stream here. I should have just, next time if I do this, if I have a day stream and then do a night stream, I think I'm gonna cut it and restart it and start the night stream, take a new picture, change the title. Oh wow, that sucks. Sounds like a California law. Yeah, again, I've never really asked FWP about it. I assume, again, it has to do with the fact that central Montana and specifically the Missouri River, upstream from here near Cascade, Montana, Craig, Montana, they call it world-class trout fishing. And that's, again, also in the central Montana Fishing District. But we have a lot of restrictive laws in central Montana because of the tourism and the money that is produced from the trout fishing here. People come from all over the world to fly fish for trout in that short stretch of the Missouri River. And we just happen to be the tail end of that stretch of the river, so we get the brunt of the just really restrictive laws. I mean, no live fish for bait. There's a really, I guess Montana in general has a really restrictive list of fish that can be used for live bait anyway. Same for cut bait. But yeah, the pull limitations, the no live bait, they're super strict about certain water bodies here that you have to, before you can fish them, they make you pass through a FWP check station and they check the boat. They want to make sure you're not bringing any invasive species of plants or mussels or snails or a whole bunch of things that are aquatic invasive species, they call it. So you're required to stop at the checkpoint before and some of them even after your trip to make sure you're then not taking out any invasive species. But it's dumb. It's dumb because literally, the regulation changes so drastically from, hi, I'm standing here, 1 pole, let's move over, 10 feet in this direction. Hi, I can now have 6 poles. It's like that stuff like that just doesn't make sense. It's too arbitrary. Oh, there we go. There's a nibble. Come on, buddy. Chew, chew, chew. Eat it. Or at least bite it. You don't have to eat it. In fact, I would prefer if you didn't eat it and just bit it, so we can throw it back out there. No? Well, dang. Is that you all drinking water?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, Roger. Oh, is that our drinking water? Yes and no. So the municipality of Great Falls, Cascade County, there is a water treatment plant actually right up past the bridge. You can kind of make out in the distance here, these lights in the background. That's Warden Street Bridge. Right on the eastern shore of the Missouri, there is the main water treatment plant. And I do believe that they do draw out of the Missouri River, treat water, and then pump it into the municipality of the surrounding Great Falls area. I don't live here. I live 15 miles or so in a different direction. And our water out there is pulled from an aquifer out of a well. They just tap into a deep well into the aquifer and pull it out. But I think Great Falls does get the bulk of their water from the treatment plant here, and it's pulled out of the Missouri. Dang, these fish are picky tonight. I kind of wonder what impact the storm earlier had. I know that the barometric pressures can play a role in how fish are biting. I don't know if a freak storm like that and then back to normal, how much that changes the barometer though. Alright, we're gonna tighten this line up just a touch. Drag it just a little bit on the bottom there, and maybe we can bring some fish in. Oh, there's a nibbly. Nibbly, nibbly. Can we have more than a nibbly? No? One more nibbly? Bigger nibbly? Yes, no, maybe, probably not. Usually rain likes to stir up the fish. Yeah, I know that there are oftentimes, like right after the rain settles, it does it. The debris and stuff that was kicked up will often trigger a feeding cycle. But I know that, again, I was more referring to the barometric pressure. I think it raises, I always forget if it raises before a storm or lowers before a storm. But then it goes in the opposite direction, usually after the storm. I don't remember. Come on. We're gonna try and drag this lure across the bottom a little bit. Oh, are we snagged on something? Feels stuck. Man, I think fish brain is boning me here. All the recent posts that holy crap. Oh, that is so pretty. That's not 55 inches though, but goddamn. Oh, it won't go. Check out that tiger muskie somebody just posted on fish brain.
What a gorgeous fish. Look how light that is. Normally they're darker in color than that. That is a gorgeous specimen of a tiger muskie. He says it's 40 pounds, 55 inches, my ass. But that's a nice tiger muskie. So Cal, are you still in here? Yeah, there was a post underneath it that said that's not your fish. That was posted on so-and-so's TikTok channel like 2 years ago. People do that on FishBrain. They repost content trying to pretend it's their catches. But this is Flathead Lake, Montana, and I don't know if this kid actually weighed and measured this. Will you look up for me real quick? In fact, hold on, I can do it. I'm on my phone right now. What's the state record yellow bullhead in Montana? I think this kid might have caught a state record bullhead and not realized it. He says 2 pounds 15 inches, and I was just looking that up. I want to say that's right at or bigger than Montana's state record. Yellow bullhead, yellow bullhead, yellow bullhead. Yellow perch, yellow bullhead. Oh, 1.9 pounds, 15.5 inches. So yeah, if that is legit 2 pounds, it's bigger than the state record. Half an inch shy, but a tenth of a pound heavier. Wonder how they treat that. Which is weighed more in a record, a length or a weight? And I know they also ask for girth, but they never post what the girth is on them. Is a fatter fish that's shorter a record, or a longer fish that's skinnier? Goofy Goober, welcome to the stream. We caught a really nice pike earlier, but it's been, since we moved to the shore and got off the boat, we've had nibbles, but no actual bites. You think it depends on the fish, SoCal? Yeah, that's a curious thing. I don't know. It's half an inch shorter than the state record, but a tenth of a pound heavier. Does that make you a co-record holder? I mean, technically it's a bigger fish. It weighs more. Where are you from, Goofy? But yeah, I think frickin' FishBrain is boning me. Ever since I started posting YouTube links in the comments, like when I post a fish, I just put, I mean, that fish I caught earlier, that 8 pound, 31 inch, oh, there's a bite. Or is it the bats? I see bats moving around too. Dang it. But anyways, that fish I posted, 0 likes on it. Normally when I post, I mean, this is a big pike for around here. I get 20 likes on a, you know, a 3 pound pike, and I have 0 likes on an 8 pound 31 incher. But I've noticed, my mom installed the fish for, she watches me fish and watches my catches, and she likes almost everything that I post. And I was over at her house, and we were talking about FishBrain, and I was telling her about a catch I made, and she's like, oh, I didn't see that. And she pops open her phone, and she goes to my profile, and it shows I have like 10 fewer catches than when I open it on my app. And, you know, all the 10 that I show that I posted happen to all have YouTube links in them. I'm wondering if they're filtering my content from people because I'm posting an external link on it. That'd be stupid if they did. Yeah, it was a decent pike. She was chunky. That's not the greatest picture of it, but she was fat. I wish I would have flipped it around and showed from the head. It was one of the thickest pikes I've ever caught. But good sized pike for what's in here. There's big pike in the Missouri right here, though. I caught a 22.5 pounder out of here a couple of years ago. Right upstream from here. But I don't catch a whole lot of them here, but the ones that I do catch tend to be quite large. They're either really small or really big. We have one for saltwater, bloody decks. Most of it is total crap. Official state records rely on the heaviest fish caught per species, not the longest. Okay, so if he legit weighed that and that was 15 pounds, or 2 pounds, that was a new state record bullhead. That was a fat bullhead. The biggest one I've caught around here is like 9 inches. And they're all well under a pound. Flathead Lake, though, that's one of the places that I want to go to. They supposedly have giant lake trout you can pull out of there, 20+ pounders. And that's a bucket list fish for me. Goofy says, I caught a bluegill as big as a medium skillet once, made huge fillets. Right on. Yeah, none of the waterways around here that have bluegill in them have good sized bluegill. I gotta drive about 90 miles to get to a pond that I know of that has decent sized bluegills. They're 10, 11 inches. I mean, good sized. But the ones at the local ponds around here, 5, 6 inches. Really pretty fish, but they're just itty bitties. Man, I'd be so mad if I caught a state record and didn't realize it was a state record and I threw it back without getting it weighed and measured and in the record book. That's one of the things that the whisker seekers that I was talking about earlier, that catfish website that I ordered a bunch of that stuff from, they were selling on there what they were calling certified scales. So to get into the record book, you always have to have a fish weighed on a certified scale, and it always says, take it to a hardware store or grocery store that have certified scales, and then basically an affidavit from somebody who witnessed the weighing of it, the weight and the measurement of it, basically verifying that this is what it weighed, and this is what the length of it. But anyways, they sell what they call a certified scale, so you can carry your own certified scale with you, weigh and measure your fish with it, and then have your buddy or somebody else that's there with you write the affidavit. I don't know how that works, though. I'll have to talk to FWP about that, because that'd be handy. That's the whole thing. I wouldn't want, like, as much as I want to be in the record book, I don't want to be one of them a-holes that kills the state record fish just to get in the record book. And big fish like that are super sensitive. They don't last well out of the water. So I don't want to mark some, dinosaur of a fish to get in the record book. It'd be awesome to be able to certify it myself. One of the guys you grew up with moved somewhere near Flathead and he fishes a lot. Oh, that's awesome, man. That is a superb fishing location. It's a fairly big lake. It's a fairly clear lake. And they have behemoths in there. I don't know if any state records have come out of there, but they have very large fish in there of multiple different species. Dude, you should really try catching a sturgeon. I've caught 2 different kinds of sturgeon, pallid sturgeon and shovel nose. We have in the Missouri, about an hour from here. Loma, Montana, Fort Benton area. Loma is really where the sturgeon run, everybody goes there
earlier in the year when they're... Oh, there we have another nibble. But we go up there earlier in the year when they call it the sturgeon run, when they're spawning. The sturgeon all swim back upstream in the Missouri to spawn in the waters where they were born. None of the ones that I have, none of them were monsters. I caught a really decent sized shovel nose this year, but no behemoths. He's kind of a douche, so I don't talk to him much, but he says it's a great spot to fish. It is. Flathead is a beautiful lake. Not only is it just absolutely spectacular to look at, they have really good fish in there. And I'm slightly snagged up on something here. We might have a fish on the line, but I'm only seeing little nibbles because it can't pull me any further. Oh, come on. BRB, we're going to unsnag this line over here. There we go. We are unhooked, I think. There we go. Yep. Oh, we're wrapped up around the end of my line now. Nope, we're on the reel. How the hell did we do that? There we go. Alright, bread ball gone. Worm gone. Shit. We lost them both. No, we still have worm. We have half a worm. Half a worm, no bread ball. New bread ball time. When any fish go to spawn, is godly time to catch them. Yeah. No, there's some pretty big sturgeon that run up the Missouri here. I don't think that state record fish come out of the Missouri, but there's big ones, and they're fun to. They're a pretty good fight. The pallid sturgeon, though, from what I understand, are they're an endangered species here in Montana. There's not very many of them left in the wild of breeding size. So you gotta be really careful when you catch them to try and keep them in the water and release them without harming them. Super cool fish to catch, though. They're a literal dinosaur fish. They're one of the few species that was around during dinosaur time that have essentially remained relatively unchanged in, you know, the millions of years. That's cool that we have them here in Montana. We have white sturgeon here too in Kootenai Valley, Montana. And those supposedly, I mean, they get big. But those, I was reading about the other day, and I don't know how accurate it was. I can't remember where I read it, but they were saying that there was something ridiculous, like less than 100 breeding size adults left in the Kootenai Valley, it was estimated. So they're nearly extinct here. So I always wanted to catch one, but I think with them being, we're gonna try over in the shallows here again, I think. What the hell was that? All right, I think I just launched my bread ball off. You know, that's the stupid little hook on the side of your spinning reel that you use, like if you're putting line on and your reel is off your rod, like the little clip on it that the line goes onto just to hold it till you finish putting it through the rod holes. When I cast there, I somehow managed to get my line caught on that, and it jerked and launched the bread ball off. Like I say, in the many years that I have fished, I've never had that happen before. So we're back to bread ball number 2 here. 9 people, holy crap, more people came in. Welcome, welcome. I didn't think YouTube was gonna shove any more people in this direction. I thought the stream was dead. I was at my home lake a few months ago and got 4 bass over 7 pounds. One was 9.8. I didn't know there was a tournament there that day. Winner had 5 fish total, 13 pounds. You secretly won the tournament that you weren't even part of. That's a bitch. Now what's going to be a harder pill to swallow is look and see what the prize was for first prize on it, or first place. How bad did you shaft yourself by not entering? Oh. Another train. All right, take 2. We are try and get this in the water. Oh, we're gonna throw a new worm on here. This worm's sad. What the hell? I've thought about joining into tournaments. I know that we have quite a few here in Montana for different species at different water bodies. They're usually not super expensive to enter, I don't think. You just have to go get a tournament permit or some stupid thing from FWP in order to participate, and then you got to pay your entry fees. All right, we're back in the water. We're fishing again, guys. Bobby McWhorter, welcome to the stream. It's a 1K payout. Oh shit. We caught a really nice pike earlier, about 31 inches, a little over 8 pounds. We've had a few bites since then, but we have not caught anything else. We're hanging out. I don't know. I mean, I've been getting bites, just nibbles though. I've fished down here a couple of times at night and had really decent luck with carp, but we haven't managed to... Carping in general here in the last month, I've had very, very poor luck, which is odd. Carp are normally one of the fish that, when I just want to catch a fish, I throw in for carp, because they're normally fairly easy to get to come out and play. There's not a lot of people around here that fish for them, so the fishing pressure is pretty low. No, I think that the biggest thing for me with the tournaments here in Montana is the ones that I was looking at the published list for 2025 tournaments from the FWP website, and most of them aren't on water bodies that I've fished in the past, and a lot of them, you know, it's a 2-3 hour drive to get to them. So
in order for me to participate, it's, you know, I'm gonna have to be pretty devoted. It ain't often I take a 3-hour drive to fish, as much as I would love to. That's just a long way to drive for, you know, a single day of fishing. And I don't get out at camping as often as I would like to. I'll do that for camping. I'll drive, you know, 3-4 hours to camp. But again, I'm staying out there, you know, a weekend or a week. I feel like it'd be cheating if you entered a tourney on your home lake. Not many people fish it, and I know how to get big fish there. Hey man, milk it. If you can get in a tournament for $100 and turn that into $1,000, shit, I'd do that. I mean, every chance I got. And it ain't your fault that they don't fish it. Your advantage is that you've taken the time and put in the effort to learn how to fish that water body. And people who fish in tourneys, a lot of them, they do take that time. I mean, a lot of the bigger bass fishermen, they practice fish, you know, that water body for a week straight before the tournament. They know, you know, where the fish are, where things are biting, what they're biting off of. It's just a matter of executing on game day. So no, I don't think it'd be an unfair advantage that you fish that lake. That's the name of the game, my friend. That's why we spend our time and money out here, is learning what we need to do to catch them in certain water bodies. That's just experience, not an unfair advantage. I don't know. My biggest thing though with tourney fishing these days is so many of the people that participate in the, you know, the tourney circuits, doesn't matter whether it's for bass or trout or pike, or because we have tourneys for all the different species around here, but everybody uses live scope these days. And that, I mean, I don't care how long you fished a lake or a water body, you could have fished it your entire life. You could have somebody with a live scope show up and outfish you on day one. And that's not cool. I honestly wish, you know, as cool as live scope technology is, and as much as I would love to be able to play with it, I think it's one of them things that in a tourney setting, I don't know, there's, no, it doesn't catch the fish for you, but literally being able to see your lures, to see the fish, see how they're reacting. I mean, unless everybody in the tournament's running, it does give some participants an unfair advantage. And while yes, technically everybody could run it to level that playing field, it's expensive. A lot of people, I mean, that's just a price point that a lot of people can't afford. Again, it'd be different if, you know, the tourney was live scope only, you know. You had to have one to participate. And there you go, it's a level playing field. Nobody has an advantage. You know, it would block some people from participating, but then I would, on that same note, say, you know, then there should be a subsequent tournament, or maybe even a tandem tournament of people, or maybe just, you know, turn it into brackets to where you have the live scope bracket and the non-live scope bracket. They can all participate in the same tourney, but you have split prizes amongst those brackets. But to put one against the other when not everybody can have it, just seems, you know, I mean, it's unfair. Yeah, I mean, you can get a live scope. There's so many different options these days. 2-3 grand, I think you can get a basic live scope set up. That's still, I mean, that's not a cheap entry point. That's fairly expensive, you know? I mean, hell, I think I paid $3,500 for my boat with the trailer, you know. To spend another $3 grand just on an attachment to it is a significant investment. Oop, there's a bite. Or is it a bat? Fucking bats, go away. Why are the ants attacking me? Some of these dudes have monster screens the size of a TV. They're boat. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's people joke. They call it video game fishing, and the reality of it is, you know, they're glued to the screen the entire time instead of watching the water. You look at the screen to see where the fish are. You look at the screen to see where you just cast your hook and your line, where your lure's going. You look at the screen watching, your lure go across the screen. You watch the fish chase the lure. Yes, you're physically casting out. You got to know how to interpret that. It's not like anyone can just whip it on and use it the same. It looks like, a fairly large learning curve. I just heard a car door close. Hold on, guys. Am I hearing shit? I don't know, maybe I'm hearing shit. I don't like people pulling up on me with no lights and sketch me out. I prefer forward-facing eyeballs rather than forward-facing sonar, yeah. It's a cool-ass technology, though, it really is. It's kind of crazy how quickly technology in that sector has advanced. Excuse me. 88 thumbs up. We keep getting thumbs up and people in here. I don't know. YouTube's just punting one person at a time over this way. They're flicking crumbs at us over here. It's like somebody taking a fistful of pennies to the strip club. That's what I feel like right now. Come on, YouTube. Send some people here. Man, not a great bite tonight. I'm surprised. It's perfect as it is right now. I figured we'd have a nice solid bite tonight. Oh, as I say that, we get a nibbly. That's all we've been getting though. What are these nibblies? Who are you? Where are your parents? It's past your bedtime. Somebody go wake up Grandma and Grandpa. That's who I want to catch. I think the tournament should be limited to depth finder and no other sonar. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be bad. I mean, honestly, out of all of the functions, the features of my fish finder that I have, I mean, it's a glorified depth finder for me. I know how to interpret to, a certain extent what the side scan is showing me, what the down scan is showing me. But I've never really gotten too technical with it, tweaking the settings, and half the time on side scan, I can't tell what the fuck is going on. I rely more on, the map and the down scan than I do the side scan. One of I think that the dumbest things that I realized after I got the fish finder with the side scan is I never realized that it doesn't really function well when you're stationary. You have to keep moving. You're required to maintain a certain minimum speed in order for you to get a good accurate readout on the side scan. Which I guess if you were in stationary water, even in stationary water, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why you have to be moving to paint a proper picture with a side scan. Mine just looks like bullshit if I'm not moving. You don't have side scan, but the down scan is great for finding and identifying structure. Yeah, the down scan, that's, you know, more trivial, I think, to interpret. The side scan is where it gets complicated. I mean, yeah, it unless you're moving, you don't get an accurate picture. 310 Man Ruth, how you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. We're just chilling out here. I was on the boat all day. We streamed for a good while. Caught a nice pike. Lost a couple others. But I pulled the boat in because I couldn't see anything anymore, and I wasn't ready to go home. So we're fishing on the boat ramp here. At this point, we're just feeding the fish, though. They're not actually biting. I just want to know if there's a rock pile or brush pile or a hump and how deep it is. Yeah, no, I hear you. I use my ability to interpret it is not great, so again, it's a glorified depth finder for me. And again, like you said, it's easier. It's pretty easy to interpret, to identify structure and elevation changes. I mean, that's mainly what I use it for. The fish that I see that I know are fish, you know, it's a good guide to see, you know, what you think is there, but half the time, I mean, you never really know. Till I got the trolling camera, the lure camera, it's cool to see, you know, some of that. It's like looking at the fish finder, it's like, yeah, I think that's a bait ball right there, you know, it looks like a whole bunch of little fish. And now, you know, with the lure camera, I can see, well, shit, you know, I ran my lure right over a school of 100, 200 perch. It was a bait ball. All right, we're gonna throw the bell back on there. We just moved it slightly on the bottom. We'll kick up some dirt with it and make our bread cloud dissipate a little bit. What unit am I using? I have a pretty decent one. It's the Lowrance Elite FS9. So it's a 9-inch screen. It's got a touch screen on it. And it comes with it, they call it a 3-in-1 transducer. So the one transducer runs your down scan and your side scan. I wanted to pick up a second one so I could have on one screen a dedicated nav, so I could see, you know, the map and the topology of what I'm going over, and then on the second screen I want to run, you know, a half screen width side scan on the bottom, and then the 2 down scan options instead of overlaying them on top of each other, which is what I do now. I'd like to separate them and see them side by side. Hook reveal 7. Okay, so yours is, that's the iteration before the Elite FS, I think. So I think yours is a slightly smaller screen. Yours the hook reveal, I don't think it's touch screen, and then you don't have the side scan that the Elite FS has. But same basic unit. Your down scan and mapping, it's all the same. The Navionics mapping, and I think it just comes. It doesn't come with a 3-in-1 transducer, so you don't get the side scan feature. They're nice little units, though. Triple shot transducer. Yeah, that's what it's called. I only have the split shot, so no side scan. Yeah, that sounds right. I can hardly ever tell what the hell's going on the side scan anyway. It gives a little bit more detail to structure than the down scan does. But it's really hard to interpret fish on it. certain water bodies, you know, certain water conditions, it gets a lot clearer than others. That's where I get a lot of it has to do with the default settings are good, but they're not great, and you can tune it to be able to see much better. And I've never really dived too deep into learning how to tune it. Come on, fishy, 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 fishy. Just one more fish. We need an outro fish. We lost our outro fish. Cool Beans, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Where are you from? What did you eat for dinner? What are you doing right now? Just kidding, just kidding. Welcome to the stream. We're a little slow in here tonight. I'm babbling. Oh, one person. I think. Nope, we're still here. What is with this? Why is YouTube so slow to update the people, the count? Got 2 people. Yeah, that was a bat. I saw that one. Little fucker, stay away from my pole. Good, just flip it in. Right on. Well, I appreciate you swinging by. We're out here sitting. I had the boat in the water earlier, and we weren't done fishing yet. So now we're fishing at the boat dock, or the boat ramp rather, lighting the way with my truck running back there, guzzling gas. This is a very expensive stream you're watching right now. Running that premium. Goddamn shit's $4 a gallon here now. Trumping his, gas is cheaper everywhere. Come to Montana, my friend. It is not cheaper here. Not by a long stretch. Little Big Queso, how you doing, buddy? You went to a fishing spot and caught an 18-pounder and 4-ounce carp. Heck yeah. That is a fat-ass carp. Congratulations, my friend. Those are fun. I love the big carp. That's what I'm hoping we can pull in right here. Honestly, we're fishing with a bread ball for carp on one hook and a worm on the other for whatever else is hungry. 609. Yeah, I'm not saying it's more expensive than Cali. Everything's more expensive in Cali. But we've gone up a good quarter in the last year. Everything's more expensive. You let it go. That's good. Yeah, I catch and release all my carp. Common carp are usually not always are they not, but usually they're not bad for the ecosystem in waterways. They're native in most waters, and they are actually an important part of the biological ecosystem. So certain water bodies, though, when they get overpopulated in a water body, they can damage it. They root a lot, so they kill a lot of the vegetation that lives in there. They eat a lot of eggs, so they can, threaten other species. But when they're not overrunning a water body, they're good for it. So it's good to put them back. $5.58 over here in Washington. Yeah, it's more expensive. Yeah, we were at the beginning of the year, we were at just about $3, a little over $3 a gallon for regular, and I think we're up to about $3.30, $3.29. It moves around in that general area for regular. For premium, which is what I always put in my truck and my boat, it's up to $4 a gallon here. Lake River Pond Pier. We're at the Missouri River in Great Falls, Montana. We had the boat out on the water today, but I don't have lights on my boat, so once it got dark, we had to pull the boat out of the water. But we're fishing at the boat dock or the boat launch. This is the boat ramp that we're sitting on. My truck sitting behind us, lighting the view. Now it's the Missouri River. It's not a pretty big pond. It's the largest or longest river in the United States. So yeah, pretty big pond, I guess. Save $2 if I moved there for every gallon. Yeah. No, Montana is it's a moderately low cost of living state. We don't have sales tax on things. Our gas isn't taxed to hell. Property taxes here, though, are fairly rough. And we do have, I think, it ranges from 4.9, I think, to 5.9% income tax, which is higher than a lot of places. Definitely not as bad as California. And Washington is probably higher on a lot of those as well. But it's a decent place to live. Our wage here, though, is not great. So while the cost of living is not super high, the comparable income, you know, the median income here is not all that great either. Good place to live if you you know, have a remote job. You're getting paid. Like I get paid out of California, so I make a California wage, but I live in Montana. So it's very comfortable for me to live here. 90, we're up to 90 likes. Crap, we might hit that 100 tonight. We might catch a fish tonight. Cue fish pole bending in half. Come on, we're trying to make good content here. Fish, you're slacking. I'm putting in the work here and you're slacking. No storms tonight. We did have a freakish, like, 10-minute kind of hurricane. It quickly dissipated. We had raindrops that felt like golf balls falling out of the sky. It was some of the biggest raindrops I think I've ever seen in my life. But then it went away and we were back to clear, beautiful skies and calm water and little big case of how long you've been recording. This stream has been going for 694 minutes. So that's 11 and a half hours. We're almost on a 12-hour stream here. But the stream has pretty much been dead for about the last 6 of the 12 hours. YouTube stopped sending people here a long time ago. We're in Montana, central Montana. As soon as the wife hits her retirement, we're out of this damn state. Yeah, Cali, again, I lived in coastal California, though. I was living in, you know, Orange County, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach area, the ritzy area. It was a blast living there. The company that I worked for was, you know, paying for my house there, and I make a pretty good salary there, so it was fun. But I wanted to buy my own house. I didn't want, you know, all the money that from my salary that was going towards my cost of living there was, you know, paying somebody else's retirement, not my own. So I got the flock out of there. I'm not spending $1 million on a fucking 2-bedroom house built in circa 1960 that everything needs to be gutted and remodeled on. No, I was from Montana. I grew up here. I love Montana. Other than the winters. I can't stand the frickin' winters here. Some dum-dum just set off a huge firework. Yeah, we've been seeing sporadic fireworks around here tonight. San Diego is one of the most expensive places to live in the county. Yeah. San Diego's nice. I didn't spend a whole lot of time down there while I was in California, but we did hit the San Diego Zoo, and they have the big aquarium there. I went to a couple of concerts down that way. But the couple of times that I stayed overnight there, we stayed in, I think it's called the Lamplight District. They had a really nice hotel down there that we stayed in. That was right near, what was the name of the bar? It's always in movies, Coyote Ugly. So we went and got tuned at Coyote Ugly, and I ended up, the bar closed and I wasn't done yet. And I ended up following a crowd of people down the road, just randomly following a crowd of people. I'm like, they look like they know where the party's at. So I started following them like a creeper. And they wandered into some nondescript building. There's no sign out front. Up, you know, like 3 flights of stairs. I'm like, I don't know where the hell I'm following these people to. I might get mugged or something. But I ended up at a closed door, again, no sign, with a bouncer standing there collecting $5 a head for people coming in. So I paid the $5 and I went in, and it was some after hours hookah club. So I ended up partying at a hookah club, some Asian hookah club. It's an interesting night, to say the least. The place was frickin' packed. But I think I ended up staying there till almost 6 a.m. Had a fun night. Thomas 1 in the morning, and there's still fireworks like after 2 weeks. Yeah, that's 125 here. Gas lamp, yeah, that's what it's called, gas lamp district. Seemed like a cool, like a kind of older area of San Diego. But no, the after hours club, it reminded me of when I spent 3 months in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I don't know, it had to be about 15 years ago or so. And they had a whole bunch of, they were basically the private club, like membership clubs. From what I was told, they were, historically, they're all, you know, mafia run. I don't know how accurate that is or not. But you walk down like just a residential street, there's, you know, a slat in the door, you knock, and you got to show them your membership card. And you'd go in, and they serve, you know, liquor and beer all night. They didn't close like the regular establishments did. It's the heart of downtown, okay. Yeah, like I said, I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. Went to the couple of concerts, went to, you know, the zoo, the aquarium. We drove around a little bit. But it seemed like a chill city. But yeah, I would imagine it's the cost of living there. I mean, anywhere coastal in California is just ridiculous. Everything is so expensive. Once you get up into the Ortegas and over, you know, into basically the desert, the cost of living drops dramatically, but it's still comparatively expensive to a lot of other places in the States. Is anything gonna bite? This is not cool, bro. We need at least one fish. One fish, and then we can call it a night. Gotta keep hearing something. There's some kind of critter over here in the bushes. Oh, those were headlights. Who's coming into the parking lot? No idea. Must have been somebody turning on the street over there. You got 3 today. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, we had the one chunky pike earlier today. We lost one right prior to catching that felt like a good 6-8 pounder. So 2 good fish in a row. And we had dead for a few hours, and right before we pulled the boat out, I was throwing a big old bucktail, a Mepsiglia number 5, big old orange bucktail. And we caught one of the tiniest pike I've ever caught in my life. He got off right before I got him to the boat, though. A little slime noodle. He's probably, I don't know, 12 inches maybe, but he's about that big around. Just a skinny little long But he leapt out of the water a good 16 inches and plopped back down, and we lost the hook set on it. So we've had some good fishing tonight, but ever since we pulled the, fuck you, bat, knock it off. Just knock it off. Can y'all see that? I don't know, you can't really see the line out there. Move the, you probably still can't see it. They're dive bombing my line over there. Oops, that was me. I hit the pole. False alarm, that was me. SoCal, I moved 1.5 hours east of downtown and bought a house for a third of the price you'd pay near the city. Yeah, it does. The prices drop dramatically once you get away from the coastal area. An hour and a half, still not bad though. I mean, that's a bit of a trek to get over to the ocean. But shit, anywhere in Southern California takes forever to get there. When I first moved there, I was living in Rancho Santa Margarita and working in Costa Mesa, and it would take me an hour, sometimes an hour and a half to get. It was like 15, maybe 18 miles from Rancho Santa Margarita to Costa Mesa. I was spending like 3 hours a day in the car commuting back and forth 15 miles each way. And after doing that for like a year and a half, thinking every time I'm driving, I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna blow my effing brains out if I have to do this any longer. I finally moved to Costa Mesa, so I lived where I worked. Little Big Queso says there was carp and then a bass about 4.5 pounds, my PB, and then I caught a pumpkin seed, which was like a 1/4 pound. Heck yeah, man. That's a nice sized bass. That's bigger than I've ever caught. And the pumpkin seed we catch around here are, you know, about 4 to 6 inches. They're itty bitties. SoCal says a shithole condo in a ghetto neighborhood here is $700K now. Yeah. No, Costa Mesa, Newport area, I mean, even the frickin', to buy a single wide mobile home there on a rented lot that you still pay, you know, $1,000, $1,500 lot rent plus utilities plus was $500,000, 500K for a frickin' trailer in a trailer court on land you don't even own. You want an actual house that, you know, the land you own under it is barely as big as the footprint of the house, is, you know, $1 million plus. The house that I was living in was built in the 70s, and I mean, it was a decent house. It wasn't a bad house, but it hadn't really been updated since the 70s. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and it was appraised at like $5 million. When I moved out, they took a loan on it to do some rehab on it and build an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard. $5 million for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath built in the 70s. Eating Pringles, the medium spice ones. The only Pringles I ever eat are the, what are they? The one in the green can. They're the, what is it? They're not onion flavored, they're, God, how do I not know what flavor it is? The green Pringles, whatever the hell those are. Those are the only ones I ever eat. I don't think I've tried any of their spicy ones. Sour cream and onion? Is that what it is? Sour cream and onion? Habanero ones. The high-rise condos next to Petco Park are $5 million and have 1,700 square foot place with no yard. Yep. Oh, there's so many people that want to live there, and I mean, the weather and the job opportunities is usually what drive people to want to live in California. But yeah, with so much demand and, you know, relatively high income earners, they bid the crap out of those properties. Almost nothing sells for ask, and the property values there
appreciate faster than almost anywhere in the nation. So it's not a bad place to buy. It makes me sick to my stomach thinking about taking out a home loan for, you know, $2 million or $5 million. They'd probably give me the loan, but I would develop ulcers thinking about it. I like owning what I own, you know. I mean, I have a small loan on my house, you know, the property that I own right now, but I have plenty of money. I could go pay it off if I wanted to. I couldn't go fork out $5 million to cover, you know, a loan for a house in California if I wanted to, but they do appreciate faster. So if you do, you know, make that jump, it's oftentimes financially it can be worth it if you can, you know, float your mortgage. You lose your job or, you know, your income source gets cut, most people get screwed, they go bankrupt. But if you can manage to keep paying on it, they appreciate faster than almost anywhere else in the nation. You know, again, that same house that I was living in that appraised for $5 million, the 10 years prior when my company bought it for me to live in, they paid, I think, $1.9 million for it. So in 10 years, it over doubled in value. Little Big Queso, what fun do you have? You're watching it. This is my fun. I don't know. I fish, I boat. I like to be in the outdoors. Oh, there's a mouse. Did y'all see that run out there? Oh, what phone do you have? What fun do you have? Thank you, autocorrect. What is it? The iPhone 16 Pro Max Excalibur squared. I don't know what the hell the models are these days, but it's the top of the line iPhone 16. I bought it specifically for the purpose of streaming with. It's my fishing camera. You have an SE. I don't know, it's overkill for what I need. I always joke with people, my cell phone is a high-tech freaking alarm. It's about what I use it for. I don't know what the hell these mice are. I've never seen so many of them. They keep zipping across the damn boat launch here. I keep catching them out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, what the heck is that? They're freaking everywhere here. But yeah, my phone is a glorified alarm clock. Other than now, I do actually use this one for streaming. So I'm getting some use out of it. People hear $1 million home, they think it's a giant house. Here it's a typical two-bedroom bath. Yeah. Now for 2 million bones here in Montana, you're gonna get yourself a McMansion on, you know, some acreage. You get your money's worth. In California, you get a crappy starter house that hasn't been updated in decades for $2 million. Catch one and throw it on a hook. I don't know, pike might eat it. That stuff jumping over here. There's a spot like right through the bushes here that I do carp fish from time to time. It's too far in the bushes there for me to go fish, but there's like a little I don't know if it's a storm drain that pours in right there, but there's a nice big pool of water that I oftentimes will see carp, you know, doing their carp shit with their tail out of, or their top fin out of the water, and it's a good carp spot right there. And then right downstream from here, I've seen some big pike, you know, flailing in the water. And there are monstrous walleye in here. There's really good browns. I don't know why we're not getting anything biting tonight. For $1 million, you might be able to get a small McDonald's. Yeah, you could probably buy a McDonald's franchise.
Probably not the building to put it in, but you could buy the franchise license. Alright, I need to go snag another drink out of my cooler. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Trying to strap my boat seat down. I got a little bungee cord. After I fold it down, I strap it down to itself so it doesn't flop around in the wind. I felt like I was 15 years old again, blindly searching for the hole to get the damn bungee cord in. There's no light back there. I-82 pond 4, it's a really good pond. That's where I catch a lot of fish. Yeah, I have no idea where that's at, man. Is it pretty close to where you live, or? I wish I had more ponds closer to where I live. There's two different ponds. One that's about 5 miles from where I live, and then one that's about 15 miles from where I live. Nah, maybe it's closer to 20. But I get crap reception at the main pond, the closer one, and I get basically no reception at the other one. But I honestly think I might stream from down here more often, either bank fishing or bringing the boat out. I'd really like to learn how to catch walleye down here, because there are some absolute monsters I've seen pulled out of here. And I did catch a really good one last year. It wasn't anything that's going in the record book, but it was gnarly. Dang near 40 or 30 inches. Awesome fishing, man. Good evening from the UK. Welcome. We're over here in central Montana in the US. Good evening, good morning. Yeah, we're almost 2 a.m. here. We're chilling on the bank fishing after I